Well, welcome to the Utilita Bowl, where we are a few minutes away from getting underway. Day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 game between Hampshire and Kent. The state of play is that after day 1, Hampshire, who were put into bat, well, they had a good day. 301 for 3 they'll resume this morning, and James Vince resumes on 149 not out, his second unbeaten 100 in the space of 5 days, and Ben Brown alongside him, who's 106 not out, and so far they have put on 245 unbroken for the 4th wicket. So I think it's fairly clear what the ambitions are for both these sides today. For Hampshire, it's to build on that already useful situation, and for Kent, really, is to knuckle down, get a few wickets, and make sure that they're not batted out of the game by later on today. I'm Kevin James. Our commentary team today, a little later, you will hear from the Southern Vipers captain Georgia Adams. She's with us all day and tomorrow. Hopefully she'll still be with us tomorrow, if she enjoys herself enough today. Alongside me, as yesterday, from BBC Radio Kent, it's Matt Cole. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. I think some tired bowlers there from Kent last night, certainly coming down the stairs towards the coach as they left yesterday, and it was a long day in the field. Not the first one for the season either, but statistically you don't need to go far to see that. But yeah, good start from Kent yesterday. Had Hampshire 24 for 2, 56 for 3, but it was just that consistency and a bit of James Vince as well, accelerating through the second session, then taking no wickets in the final session either, as Vince and Brown really established themselves. This partnership is at 245 already between the two. Records falling. I know you were looking at the 4th wicket stand, were you? But for against Kent, it may already have gone.
Not quite.
For 3. Not quite.
Not quite. They are close.
There we are. Hospital pass. I've just asked you to grab a stat out of the air, and we've not even got underway yet.
But amazingly, there it is.
Ah,
that's how well prepared I am.
You are very well.
They are 5 runs away. Sorry, 5 runs? They are 9 runs away from equalling the highest ever 4th wicket partnership for Hampshire against Kent.
And odds on that they would do it, you have to
well,
say.
On yesterday's showing, but as we know, today is a new day.
Also with a new ball available as well, which wasn't taken last night, was it?
Correct. 83 overs have been bowled.
So a night's rest for Kent seamers. They may well have needed it as well. I don't think this goes too far off the record, but Grant Stewart, as he came down yesterday, was suffering with an ankle injury, turned an ankle in a T20 game a couple of weeks ago. I said, "How are you, Grant? How's your ankle?" He just looked at me and went, "Sore, mate." There we go. Yeah. So, you know, it's bound to be, aren't they? They've got through some hard yards yesterday, the bowlers, and for once, Grant Stewart, very genial man, not really in the mood for talking, I think, yesterday. You can understand why as well. Kent have been on the end of these sort of first days a lot this season, and but yeah, things can turn around. A good session for them, a good start for them, particularly, as you say. Batters who were in yesterday having to re-establish themselves this morning, but we'll see. I don't know what you expect from this pitch, Kevin. Obviously, it didn't do as much as we were expecting, perhaps from the look of it yesterday, and with the overhead conditions being fairly gloomy as well for Kent, albeit they made a decent start. It's doing a little bit, isn't it? A little bit off the pitch, not a huge amount for the Kent bowlers, but I'm wondering what you think it might do over the 4.
Well,
in the crystal ball.
Speaking to Ben Brown last night, that interview's on the Hampshire Cricket website and on the free-to-download app, as well as part of that on that Solent Sport Twitter feed. He did say that he thought that it would have done a little bit more. I think going into the start yesterday morning, both sides would have bowled had they won the toss. By the way, James Vince admitting that as well. I think they were expecting it to do a little more. It'll be interesting because we didn't have a lot of sun yesterday, but we had, I don't know, 1/3 of the day worth of sun, something like that. So that will have dried the pitch out to some extent. The rain that was falling yesterday morning wasn't heavy. We've got sunshine right now, but it'd just be interesting to see, because if it does start drying the pitch out, then it will start to lose some of its pace.
New ball has been taken, just heard that on the PA, by the way.
Right, okay, which is not surprising.
And Charlie Stobo will open up from this hotel end. I think pretty much the pick of the bowlers yesterday. Bowled really good line length.
Agreed.
Really consistent all the way through for me.
Yeah, 1 for 50 from 17 overs. You're right, he bowled a bit better than that, actually.
Through some work.
He looked probably the most likely on a consistent base to take wicket. Grant Stewart bowled well, 18 overs, 1 for 55, but it was really the other bowlers, and certainly the other seamers, Gilchrist and Everson, couldn't really back those two bowlers up. And it might be different today. So Stobo is bowling from our commentary end, the hotel end, and he's going to be bowling the first ball of the morning to James Vince. Right arm over, and comes in, and James Vince is playing and missing the very first delivery of the morning. So there you go, new day. James Vince, who couldn't put a foot wrong yesterday. I think some gorgeous drives, as we've come to expect from him. But there were very few player misses. So there we are, very first ball of the morning. Pushing forward, it's gone past the outside edge. So Charlie Stobo, Western Australia, Sheffield Shield winner during the winter. Comes in and bowls again to Vince. That's on the line of leg stumps. Slightly into that shot a little too quickly there, James Vince. He was trying to play that a little square where the ball trickles up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Slightly smaller crowd yesterday on first day championship crowds here this year. Maybe the weather in the morning and I think a certain big game. And I'm not just talking about the Southern Vipers at home. I'm also talking about another sport on later on in the day. May have had a bit of an effect on how many people were here. There's a few here this morning, hoping for a few more as Stobo comes in. 2 slips and a gully weight. Bowls and Vince drives. Well, we haven't had to wait too long for one of those. Effortless through extra cover for 4. And that is Vince's 150. 204 balls with 23 fours. Vince's second 150 in less than a week. What a turnaround. Spoke to him last week after his 166 not out at Edgbaston, and he said he hadn't felt out of nick. He just hasn't had a big score. Certainly made up for it this week. Here's Stobo again, bowls, and Vince tucks it away square on the leg side. Good diving stop. And the score is currently 305 for 3. Hampshire currently have 2 bonus points. There are still overs in which bonus points can be accumulated. We are in the 84th. Bonus points up until 110. Can have 1 to Hampshire's 2, so they still have chances of more bonus points. They need to get to 6 wickets to get their next one, though. Here's Stobo again. Vince is playing a missing again. There's just a modicum of movement outside the off stump. It's not a lot. But Stobo bowls some quite a high action. And just got a little bit of movement from that delivery. Just a little bit of ball just straightened a fraction off the pitch. So twice in this over, Vince has played and missed. And we've had a textbook extra cover drive. Stobo in again, runs away from us. And bowls, and straighter ball to Vince this time, plays it quietly on the onside. And that is the end of the first over. So 4 runs scored off it. Hampshire have moved on to 305 for 3. And that partnership now is worth 249. Closing in on that record 4th wicket partnership. They are now just 5 runs away from equaling it, which was set here 14 years ago. If you were listening yesterday, I gave you some details on that, but I'll just hold off for a while. I don't want to jinx things too much. soniccricket@gmail.com is the email today, as it was yesterday. If you want to get in touch, I had quite a few messages yesterday, which was nice. I missed 1 or 2, apologies. At Solent Sport on the Twitter feed as well. Grant Stewart will be bowling from the pavilion end. Sore ankle as well. But, he and Charlie Stobo, the 2's most likely really to take wickets yesterday. Gilchrist also coming back from injury. A little expensive, 12 overs, none for 60. Did get the ball past the outside edge on several occasions, but couldn't quite find the consistency needed, as that's a length ball from Stewart, which is pushed back off the front foot by Ben Brown. And there is no runs. So 4 runs added. Cole's back. Thought you'd had enough.
Well, I saw that boundary and thought, not again.
Okay.
Actually, a couple of really decent deliveries from Charlie Stober.
Yes, there was.
That's
Yes,
over
yeah. Just straightened a fraction on James Vince, which promises well for later on. Driving is Ben Brown, not timed. It goes through the covers. Now this is a good contest, and it's pulled back just inside the rope by Ben Compton, wearing a sun hat. The sun is out currently, and that'll be 3 runs to Ben Brown. 250 partnership up, 252 between these two now, and that's come off 383 balls. I got a message, in fact, I got an email here from Melissa Story's dad, John Paul Story. Cricket@gmail.com, as I mentioned, and it's about James Vince. Who else? I'll come to that in a moment. There's Stuart bowls and left alone outside of the off stump. So this is under the heading, James Vince, where does he sit with regards to most centuries for a county of current players? He says, good morning. And a very good morning to Matt as well, he says.
Good morning, John.
Yes.
It's been a while.
Here's a fun stat for you, he says. James Vince's 29th century for Hampshire puts him joint 4th of current players in respect of centuries for a specific county. Ahead of him there's one Kent player in there, and you could probably name him. Matt, his Stewart bowls, and Vince turns that away to mid-wicket. That's stopped and there's no run. So one Kent player is in that. It's a pretty obvious one, I guess. With most centuries for a specific county.
Oh, for a single county, gotcha.
Can you guess the one Kent player?
Colin Cowdrey?
No, a little bit more recent than that.
Right.
In fact, very recent.
Very recent.
But not playing. Because he's injured. Which, to be honest, is most of the Kent staff.
I was going to say,
which probably
narrow
doesn't
it down a little bit.
Doesn't narrow it. I'll be even more specific. Obviously a batter.
Joe Denley.
Yes, correct. That's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. 29.
Sorry, shouldn't joke about those things.
No. About ahead of the top of the list is Adam Lyth of Yorkshire with 35. Wayne Madsen at Derby with 34. Sam Robson at Middlesex with 30. Then comes Vince, and Joe Denley also has 29.
I've gone way too early with that. Of course, playing more games, I suppose, across a career.
Yeah.
As well, it'll be interesting to know the strike rate on those. But yeah,
he's also sent me a complete list of most centuries for Hampshire. Way out is Philip Mead with 138. He's got a long way to go there. Vince drives powerfully up to mid-off, but can't pierce the field. That was a lovely looking shot. End of the over. 308 for 3. 138 Phil Mead. Whoa. I think Vince would have to play until he's about 65 to get anywhere near there. But Vince's current average, this is John Paul Story's final bit on his email. His current average of 62 is his best since his glorious 2014 season when he scored 1,500 runs with 4 centuries and 7 50s. Thank you very much.
fabulous stats.
There we go. Oh, we love stats.
What would we be without them, Kevin, I wonder?
Well, we'd be...
Well, cricket would be the poorer for it, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah.
That's one of the great things about this
Maybe
game.
we could concentrate on the game a little bit more.
I don't want to show up how little I know about it. That's the... Charlie Stober then from this hotel end. Bright sunshine, but there's a high cloud in the sky as well. Here's Stobo to Brown, leaves it outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper. But he was saying interesting about Ben Brown's comments about yesterday, that he didn't really feel in touch for a great deal of the day, which is not bad for a man that's made 109.
I felt like saying that to him.
A scratchy century.
As soon as he said I didn't feel that good, I thought, oh, I felt like saying to him, well played. Just imagine how many you would have got by the end of the day if you
hung
felt
on
good.
for a ton. Yeah, many of us will never go that way, let alone scratch our way to three figures. Stober to bowl to him, the Western Australian. That's a great delivery again. That's beaten him.
Beauty.
Play and miss. And just outside the off stump. Again, he's been really consistent, Charlie Stober, which is a captain's dream, isn't it, pretty much?
I know it's a brand new ball, but it's just emphasising there's still a bit there.
Yeah.
In this pitch. There was one very nice moment during that interview with Ben Brown, because it was during the England game last night. And in the middle of the interview, there was a big roar in the clubhouse.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
When England scored. And we all knew what it was. And he was right in the middle of giving an answer. And I thought, this could go horribly south. But he kept going as if nothing had happened. It was brilliant.
Man, what a pro. Stobo to Brown. It's gone through him again. He's gone for an off drive there. And ends up driving at nothing. Kept a little bit low as well. Through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Holds the pose. We're just kicking the foot marks a little bit. That was an issue yesterday as well. Ian, is that umpire Debenham at this end this today? Or looking at those yesterday. So 2 slips and a gully in. There's a point. Wideish was an extra cover. Mid-on. Mid-wicket, Joey Everson is 3 strips away from Ben Brown. It's a square leg. Deep backward square, or long leg really. Ooh, that's got a little bit big on Brown, but he steered it away towards Ben Compton at point. Well done actually by Brown, high on the bat, up towards the chest. Got a bit of life out of the pitch, Charlie Stobo there, and a good stop as well from Ben Compton at backward point. Good cricket all round. Single taken.
It's interesting, isn't it? We've already had, what, 3 plays and misses this morning?
Yeah, indeed.
In, what, 11 minutes of play, it just shows. I suppose even now the Kent fielders are going, no, not again. It's not going our way. You know, on another day, all 3 of those might have been nicked.
Yeah, that's a good point. Try and take wickets early here, get some momentum for themselves as Vince blocks this one. Back at Charlie Stobo. Aware that Melissa's dad is listening today, and I have to be very careful about what I say because John Paul Story knows me from a long time ago.
Oh, I think I remember this.
So yeah, he's basically supporting Kent. Don't tell anybody, but there we are.
Well, you've outed him.
It's not the worst possible thing. Here come the stories. What happens at school stays at school, we hope. 309 for 3 as Stobo bowls to Vince. He's guided that out. Doesn't really time it again with the new ball coming onto him a little bit quickly, but he's got himself a single, and that's the worry for Kent as well. Is Vince and Brown keeping the scoreboard ticking over, even while things are a little bit difficult with this new ball on the morning of the second day, but they will be full of confidence. 154 for Vince from 213, Brown 110 from 207.
And with that single, they have now equalled that record 4th wicket partnership. Set on this ground 2010 against Kent, Michael Carberry and Neil Mackenzie.
You were saying yesterday, yeah.
So 1 more run and it will be a new record. I would say normally in the record books, but it's actually a record that will be changed online. I don't think there'll be too many publications that will publish that. It'll all be online. We need a new phrase, really, don't we?
Incidental, I suppose, to some people, but yeah.
Stuart Bowles. Is it me? I can't remember.
Yes, yeah.
It's played quietly out on the offside by Vince. So Vince is 154, having been 149 not out overnight, and Brown is 110, having been 106 coming into day 2.
I was interested talking about stats when you asked different cricketers about whether they keep an eye on landmarks, etc. Sean Irvine is today an absolute no, wasn't he? You were asking how many catches do you think he took, and he just shrugged.
Didn't have a clue, did he?
No. But there we go.
If George
just gone with playing the game.
I'm going to ask her later. Here's Stuart. That's turned away on the leg side. Quick single called by Ben Brown. Takes the total on to 311, and there we are. There's the new record. 255. I don't know how quickly they change these things online, but that will be changed as soon as, what do they call them, moderators or admins actually get to work.
Moderators, so, mods.
Yeah, whatever they'll be. So there we are. New record against Kent, 4th wicket partnership.
See, I have a feeling that a lot of professional cricketers that say, oh no, I'm not interested, they probably have spreadsheets. They've got the old Excel there. They're just adding every run very carefully. I think updating the average daily.
Some more than others, that's for sure. Stuart Bowles down the leg side, taken by Harry Finch.
I'm not fooled.
I can think of 1 or 2 past cricketers that literally did look at every day. Look at their averages and this and that. So you do get the odd one, but no, I believe Sean when he said that yesterday. I think he's quite an easy guy.
I absolutely agree. Didn't seem to have no interest. Like he was interested, but certainly wasn't following his. Yeah. But hasn't even looked at his career stats since he retired either. Stopped playing. So fair enough. 311 for 3. Sunshine out here at the Utilita as Stuart comes in. Right on over. Oh, just came back a fraction at Ben Brown, pushing forward a thick inside edge into the pads. you say this looks a decent start from this Kent opening pair, but they really do need to get amongst Hampshire now, don't they? They need to be taking quick wickets this morning.
Yeah.
As you were saying, I think in your introduction, this will get ugly for Kent
Could,
during
yeah.
the session. If they're not taking 3-4 wickets perhaps in the first session, they could be batted out of it by tea time.
Yeah, I agree. And Hampshire will be only looking to bat once. You don't really want that. Stuart bowls. Always nipped on the pad. That looks a good shout. Good delivery as well. Stuart mainly, we saw this yesterday, mainly gets the ball to nip back to the right-handers. Ben Brown's not the tallest, but he did get forward. That might just have saved him.
I wonder if he got an inside edge, because
Maybe.
there was a big appeal from Grant Stewart, but
Just watching that again on the
actually
replay. It's a good shout.
yeah.
Several ways you can watch and listen. We're on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, which is also going back to the Kent Cricket website. We're also on BBC Sport Online website and app, as that's left alone, and that's through to the keeper. End of the over, 3-11 for 3. Also on the Hampshire Cricket website. It's also on the Hampshire app, which is free to download, and BBC Online website and app, and also live around the ground with earpieces.
What you're saying really is people have absolutely no excuse not to listen to it.
Correct. We're
I'd imagine
determined to take the game to the people.
I'd imagine the listening figures will be up in 7 figures by now, because you just can't avoid it.
Well, you'd hope
To
so.
be broadcasting it
Yeah.
to the streets and houses of Hampshire and Kent.
You will listen, you will watch, no matter how hard you try to avoid us.
When I'm Prime Minister, that'll be happening. Stobo runs away from us from the hotel end, bowling to Vince.
Oh.
It's another great delivery, keeps it a little bit low, and James Vince looks at Charlie Stobo, looks a little bit at the pitch, and just considers his options. Do a little bit of gardening.
Good delivery, that.
Did keep just a bit low, as you say, but Stobo is giving himself every chance, isn't he? He's bowling a great line and length.
George
Nagging
Adams, who's
outside
on
your stump.
shortly, is probably looking,
Yeah.
how on earth did Hampshire get 300 for 3 from what you've seen this morning?
It doesn't look that kind of pitch at this point, does it?
It doesn't. To be fair, there's nothing different actually than yesterday, really, with a new ball, especially.
He's just a little bit sharper, isn't it? You can see they're not timing the ball particularly well from the off here, as Vince just turns that one on his front pad, and it's fielded by Feroz Kushi, making his debut for Kent on loan. A championship match and 3 T20 blast matches he's contracted for at the moment, and keen to get going this season, I suppose. Feroz Kushi, in and out of the Essex side, and more out than in recently, certainly. He's just got 150 in his 1/2 century in his championship games so far this season, but looks like a real talent. But obviously wants to get himself playing at the age of 25. Here's Stobo to Vince, just takes a step down the pitch, a half pace does James Vince, and ends up with that Parkinson at mid-on. The buzz that we had yesterday seems to have disappeared. We had hornets in the machines yesterday, I think.
And yet we've done nothing different.
No.
Sweet. We both looked at each other when we plugged it in and thought,
Yeah.
oh,
I was worried it wasn't working at
quiet.
all, because I couldn't hear a buzz on it. But yeah, so I hope you're hearing us loud and clear by all the means that
yeah.
Kevin James has just been talking about. Stobo to Vince. Just squares him up a little bit as he plays it to the offside again. Is that a no ball, actually? Just thought, was there a signal from Ben Debenham there? I think there may have been. Actually, is it Paul Pollard at this end?
I was just going to say which is which. It's Ben Debenham and Paul Pollard, and I have to say it. Now I'm going to guess Paul Pollard's actually at square leg, just by
So
his
I thought
mannerisms. But then I'm thinking, I'm looking at the umpire behind the stumps. I'm thinking that also has Paul Pollard's mannerisms.
Crikey.
So I have no idea.
Well, with cloning technology these days, it could be both. It could be both positions. He's again fending outside the off stump. That's kept very low from Charlie Stobo, and yeah, Vince has just sort of offered the bat to that outside the off stump, and this really doesn't look easy to bat on at the moment, as you were saying.
It's just what you don't want as a field inside, isn't it?
So the scoreboard, I think, is just catching up. I think we've had a no ball. That was the 5th delivery of the over, and well, perhaps Charlie Stober's enjoying it so much he's just staying on at this end. He's just going to bowl like sets in in the 100. Bowls to Vince. That's a lovely shot, and that's crisply off-driven. But I'm not sure. It's low on the bat there, but he's got enough power behind it, enough force, and that's 4 runs, and that's well spoiled what was a very good over from Charlie Stobart until then. Hampshire 315 for 3. I will make way for Georgia Adams to join Kevin James.
John HD has messaged solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, as from 11:15, he says the live stream audio level has dropped. Well, John, I've just looked and there's absolutely no problem from our end, so that might be somewhere else. But Georgia Adams for the first time on a Hampshire commentary. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah. Southern Vipers captain, big win yesterday, good win against Western Storm to go to the top of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy table.
Back at the top of the table, yeah, it was a very convincing win actually, so we'll take that first stint of this next block of 50 over cricket.
How many games have you got left in that?
We've got, I think we've got 6 games left.
Got 6 games left, also a bit to do still, yeah. But you can do
7
no
games,
more.
7 games.
But you're top. Here's Grant Stewart from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Ben Brown, and Brown gets a length ball, pushes it out into the covers. Big shout of no there. So a good day yesterday, and next game is Friday at Chesterfield, isn't it?
Yeah, back to my hometown where I was born.
Oh, you're originally from there?
Yeah, from
Oh, yeah.
Chesterfield. So my uncle played a lot of cricket there, and my dad when he was a young lad. So quite excited to go back because I've never played there.
Oh, is it Queen's Park, isn't it, or something?
Yeah, I have been to the ground once. Quite a beautiful ground actually, from memory, but never played.
Okay. Here's Stewart. It's outside of the off stump. Goes through to Harry Finch. So, yeah, we're going to try and do some commentary for that one. Unfortunately, from a BBC point of view, there is a certain election the night before, and I think a lot of equipment is going to be out and about. So whether I can get hold of some equipment to go up there, we'll have to wait and see. So that's in doubt. That's the only bit that's in doubt at the moment. Otherwise, we will have some live commentary up there.
Yeah, it's quite a big day on Thursday, isn't it?
Yes, just a little one. Yes. Here's Stewart again. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls and Brown is forward. Now, just because I know you didn't see yesterday because you were obviously playing in Hove, but from what you've seen this morning, the ball's beaten the bat a couple of times, isn't it, at least?
Yeah, it looks a little challenging out there. Very much staying on the low side by the looks of it. I'm actually just admiring the angles of their slip cordon. As reflecting on yesterday with us, I'm not sure we got our angles of our slip cordon quite right for Freya Davis. But yeah, staying a bit low, it's like nipping around.
It is, yeah. New ball taken straight away this morning. Stewart bowls, another good length ball, and Ben Brown again is forward. Chris Hutchins has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says Paul Pollard is at the hotel end, so Paul Pollard is at this end, and Ben Debenham is at the pavilion end. It's good job there's people around the ground that've got better eyes. Well, I'll say than me. I won't bring anybody else in that. But so there we are. Those are the 2 umpires, and we've got the right ends as well. Grant Stewart looking for his 2nd wicket into his 21st over. 315 for 3. Comes in and bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. That does look close, and he's gone. The umpire has his finger up, and Brown has to go. 110 LBW Grant Stewart, and Hampshire lose their first wicket of the morning with a score on 315. It's 315 for 4.
Looked pretty straight to me, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that looked a good delivery. You can tell sometimes, can't you, when it's hit the pad, whether you're in the field, whether you're around the ground, you think that looks mightily close.
Squared up a little too, I think. Obviously conditions out there today look like it's definitely a day to err on the side of getting forward into the ball as much as possible, and if they do give you a bit of length, you can rock back on it. But yeah, probably didn't get into the ball as much as he'd like there.
I just watched it again on the replay. I think the only doubt for the umpire, and he did take a little while, didn't he, before he stuck the finger up, is that it did nip back a fraction. But it is quite leg stump. It is quite leg stump, and I have to say, watching it again, I don't think it was quite as clear cut as it was when we watched it first time around. But probably on the balance, yeah, I think it's one of those where the umpires probably thought, well, you have to be sure, don't you?
I guess watching him as well, it did look from up here that he did square up, which probably would suggest that it has nipped back in.
Yeah.
Getting a bit more leg side. but it's certainly moving a lot out there this morning.
It certainly is, isn't it? Yeah, well, it did a bit yesterday. That's the thing. And you look at the scores overnight, and I'm sure you did, Georgia, and you thought, well, that looks a good wicket. I mean, it is a good wicket, but it's given the bowlers a little bit more help than the scores so far have suggested. Just for the record, that 4th wicket partnership was worth 259, which, as I mentioned earlier this morning, is a new 4th wicket partnership record for Hampshire against Kent. Liam Dawson is the new batter. Needs very little introduction around these parts. How do you find Liam Dawson? Because obviously you guys mix quite a lot, don't you, Vipers and Hampshire? How do you find him off the field?
Oh, we all love Dawes. He's a great character. We actually say he's sort of the male version of Lindsay Smith. They've got a little bond.
Is that right? Dawson gets one that just nips back on him a fraction, just gets wrapped at the top of the pad. Good over there from Grant Stewart. He has 2 for 59 from 21. I have to say, I would probably never normally have had those two as a pairing, but so what makes you say that?
Fiery characters, we think. You know, the little spin duo, double act. Yeah, we think the way they go about their cricket, relatively similar in nature, I think, from what we know of Dawes. But yeah, he certainly gets quite fired up.
He does.
But you need one in every team, I think.
100%. You'd love to captain him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think anyone who wants to get in the battle and has that competitive edge, you need him. You need him, and Lindsay takes a lot of stick in our team, but yeah.
All yours.
Stovo charges in and blocked convincingly there from Vince. Just giving himself a bit of time, I think. Looks like it's not coming onto the bat probably quite as much as it did yesterday, but I didn't see much of it. But watching the highlights, Vince very much looked like you couldn't get your margin for error with your length. There was no margin for error with your length against him yesterday because he was quick off the back foot, punish anything away, and then as soon as you overpitch, he's got that booming cover drive. Stovo in again, Vince driving through extra cover, and that is another textbook drive for 4.
They've fed that shot a few times. They did yesterday, and already on, 2 or 3 occasions this morning?
Yeah, I mean, he must be such a difficult batsman to bowl at, because as soon as you want to pitch it up, you want to swing it, you want to get some movement. It's clouded over here as well, the Utilita Bowl, so yeah, they want to bring in the stumps and bring in the slip cordon, but as soon as you do overpitch, he's got such an excellent cover drive.
Makes it look so easy.
Stovo in again, Vince just blocking straight back to him. Slightly brought his length back slightly there. I think that's the area to hit, hopefully extract a bit of movement off the pitch.
So this new ball is into its 7th over now, having been taken after 83 overs. Kent opting not to take it last night. Too tired. They were too tired to bowl with it.
Seamers have a little bit of a rest, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it. It's hard enough being a spinner at times. Stovo in again. Vince reluctantly playing at that. Hitting it to gully. Tentatively.
Looked like he was trying to take the bat away maybe at the last moment.
Yeah, looked a little bit in two minds about whether to play or leave alone.
Stobo's tested him this morning, even though he's served up a couple of half volleys in between time. Just watching that again, yeah, he's looking to take the bat away. It was too late.
Rehearsing a few shots here. Vince just working that one to a square leg.
And
for no run.
Sorry, on the subject of Chesterfield, Dave Allen, who's Hampshire's honorary archivist, I don't know if you've come across him. He's emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, nice to hear Georgia on commentary, chatting about her origins in Chesterfield. Wow, who would have thought Chesterfield would be so interesting?
What a place. Who would have thought, hey?
Was it the Crooked Spires? That's famous for, isn't it? Is it
Yeah,
the church?
it's got a very crooked spire.
Yeah.
Not that I've spent a huge amount of time there since, but Stobo in again. Bowling full just outside of stump by the looks of it, which Vince pushes out to Gully Point region.
End of the over.
It's the end of the over.
3:19 for 4. Nice to hear Georgia on commentary, says Dave. My mum's sister lived and worked there in nursing, and I spent many summer holidays there as a kid. Often went out to the beautiful Peak District, but I also saw a good deal of cricket in the 1960s at the delightful Queen's Park, and rather more recently... rather more recently, saw me playing there, apparently. I'm not sure. Well, actually, I didn't do it justice. I'll say it once now, and I won't repeat it. I've got 100 there. But anyway, right, we'll move on. So Chesterfield today, and another little link on commentary tomorrow, he says. All right, okay. So, yeah, my one and only game.
Wow.
100 against
Take
Derbyshire.
that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Here's Stuart bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Liam Dawson.
I hope that happens to me.
Yeah, well, I very much hope so, and I hope I'm there. I hope there's enough kit lying around the BBC once it's all gone out for the elections that I can get up there and
pull some kit together for you.
watch it. Yeah, well, it'd be nice. I'm not sure there's... I don't know how many places they're out for the counts and that sort of thing, but yeah, we'll wait and see. Stephen Nye has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com under the heading "Greetings from Luxembourg." See, you were saying people wouldn't listen abroad, but there's one.
There we go.
Dawson's forward, punches that back to Stuart, who fields on his follow-through. Really enjoying the online coverage of Hampshire over the last few years, says Stephen. I don't want to give too much away age-wise, but the last time I saw Hampshire play live in Bournemouth, he says you were playing in that one. Keep up the good work, says Stephen. Last time Hampshire played in Bournemouth, I'm going to take a guess. Probably way before you were born, Georgia. I'm guessing early 90s. There we are, that's a guess. Dave Allen's listening at the moment. He'll probably say, no, it was this year and it was this month on that day, but because Dave's good like that. But it was around about there. Haven't played since. The wicket used to be all right there, and then it broke up after about a day. And the last 2 days were a bit of a nightmare. Let's push back to Stuart. Eh?
Cash in on the first
Oh,
day.
yeah, if you didn't bat first, that was it. As a batter, you gave it
A lot
up.
of pressure on the skipper
Yeah.
to win that toss.
Yeah, you just threw your arms up in the air when you realised you were batting second and thought, well, we'll just wait until the next game and move on. 3:19 for 4. Hampshire were 3:01 for 3 at the start. I've got another email. But you started a Chesterfield thread here, Georgia.
See? Everyone's going to be knowledgeable on Chesterfield after today.
That's outside the off stump, and Dawson leaves that one alone. This one's from George Bartlett, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, just emailing regarding your conversation regarding Chesterfield. This is going to...
See?
Honestly,
Put
Matt,
Chesterfield on the map.
yeah, I know, she has. You're going to get the freedom of Chesterfield at some point. When you go up there on Friday for the Vipers, somebody will come along and say, do you know what? You've given us so much publicity. You've got the freedom of Chesterfield here. They'll give you a certificate before the game.
I'm not down with the lingo either.
Stuart bowls. Dawson gets a length ball, and it's a no ball. Called by the umpire. Chesterfield is home to the Emprise Group Limited, other whatever they do available, who run and own the Barmy Army.
There we go.
And the R66T Academy, which I have no idea what that is. I am myself originally from Wimborne in Dorset, but moved up to Sheffield for the university. Loving the commentary, says George. So there we are, the Barmy Army's origins, and Chesterfield has pushed out square on the offside. Did you know that?
I did not know that. There's probably a lot of things I don't know about Chesterfield, so
really
keep the intel coming. But I do know when we played finals day last week up at Derby, a couple of the stewards were coming up to me saying we didn't know you were from Chesterfield, and they said you're from Cheshire. I said Cheshire? That must be, people who are from Chesterfield clearly say Cheshire is the way to go. So.
There we are, Cheshire. I've just found out what R66T is. There's a drive by Dawson past the diving short mid-off fielder. It won't go all the way to the rope at the top end of the ground. They will pick up 2. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, running after that one, throwing it back at the bowler's end. 2 runs to end that over. 323 for 4. Dawson He's got his first runs on the board, and Vince has 163. The R66T Academy is the Joe Root Academy.
The Joe Root Academy. Actually, the Joe Root Academy saved me many a time when I was coaching.
Really?
On their Instagram page, they upload lots of videos of good drills to do with children. So they did. They helped me out a lot, actually, in my coaching days with the youngsters. A few ideas of quirky drills to keep them entertained.
So it's a good source for a coach.
Yeah. Stobo running in here. Vince just leans back on that and cuts it through cover point for 4 effortlessly.
Brilliant, isn't it?
He looks like he's got all the time in the world.
It's scary, isn't it?
I know.
It is. Just going back to I mentioned earlier, for anybody just joining us, that Ben Brown, one of Ben Brown's remarks that stood out for me in his interview last night, which you can hear on the Hampshire Cricket website and app, and also part of it on the Solent Sport Twitter feed. He said that he was out there early on in his innings and found it difficult. He just said he was watching James Vince at the other end making it look so easy. He said he just made the day feel easy, and he said it should have been harder than that.
Like he's betting on the M1.
It does, doesn't it?
He very much gives me the sense of stand and deliver, James Vince.
Yeah.
Just knocking that one into square leg, possibly moving in a bit there. Took his bottom hand off the bat. So that one nipped in slightly.
As predicted, Dave Allen has come back with a date. Hampshire's last game at Bournemouth was 1992 against Middlesex.
Year before I was born.
Was it the year before? Was it?
The discussion going on here. Mid on and mid off come in to speak to the bowler.
What are they talking about here, Georgia? This is a situation you're in many times, isn't it?
Well, it looks like they're dropping square leg out onto the boundary, bringing mid-wicket across into the covers. I think there maybe a change of tact here, wanting to go a touch straighter at Vince, possibly, or trying to block off that booming cover drive, maybe.
Do well to stop that, the way he's playing it.
Vince just getting forward and defending that into the leg side. So mid-on looks like they've gone a little marginally wider into a mid-wicket region.
Something else about you here, Georgia. Simon Jones of the Hampshire Cricket Board, cricket development manager there. I guess you would have come across him a few times. solentcricket@gmail.com. He's emailed, great to see Georgia and Georgia Elwes out and about at Ampfield and North Baddesley Cricket Club last Friday.
Ah, yes, we did.
Oh, yeah.
Big appearance. We presented a signed Southern Vipers shirt to the club up there. It was fantastic to go down there and see how many kids were running around on a Friday evening.
Oh.
There it is again. Vince just leaning forward and driving that straight through the covers for 4.
I think we've got to give Stobo a little bit of credit for being a good bowler, you know, and having won the Sheffield Shield during the winter. So he got, I think it was 22 wickets for Western Australia in the Sheffield Shield campaign. Is he deliberately feeding James Vince there, or is he sort of thinking, well, do you know what, there is a little bit in this wicket, I've got a new ball, let's invite the drive and maybe I might catch the edge? What is happening here?
I do wonder with the Aussie bowlers if they have to change their tact a little bit on our pitches over here. Stovo in again, feeding that drive of Vince's as he puts it through extra cover for 4. Probably one of his best time ones today. That flew to the boundary. And he does look like he is just feeding that cover drive of James Vince. I think from my experience of being in Australia, you know, the pitches out there definitely have a lot more carry and bounce. So I think they probably get a bit more purchase off a length than they would over here on our wicket. So potentially feels like he has to go a bit fuller, try and get the ball to move around a bit in these conditions. But it does look like it's not zipping through to the keeper. It's very slow off the wicket, allowing Vince to lean forward and time it through the covers. In again, another drive from Vince, but straight to the cover fielder this time. Not quite timed, looked like it came off the toe of his bat there. And the score is 335 for 4 at the end of that over.
Thanks, Georgia. Right, Georgia's going to stay on. Matt Cole is going to come alongside her. Just as I disappear, John Paul Story, Melissa's dad's back, saying, yes, you've outed me, Matt. Too many years spent watching Canterbury, Tunbridge Wells, Folkestone and the Moat. Moat's Maidstone, I think, off the top of my head. A quick guess. Put me right if I'm wrong.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Georgia.
Good morning.
I'm really sorry I missed all the Chesterfield chat, to be honest. Looked up some stats on the
Any
Spire.
Chesterfield stats
And,
for us this morning?
It's Grant Stewart bowling from the pavilion end to Liam Dawson. Just turns out into the onside, and you'll know, of course, that the Spire has a 9.5-foot lean in its 228 feet. That's yeah.
I'll tell you what, I might suggest a team quiz on Chesterfield on the way up there. I'll be
Great
full of
idea.
knowledge. They're the only quiz I'll ever win.
All sorts of great shopping there, I'm told, by Visit Peak District in Derbyshire. It's not in their interest to pick it up either. Here's Stewart to Dawson. Just drops this one to the offside. It's a quick run taken. Very swift indeed. Charlie Stobo sort of feints as if he's going to throw the ball to the wicketkeeper's end, but didn't pick it up cleanly, so they come through for a quick single. Michelin-starred restaurant there as well. Or
I do
restaurants,
like my food,
maybe.
actually.
There you go.
I didn't know Chesterfield would have that on offer.
The charming Shambles. I'm told that's a shopping centre, is that right? Doesn't
Shame we're
sound
not
great,
there
does
for
it?
longer.
Yeah.
Could have had a weekend there.
Hardwick Hall, National Trust property just outside Chesterfield. So other towns in Derbyshire are available, of course, all around the country for visiting.
It's got some beautiful countryside.
Yeah. Actually, I was in the Peaks a couple of weeks ago. Near a place called Ashbourne on the Derbyshire
Very
Dales. Drive
My
by Vince ends up with the mid-off. No, right, sorry.
my nan used to be very fortunate to live on the Chatsworth estate,
Oh,
which was very nice for me to go and visit because it
I
felt like I
bet.
was on a rural retreat to the countryside.
I thought you were going to say you felt like Lady of the Manor. there.
Yeah, very much so when you go up to the main house
Yeah.
there. They have some nice markets around Christmas time, so good for the Christmas shopping.
Yeah. It's all got a bit Jane Austen here on BBC Radio. Solent BBC Radio Kent's commentary of this game. Lovely shot from Vince, extra cover drive. And he's gone full there as Grant Stewart. And James Vince, as he did yesterday, he's just going through the gears at the moment. He's on to 179 from 235 balls and hit two really crisp boundaries off Charlie Stobo in the last over, and that's as good as any of them. Lovely shot.
It's a great shot. He doesn't look like missing any more after a few early player misses this morning. I think when he brought up his 175, that took him to 13,000 runs. I read an email somewhere with a few stats on.
So yeah, first class.
But
Getting past that
bad
landmark.
career.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks in the mood this morning. Stewart to him. Again, it's gone through, well, wide mid-off this time. It's fielded. Is that Charlie Stobo out there? I think it might be. But yeah, wide mid-off there. Does stop it this time. He's looking for exactly the same shot. And he hit three identical shots off Stobo in the last over, didn't he? Covered drives. One ended with the fielder, but two of them went for four.
Yeah, watching the highlights of yesterday, Vince is so quick to pick up anything back of a length, so they probably feel they have to keep going full at him, but that cover drive is in fine form this morning.
Yeah, he's seeing it big, is James Vince. Defends this one. Decent ball from Grant Stewart. And a dot ball. And to end an over. 5 have come off it. Hampshire 340 for 4. So we're discussing from a Ken point of view here. Things could get ugly pretty quickly if Vince gets into his stride this morning. He looks every inch like he might do. Hampshire building this first innings total. And Kent, it's a worrying stat for them. They've conceded 400 in the first innings of games in all but one of their games this season of the county championships. They really have been on the end of some difficult days in the field so far.
Yeah, and I think Hampshire, off the back of their previous game, possibly not getting the declaration right or not able to bowl Warwickshire out, will have a little bit of a point to prove. So they'll look to bat, put as many runs on the board as possible, I think.
I mean, Kent will be fine with them declaring now, I think. If they want to make it competitive, I think absolutely.
We've got a change of bowler here, and it looks like Everson into the attack.
It's Joey Everson, Kent all-rounder. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, or not. Change back.
Not seeing things. He went into a rehearsal, didn't he, on his run? But
marked his run up out, gave the umpire his hat, but he's walking back to short mid-wicket.
That's a weird one. Yeah, the PA announcer just announced, and understandably so. It looked every inch like Joey Everson was going to bowl that over, but Charlie Stober perhaps coming back for one more?
Maybe due to them changing strike with Stobo wanting an over at Dawson here. Bowls, it's a heavier length there. Dawson pats it back.
I was interested to hear what you were saying about Liam Dawson's off-field persona.
He's been great,
Spicy
actually.
spinner.
Yeah, spicy spinner. He's a real character, but I can't fault really the guys up here and how welcoming they've been with us, and they always come and chat. Often come over when we're training, pick our brains and talk cricket. So be great to hear Liam's views on spin bowling. Stobo in, but Dawson defending that nicely to extra cover. Comes in quite tight on the offside there. I forget in red ball cricket how tirelessly they have to work on shining the ball.
Yes, true.
We've lost that in white ball cricket because the white balls just really don't swing that much anymore. In, and Dawson plays and misses outside off stump there. That one looked like it zipped through to the keeper.
Absolutely.
Bit of pace behind it.
Yeah, decent delivery from Stobo, justifying, I was going to say coming back on. He's continuing, but it looked like Everson was going to take this over.
Short temporary break that he got. I think he fancied squeezing a little over and against Liam Dawson here.
This is his sixth.
Can trouble him.
I think, yeah.
In again, Dawson drives straight to extra cover. No run.
Kent generating a bit of chat in the field. It went very quiet, and understandably so, in the last session yesterday. They didn't manage to take a wicket, and the body language wasn't bad, but certainly the volume went down.
Yeah, I can imagine it must get quite tough in those scenarios. We don't experience much multi-day cricket in the women's game, but certainly in 50 over cricket you still have periods and patches of the game where it certainly drops. Stobo in again and left alone outside off stump by Dawson.
So I think I'm right in saying, yeah, because they started with a new ball this morning, didn't they? So he's bowled 6 on the trot here, Stobo. So I imagine he'd be due a rest at some point, but I think what you say makes a lot of sense. He just wanted one go at the new batter, maybe. Dawson, his innings 15 balls in.
They drop point out to the boundary there, so big space on the offside for Dawson, and he gets forward and defends that straight to extra cover for no run. Maiden over.
Yeah, I wonder that will encourage the captain to give him one more. He may well be leading a one-man campaign with Danny Bell-Drummond, saying, just put me on once more. Bell-Drummond at the moment is in deep conversation with Nathan Gilchrist. But who knows who's going to bowl the next over. Just because he's talking to Nathan Gilchrist and he's taken his cap off and giving it to the umpire doesn't mean that Gilchrist is going to bowl this over. We've been fooled before. James Vintage is just taking a drink maybe, and gloves as well. I mean, it looks, I said we've been fooled before, looks every every indication that Nathan Gilchrist is going to bowl from the the pavilion end. But we'll wait until he's actually got the ball in hand and he's rushing towards James Vince, I think.
Charging in.
Yeah, looks like it.
They're just keeping the batters on their toes this morning, the Kent side.
So I was thinking with the change in the women's game next season, so the 8 new franchises.
Yes.
I would imagine nothing will change very much at Hampshire. It won't be as much of a change as for the other counties that haven't got a 100-side or a regional side base there already.
Can't imagine we'll see too much change down here. I think we've been quite fortunate that this has been our home, our full-time home, certainly for the last 2 years now. But other regions, are still training in different venues every day of the week. And
Gilchrist bowls to Vince, just a clip off his chest more or less, angling it to backward of square for his Cushy fields, and there's a single, Hampshire 341 for 4.
Yeah, so I think we've been very well looked after actually, and I can't fault Hampshire for what they've done for us and what they've invested into the women's game and how well we've been treated down here. But I know, for other regions, I think certainly the Western Storm, which is the west of the country, they have a lot of travel because they don't essentially have a home. They don't have a training hub or a playing hub that they can be at regularly. So it's not easy because you're asking us to be professional cricketers, but there's nowhere to relocate to, no structure and no formality. So hopefully we'll see that change moving forward with the new tier system.
Gilchrist right arm over, left by Dawson through to wicket-keeper Harry Finch. I think Kevin was saying, I think I'm right saying yesterday that Essex are going to centre their women's team at Colchester, but I don't know if that's training as well.
Yeah, I think
that would help certainly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Somerset have obviously taking on the reins of the Western Storm. Essex will be based, I think, around Colchester.
Sure. Play
majority of their games at Chelmsford where possible, I would imagine.
It's Gilchrist to Dawson, just to get that in the gap between point and cover. Daniel Drummond runs after it. The Kent captain will take themselves a comfortable 2 from that. 3-4-3 for 4. So I can see the sense of it. I think all supporters can see the sense of it, particularly I suppose in double heading games in the summer where you've got a single identity, I suppose, for sides. Yeah,
and allow fans, I guess, to align to both a women's and a men's team. It's worked so well in the 100. I think they're looking to replicate somewhat in the county system.
It's Gilchrist to Dawson. Again, looks for that shot, just steering it into the offside, but this time it's fielded by Daniel Drummond, and there's no run. So I'm imagining pre-season the photo shoots will be slightly more straightforward for the two teams, I suppose, like they are in the 100.
Yeah, and I think it's, even now when I get asked who I play for and you say Southern Vipers to a lot of people and they don't understand what Southern Vipers is because, everyone's grown up knowing what county cricket is. And
as Gilchrist bowls to Dawson, just gets bigger in for a second there. Dawson defends it off his middle stump. There's no run.
So I think it will make things certainly a little bit more easier to explain and for people to align themselves, I guess, to a team. But equally, there are still some counties who have been quite prolific in producing women's cricketers and looking after women's cricket that have missed out on Tier 1 opportunities.
Gilchrist to Dawson, cuts that away. It's a glorious shot. Just leaning back, cutting it through the offside, and that's 4 runs. Absolute beauty. And Gilchrist, who has been expensive, going around about 5 and over, has been taken for 7 in that over. 3-4-7 for 4. Obviously that leads me to talk about Kent, and I know they were very disappointed that their bid wasn't accepted in the way it certainly feels from following the county for many years that they have invested time and money, of course, in the women's game, produce a lot of players, but there can only be 8 to start. I suppose that's the nature of it.
Only 8, and I think location seems to be quite a significant factor in the tiers, really. When you look at the teams that have got Tier 1 status, there's quite an even spread throughout the country, and clearly that was the ECB's priority. But it is tough, obviously, as a Sussex player.
Yeah, I was going to say Sussex have a very fine
many a
reputation,
battle
like
with
Kent.
Kent,
Yeah.
over the years, and they did, going back sort of 5-10 years, they did a lot right, and they were they led the charge on women's cricket really. But equally, you can't fault what Hampshire have done for the game in more recent times. Speaking from a Sussex-Hampshire point of view, has been outstanding. So we do have a change of bowler here. Everson into the attack finally. Starts no run. Vince blocks that.
As you say, Sussex have a fine reputation as well, bringing players through to the international setup and
Have produced a lot of
quality players. Yeah.
England cricketers.
Well,
and
including spare your blushes.
well, and Sussex and Kent have got a lot of regional players who are now in pro contracts in various different teams across the circuit. So they're a product of what they were doing so well 10 years ago. Everson in and left alone outside off stump from Vince there. So Everson just looks to find his rhythm. Coming into the attack. So yeah, it's, I think, mixed feelings.
Yeah.
It's hard for the players as well. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one for me to get my head around. I've grown up all my life, apart from the brief 5 years I had in Chesterfield, of course.
Glorious years.
Glorious years as a Sussex player, and moving forward I'll be representing Hampshire. But equally very excited about it too. Vince driving a little bit harder on that one, but straight to a very close mid wicket on the leg side.
Certainly with a thought of further expansion, it's going to be a while, isn't it? But teams like Sussex and Kent can push to be one of the future franchise teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I do hope that with time, when they increase to talks of left alone outside off stump there, Vince looks like a little bit of a way shape from Everson there, up here, but fairly wide, probably not where he wants to be putting the ball. But yeah, I think, I do hope when we go, we're looking to increase to 10 teams initially, and then within 5 years, 12 teams. So I hope in the long run they do get looked after, because I think the two counties certainly deserve that. Everson in again, and missed time there as Vince looks to drive through the offside, but gets an inside edge back to Everson.
He hits the ball hard, doesn't he? Even if he's mistiming it, he's just bludgeoning it. Is James Vince there?
He's certainly going quite hard at the ball now off this Everson over, looking to get one away off the front foot here. Everson going quite full at Vince. Very full there, low full toss that Vince picks out. That fielder close in on the leg side at mid-wicket, who looks like he's hurt himself after that shot. He did get a hold of it.
That's Matt Parkinson, just holding his bowling hand there. And
no, not the bowling hand, but that was a maiden over.
Right,
from
I'm saying
Everson
it's a dangerous position for to be a Kent bowler at the moment, because injuries seem to be following their bowling unit around, so have to be worrying going down the steep stairs, etc. But so we've got a change in the commentary. I think now I'm off to do an update. Kevin James has got us all sorted. I'll be on mic very shortly with Nathan Gilchrist just coming in for the first ball of this new over to Dawson, defends it into the offside. Kevin James.
So 347 for 4 then, Hampshire, having resumed on 301 for 3. So just the one wicket this morning after 25 minutes of play. Ben Brown got a good ball from Grant Stewart, just nipped back on him a fraction. He was LBW for 110, 259 that partnership for the 4th wicket was worth. And just to repeat, it is a new partnership record for the 4th wicket for Hampshire against Kent. Dawson's forward to Gilchrist, and that goes up to mid-off, and there is no run. So it's very much the order of the day for Kent to make use of this new ball, second new ball, which they took straight away this morning in the 84th over. And Really don't let Hampshire get too far away from them. Otherwise they will very quickly find themselves batted out of the game. Wasn't a good day for them yesterday. They can't afford to have a similar day today as Gilchrist bowls. Dawson's on the back foot, steers that in front of point. And that's racing away to the boundary. Nicely timed off the bat of Liam Dawson. Total moves past the 350 mark. So another bonus point for Hampshire in this game. It's come up in the 97th over. So still some more overs yet to collect another bonus point. Remember, 110 overs is the cut-off. Kent are 2 wickets away from another bonus point. Hampshire 49 runs away as they now move on to 351 for 4. Dawson's on 13, faces Gilchrist again from that pavilion end, and that's half stopped in the covers, and they'll jog through for a single. 352 for 4 is now the total for Hampshire. I've got another little snippet about Chesterfield that we were talking about earlier. Georgia had no idea that Chesterfield would generate so much excitement, so much interest when she mentioned just casually that you were born in. Mark Nanji has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great to hear Georgia on commentary. She's one of my favourite Vipers. She's right next to me, so she heard that. I know very little about Chesterfield, says Mark, as Vince clips that away through mid-wicket. There is at least 2. There is a fielder on the boundary running round now, and that is 2 runs to James Vince, takes him to 182. Mark Nanji says he knows very little about Chesterfield other than its proximity to Chatsworth House, which is well worth a visit. And Georgia is nodding approvingly. You've obviously been there. Yes, she has. I believe it's the birthplace of the late, great Gordon Banks. I did not know that. I presume that's the former England goalkeeper who made that very, very famous save at the World Cup from a header from Pele. Look it up on YouTube if you've never seen it. I think most people will have seen it. One of the great saves of all time. I know that he played for Chesterfield, says Mark. Well, that's interesting. As Vince is forward to Gilchrist, and that's the end of the over. Gilchrist has now completed 14 overs and has none for 74. Hampshire are 354 for 4. So I'm just going to look up the great Gordon Banks' career, and I have no doubt, of course, what Mark says is true. But obviously that's one that I didn't realise. The late Gordon Banks, of course. His clubs, yes, include Chesterfield in his youth. Interesting. Played there between 58 and 59. 23 appearances. There we go. But made 73 appearances for England. Gordon Banks, born in Sheffield. Right, okay. Now another conference going on below us, as Joey Everson has ball in hand. 39-run partnership currently between these two, and they have been together for 50 balls. Field just changing somewhat with a deep square leg now for Dawson. Cover that was on the boundary is coming in, and there is a sort of slip, actually almost 2.5 slips. That's me, AA. Here's Everson with his medium pace, and he just pulls out of his run-up at the last minute. I think Dawson's probably just seen somebody move behind the bowler's arm. Simon Watkins has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, read Charlie Stobo feeding Vince's drive, which we were talking about a little earlier, and Aussie and English pitches, which Georgia was talking about. Would bowling with a Dukes also be something for him to get used to? Good point, yeah. Because of course he's used to the Kookaburra ball. That's a full delivery, punch driven by Dawson up to mid-off, fielded by Grant Stewart, no run. And make a difference to his line and length, etc. Thanks for the brilliant commentary as always, says Simon. I think it's something definitely to include in the calculations. I think he was probably just expecting the ball to just move a little bit and probably thought, well, I'll feed a couple of those shots and maybe on the law of averages one will catch the edge, because we saw a very full delivery to Toby Albert from the man bowling now. Catch the edge as Albert was driving. Dawson's driving again off the front foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. So maybe he thought, well, I'll try it for 2 or 3 balls and see if it worked. Unfortunately for Charlie Stober, it didn't quite work. Matt is back with us. Matt Cole.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Yes. I've got a couple of long emails here, so
Okay.
I'm going to have to read through them first before I actually come to them. Here's try and paraphrase them a little bit more. Everson runs away from us, bowls, wraps Dawson on the pads, but it's going down the leg side.
I should say you can get in touch with us. I know our regulars on the Kent commentaries use kentcricket@gmail.com, and our Twitter address @BBC Kent Sport as well. Do give us a shout. I know Kent fans won't be exactly probably excited by the match position here, but always great to hear from you.
I've just been sent a picture actually of a signed cricket bat by Russ Young. Short, pulled away by Dawson in front of square along the ground for a single. He moves on to 15, 355 for 4. So Russ Young has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, hope you're all well. I visited the car boot sale over the weekend and picked up this Duncan Fernley Willow mini bat. Other bat manufacturers available, of course. And the late Duncan Fernley, actually, I think he sadly passed away during the winter. I think it was. I know it's fairly recently. Seriously nice guy. Was on the committee at Worcestershire for a number of years, and there were many players in the past that were signed to his company. As that's Vince pushing that good delivery back to the bowler with a number of signatures on it. The only one I recognise is the umpire, Dickie Bird. Do you recognise any of the others and what team they're from and maybe the era? Oh my word, says Russell. I'm going to try and blow this picture up and see if I can. Oh God, I would ask Georgia, but this is way out of her era. The bottom one is definitely Dickie Bird, you can tell. So I guess he signed that as an umpire. I don't think he signed that as a player. That's turned away on the onside by James Vince. As usual with a lot of these signatures, they can be very difficult to make clear. Can you make any of these out? Well, we're trying to keep an eye on the cricket. Oh my word, I'm striking with any of these. That's the end of the over, by the way. 356 for 4. As you can see, we're trying to search up and down this bat for any name that we recognise. And
it's like the linguist with the Rosetta Stone, this, isn't it? It's trying to work
Keith
out the
somebody. Ken somebody.
Could be Keith Fletcher? No. And then you're looking for the other signatures to sort of back them up, aren't
That's
you,
right.
in terms of...
Around the same era.
Crikey.
Doug. Oh, is that Doug Insole? That looks like Doug
Could
Insole.
Could be.
Now
Like
that's
that.
quite an old bat. Doug Insole, he was a player, but I think he wasn't he? They used to call him secretary in those days of the old TCCB, the Test and County Cricket Board. Here's Gilchrist. That's driven up to mid on. Sorry, you were just
Beg
on
your
your
pardon.
computer. So
Sorry, yeah, no.
I'll let you
right.
do the rest of the over.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
That's not Ron. No, Ron somebody.
Ron somebody. There we go. Narrows it down.
Is it Ron? That is a Ron, isn't it?
Maybe a Roy, is it?
Or Roy.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling that is Doug Insole. And a Ken somebody.
There's a Ken and a Keith somebody, I think, like that. There we go.
Yeah.
Well, that's as clear as mud. It's, Vince drives, cover drive, fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond. There's no run. Fielding positions is it's behind the stumps here. Harry Finch, the wicket keeper, alongside him is Jack Leaning. Took an excellent catch yesterday to get rid of Toby Albert. The third wicket to fall. Then Tawanda Mayeye looks at it's gully position there. Ben Compton on the point boundary. Daniel Bell Drummond cover. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Deep square leg, deep backward square. Vince picks out Daniel Bell Drummond along the ground looking for a drive. Just checks it actually. It's more or less just a push into the offside, and that's a dot ball.
Well, let's just assume for a minute it's Doug Insole. Now,
Yeah.
I'm just looking up. His England career was between 1950 and 1957. So have you got a bat there that is something to do with the 1950s. But Dickie Bird?
Need to look at a squad there to try and pick out some names, maybe.
Yeah.
It's Gilchrist bowls to Vince, plays it late, but clips it nicely off his toes. Forward of square on the onside, and that's fielded by Feroz Kushi. Goes into wicketkeeper Harry Finch. He was running the latest from the England game out of the dressing room onto the balcony yesterday. It was Feroz Kushi as the equaliser went in. There was a large shout, as Kevin was saying, on his interview with Ben Brown. Very keen. It's Gilchrist to Dawson. There's no great backlift, just nudges that into the offside, out towards the boundary. Ben Compton comes around from point to cover to stop that one. High throw into Harry Finch, leaving on tiptoe to take that one high above his head. Thrown back, bit of cloud cover now. It's got a breeze as there was yesterday. Hoping none of the rain that we saw yesterday, which wasn't on the forecast, but nonetheless did its best, or its worst. Cut away by Vince, and no chance for Compton this time. Miles away from an attractive shot from James Vince. He moves on to 188, and the end of that Gilchrist over as well. And it's not improving his economy. He's none for 80 off 15 on his return to the side, Nathan Gilchrist, and really not bowling any of those deliveries, which are really worrying the batters either. Saying slightly quicker than the rest of the Kent attack maybe, but Vince angling him away. 188 from 362 for 4 at the end of that over.
Oh, I'm just looking up some England cricketers in the 1950s, and I'm
less
trying
pictures
to
as well.
match the names to
Yeah.
anything that might be on here. And if I'm honest, I can't quite match them up.
Trying to find Fred Truman.
Yeah, and people like that, Fred Titmus, and I mean some of these names, Brian Statham, Roman Sabaro, but I just don't recognise them on these. Is that Sabaro? I don't know. Anyway, so you've got the idea, and thank you for the picture. We probably haven't been much help there, really. Again, there's a bit of a chat as Jerry Everson's almost calling over Daniel Bell-Drummond, or maybe Bell-Drummond says, hang on a minute, I just want to have a quick chat with you.
What are their plans for Liam Dawson here, I wonder?
So, yeah, sorry I'm not much help with that. I think there are people around that sort of study people's... Oh, actually, Dave Allen has just sent me a message saying, please send me the photo. And I think Dave Allen will be able to help. Here's Joey Everson. That's pushed to point by Dawson, and there is no end. So that's a good idea. So what I will do is I will pass that photo over. I'll probably do that at lunchtime, actually. And Dave Allen might be able to help this afternoon. If he's still around this afternoon, hopefully he's still listening. And we might have an answer. We might have some names by tea time. 362 for 4, wouldn't that be exciting? Here comes Everson. Bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! Oh, and the stumps come out of the ground. Dawson pushing forward there. Everson just found some movement in this pitch. And Dawson goes for 16. The second wicket of the morning has fallen. And Hampshire are 362 for 5.
Yeah, lovely delivery that from Joey Everson. A few better sights for a bowler in cricket than a stump disappearing out of the ground. Just looking at the replay there. Yeah, a little bit of shape, actually. A bit of shape in the air, something off the pitch as well. It's just left Dawson minutely. Not said massive movement, as we said before on this pitch, but yeah, got a little bit in the air, a little bit off the pitch, and that's taken the off stump out of the ground, hitting it low, and Dawson has to go. And Kent, I would say, with that wicket just about clinging on here, but they need something they've not done since the first session, is wickets in quick succession to get back in this one. Hampshire still obviously in a fantastic position. Liam Dawson goes though, and the score 362 for 5.
It's just interesting when you see balls like that. I mean, that is definitely pitched and straightened, and it's drawn the batter forward. That's almost a perfect ball, really. He's drawn Dawson into the shot. He's committed. And it's just straightened on him off the pitch. But when you see balls like that, and you look up at the scoreboard and you just think, shouldn't really be 362 for 5. But of course, as always, until you've seen both sides bowl on the pitch, it's very difficult to draw an exact comparison, but it does feel that the total's a few more than it should be. And James Vince is still out there at 188 not out. He's added 39 runs this morning in an hour and a quarter. So I think Kent's bowling's been a lot steadier this morning. We've seen some lovely cover and extra cover drives from James Vince, but other than that, Hampshire have been made to work a little harder for runs this morning. James Fuller is the new batter for Hampshire. Now, he will certainly up the pace if he's allowed to be out in the middle for any length of time. So Kent won't really want him to be getting himself in and nudging the ball around, because this run rate will slowly but surely increase while he's out there. It's just over 3.5 at the moment overall. Here's Everson then to Fuller, and he's immediately off the mark with a clip off his legs. Not sure if Everson went for the Yorker there, but it was quite full. Middle and leg, the line. Fuller takes the score on to 363 for 5.
Just looking at the bonus points situation, and so 100 overs up after this over's finished. They're 30 odd from 400, so could get to their 4th one. The 5th looks unlikely, doesn't it? So we go at 9 and over to get that.
Yeah, I think realistically, that's down the leg side. Taken by Finch, moving smartly to his left. So we've had just over an hour and a quarter's play this morning. Hampshire have added 62 runs and lost Ben Brown for 110, who added just 4 to his overnight total, and Liam Dawson, of course, gone earlier in this over. We've got cloud cover, full cloud cover, though the clouds are quite high. Very similar situation to yesterday, actually, just after the rain went. There's another one way down the leg side. I think she's quite nimble on his feet there, taking it very neatly.
Is he just trying to bowl on middle stump, is he, Everson, and quite full as well?
Dave Allen's just confirmed that he's around after lunch, so we will get that bat sorted out. Or some names, hopefully.
It's like the detective unit of a...
Here's Everson then, right arm medium pacer in bowls, and that's outside off stump, hit away by James Vince, who seems very keen to pick up 2 with the fielder out on the boundaries. That Feroz Kushi, who's waiting a while for his first knock through his on loan county. 365 for 5, and Fuller will face the first ball in the next over.
He's on 190 for James Vince here. It's commentary via BBC Solar and BBC Radio Kent. Welcome wherever you're listening. On the BBC Sport website and app. With the live text feed, of course, on the BBC Cricket page. And with the pictures here, courtesy of Hampshire County Cricket Club at the Utilita Bowl, with Matt Cole and Kevin James with you at the moment. Georgia Adams will be with us a couple of minutes' time, actually. Yeah. Is Kevin trying to usher me out already?
Well, did it look that obvious?
I can't say I blame anyone.
Well, not at all.
Give the listeners a relief as well.
No. You're one of our best friends here when you come here. You're one of our bestest friends.
Crikey.
Yeah. I say that to
people
everybody.
Must be really unpleasant when they come to you.
I say that to every commentator this year.
Always very generous in your introductions. As Gilchrist, if not entirely factual or based on anything at all. It's defended by Fuller off middle stump there, and there's no run. I enjoy it here.
You say that everywhere you go.
I do, it's true. I love watching cricket, to be honest.
Yeah, we do.
It's
like everybody on the ground and everybody watching and listening, we're all cricket lovers.
Yeah, totally spoiled as well. Being able to stay here, so it's the shortest commute in, unless you're going down down the garden to a building working from home. This is driven up to mid-off and there's no run. 365 for 5. Envy those people. Well, we've got gardens for a start. That's always nice. Yeah, cloudy overhead here for the second day. Started in bright sunshine. I think this is pretty much the pattern for the next 2 days, but we'll just hurries Fuller a little bit on off stump, does Nathan Gilchrist. That's what they want from him. So you just keep accurate. He bowls that ball, which is just a little bit quicker than anything else in the Kent attack. Just trying to hurry and worry James Fuller into an early dismissal. As you say, if he gets going.
Yeah. Well, we remember the T20 game here, which was on a knife edge till about the third to last over, and Fuller hit 3 consecutive sixes.
Of course, yeah, it was a great game, that one. As Gilchrist to Fuller. Defends that one off middle and off, back at the bowler, no run, taking no advantage.
Yes, I remember the crowd were on their edge of their seats thinking Hampshire might need to get a move on here, and it got to the 18th over. Fuller went bang, 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 6-6-6, and it brought the game to life. And even then it could have gone either way, but I think there was a 6 from Benny Howell in the next over, and then the last over, Liam Dawson hit a 6, and Hampshire got home. Good game.
It really was. Great entertainment. Gilchrist to Fuller. Get the drive, getting on the front foot, but ball bounces about 2 feet away from him up towards Charlie Stobo at mid-off. I remember Sam Billings talking off that one, saying really disappointed because they felt like they were in control for sort of 3/4 of that game, and things just got away from them at the end. But
I agreed. Yeah, Hampshire were just behind the run rate really for a lot of their innings.
But that's the joy of T20, isn't it? Or is the excitement that can turn around in a few deliveries. Good ball, Yorker length that one. Fuller has dug that one out, straight back at the bowler. And there is no run, 3-6-5 for 5. Time for me to make way for George Adams.
Brian Budd on the email silentcricket@gmail.com. Having not seen a picture of the bat, he's trying to help us out a little bit. He says Doug Insole played for Essex and Dickie Bird played mostly for Leicestershire, so he said maybe it was a county game. Both played county cricket into the 60s. Ken might be Heeks, who played for Leicestershire in England while a Lancashire player, so if not, and it was an England game, maybe Essex against Leicestershire. He's saying that it might be, so he's just guessing. Probably not much help, but well, I don't know, we'll get there. We'll get there. George Adams has absolutely no idea about any of these names that we're mentioning. That's the beauty about being much younger, Georgie.
Showing my youth.
Yes. Here's Joey Everson bowling, and Vince is off the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers. He looks determined.
Very determined.
To get a 200 here. He's on 191 from 257 deliveries. He's played very sensibly. Yes, he played a mist in the first 2 or 3 overs, but it was a new ball that was taken this morning. But I don't know, there's just a different feel to James Vince in these last few days with that big 100 against Warwickshire, and the same here. Everson into Fuller. Good delivery. Fuller quietly playing that out on the offside. But there is still a little bit there, isn't there, from time to time in this pitch?
Yeah, a little bit of movement on offer at times for the bowlers, but James Vince looks on a mission here, and I think he's off the back of some good form and looks very confident at the crease.
That's for sure. Fuller has a slip and a gully as Everson bowls. Oh, that's edged. And has it become at first slip? Has it carried? Leaning says he's not sure. And it hasn't carried. Ooh. Well done, Jack Leaning.
I've got my glasses on and I thought that carried.
I must admit, my first thought was it had. Yeah. It looked a good shape on the ball actually, and it was. Oh, well, it's difficult to tell on the replay.
Just short by the looks of it.
Do you reckon?
It played with very soft hands, which saved him in the end. Oh, I watched that back. It looks like it's out.
It does, doesn't it?
That's why I'm not an umpire.
No, well, it's always difficult, isn't it? And that's a nice push drive there from James Fuller, and I think that might go over the rope, and it will. That's a nice looking shot there. James Fuller came forward just at the right time, body weight into the shot as well as the bat. Didn't have to do a lot with it. He moves on to 370 for 5. Just looks like Joey Everson's just found a little bit of shape on this ball.
Yeah, whether the overhead conditions here, it's certainly clouding over more and more, helping him generate a little bit of a waist swing there, but it's certainly shaping a little bit.
Here's Everson bowls, and Fuller drives powerfully up to extra cover, and there's no run. Liam Williamson has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, I completely forgot that I was planning to go up to the game yesterday, so I'm hoping I can can you forget? So I'm hoping I can sneak up after work one day to watch a bit of the match, though hopefully with a better experience than last time, where I witnessed Hampshire losing 6 wickets for about 30 and managing to lose my van key somewhere along the way. Loving the commentary. I think there is a message in there somewhere. Fuller's on the back foot, doesn't really time it. I think most people are thinking the same as what I am, is, to be honest, Liam, don't come up.
Stay away.
Yeah, don't come. Because we're enjoying Hampshire doing rather well, and we do not want that changed. 370 for 5.
We don't want that to change. It's nice to see Vince, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but a relatively quiet summer for him. Until the previous game, so it's nice to see Vince back doing what he does so well.
It is. And it's entertaining, and that's what the game should always be about. Are you aware of that as well when you're captaining the Vipers now? Because at the end of the day, it's an entertainment business, isn't it? Yes, it's a serious business because you want to win, and you're very lucky. You're captain of a very good team, and you're used to picking up silverware, which must be a lovely feeling. But are you also aware that it's entertainment as well?
Yeah, I think certainly going into the new structure that we're about to embark on, we're having to be more aware as females that growing our fan base is actually going to become quite important, because we've got to generate some revenue, and we've got to help Hampshire out for all the support that they give us. Gilchrist in there, big appeal, trap Vince on the pads, possibly doing too much down the leg side. Umpire having none of it.
It's always a worry at this stage, isn't it, with Vince so close to a double 100. Just going to watch that again. There's a similar delivery that got Brown out, wasn't it? One that nipped back from Stewart. And yeah, it's difficult to tell. Maybe going down, do you think?
Not too much movement, I don't think, but just looks like it's angling down the leg side from Gilchrist. Bowls, and Vince edges that perfectly between first slip and, if you say that's a fourth slip there,
yeah,
finds the gap between them. Every little helps.
195. Actually, there is a
ever
question.
Closer.
Yeah, there is a question I want to ask you, because there is a debate going on at the moment, isn't there, between a lot of people here, and whether you guys retain the name Vipers. So whether next year you are the Hampshire Vipers or the Hampshire Hawks, which is what the white ball team is known here. Can I ask you and put you on the spot?
Yeah, please do. Well,
what is your preference?
I don't have a definitive answer for you in terms of what route we are going to go down. However, we do have a bit of banter between the two teams about it all. I sort of was speaking to head coach Adi Birrell the other day, and he quite likes orange. He says it's a winning colour because his SAT 20 team have won back-to-back silverware playing in orange.
Oh.
So I think it'll certainly be up to the board what route we go down, but we quite like the Vipers name. We like the Vipers. Vince just nudges that out to point for 1 run. Back of a length, leans on it. But yeah, I think from my stance, Hampshire have been fantastic. So whatever the route they decide to go down, it shouldn't bother us too much. But we have got two quite separate identities, and I think with the Southern Vipers having the KSL franchise behind them as well, they've got a bit more longevity behind them compared to some of the other regional teams that are currently going. Fuller blocks that straight into the covers for no run. But yeah, it would be interesting to see. There's a lot of talk. I don't know if we'll go down the route of, in T20 cricket, we could be the Hampshire Vipers, and the men will be the Hampshire Hawks, possibly. And then in every other format, should we ever play some red ball cricket, we remain as just Hampshire. Could be an option. Ooh, short ball there, which has angled in, and Fuller dodges that one, gets out of the way, and that's end of the over. 5 off it, which takes Hampshire to 375 for 5.
So if I'm putting you on the spot, you know, if you, I'm sure you have an input, but you know, if you were asked and you know your views taken account, would you like to be the Hampshire Vipers?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I'd lose sleep over it should we become the Hampshire Hawks. But I think what we have done well here is we have created a identity that people have got behind. I think I'd love to know, compared to other regions in terms of fan bases, how we sit, but you know, we generate good crowds, we generally have a good following. It's nice to see when England women play down here, you see a lot of Viper shirts on display. The Utilita Bowl.
Everson starts a new over and Vince gets an outside edge. It's running down to third. If it goes all the way, that'll be a double 100, and it has. Not just much to the delight of Vince, but as you heard there, to this crowd as well. 200 James Vince, 262 deliveries and 32 fours. What an innings it's been. And that is his 4th double 100.
Wow. Not bad.
Lovely applause as well.
Nice to see everyone out of their seats here at the Utilita.
Yeah, it's beautiful, wasn't it? His first double 100 since 2001. That was against Leicestershire. I think that was first game of the season that year. That was the year where the groups were split. Hampshire played up at Grace Road. Prince's forward, pushes that towards mid-wicket. He got 231 in that game, out of a Hampshire total of 612 for 5 declared. His other double hundreds, his first one, which remains his top score, is 240. That was against Essex. Ooh. Yeah, again, that was here.
I was going to say, was it Chelmsford? Because it's quite
Yes.
a nice ground to bat at there, isn't it?
It is a nice ground to bat if you get in, and he got a T20 there last year from the top of my head. Everson bowls and Vince clips that away. He's going to run the first one quickly. He's looking for 2. He'll get 2 as well. Throw comes in at Fuller's end. It hits the bails actually, but Fuller's well home. And Vince moves on to 202. 440 for 3 declared. Hampshire in that game. I'm sure it was here, because it was a big scoring game. That was back in 2014, and his other double 100 was 201 not out for Hampshire against Somerset, and that was in 2018. So well done to him. 4 double 100s.
Not bad.
Yeah.
And 1 first game of the season, did you say? That would be a lovely way to start the season, wouldn't it?
It's not bad, is it? I'll just call that game up actually.
Set the tone.
Yeah, April 2001. April well, it started on the 8th, so I think that would have been the first game of that season. Yeah.
That would be every batter's dream, wouldn't it?
It was, isn't it? It's a lovely way to
Settle
start.
in with the double 100.
Yeah. So he's well, the scoreboard is showing 200, but he's just got a 2 there, so he should be 202. So the scoreboard has got stuck. Maybe he's not used to anybody getting past 200, and it doesn't have a computer.
Just updating
doesn't work.
it now by the looks of it.
Yeah, something's happening on that board, isn't it? Something's appeared that doesn't normally appear, which might suggest they're trying to. Now, what's happened here is the bail. As the ball hit the bail, I think it might have just snapped the bail, because I think there's another one that's come from the tunnel area away to our left. That's what I think is happening.
Guest appearance from the ground staff.
Yeah. So fabulous. 166 not out last Tuesday. 202 not out here on Monday. It's been a good week with the bat for James Vince, and I'm sure we've said that many times over his career. We've said that a lot about Georgia Adams. I remember 2020.
Oh wow, what a year that was.
What a year with the bat you had.
I played 2020. We had a game here. It was when I scored my 150, and I think it is the best wicket I've ever batted on.
Wow. Everson bowls. Vince works that to mid-wicket.
We played on that was the year Pakistan were touring, I think.
Yes.
And it was a very rain-affected test match, apparently. And not many overs got bowled on the wicket, and they saved it. Due to COVID, there was not much going on. And we played on that wicket further down the line. But yeah, it was a tough day to be a bowler because it offered nothing.
Here's Everson, bowls to Vince, it's on the line of leg stump, and Vince clips that away down to fine leg. Now it will be 203, even though the scoreboard is showing still 200, so it looks like it's having a little wobble here. Yeah, well, I remember I was here for watching that big innings of yours.
However, I loved it.
Yes,
Lovely to bat on.
Just plonk your foot down and just hit through it.
I think we only lost 1 wicket that day.
Actually, I might look that up actually in a minute.
Myself and Ellen McCacken had a good partnership, and then my Boucher came in and possibly got half century not out.
Was beaten outside the off stump there. Fuller driving. End of the over. 300 and, well, it says 379 for 5, but for me it's a couple more than that. It's 381 for 5. Yeah, let's look that game up. So it was a Rachel Hayhoe game, wasn't it? Of course, there was no Charlotte Edwards the first year, was there?
Western Storm, and actually Charlotte Edwards was not at that game.
Oh, really?
We had a COVID scare in camp, and she was watching on the live stream at home, which anyone in the Vipers team who knows Lottie well couldn't even begin to imagine what was going on that day as she was watching on the live stream.
So it was Vipers against Western Storm here, yeah?
Yes.
Let's try and find it. Who have we got back? Looks like Grant Stewart from the Pavilion End.
Back into the attack here.
Here we are, September. Oh yes, Georgia Adams not out 154 off 155 deliveries. Quick scoring. Ella McGacken 63. Maya Boucher not out 50.
There we
The
go.
Vipers 288 for 1.
We'll take that. Oh, Stewart, big appeal there as he caught Vince's inside edge, but no can do for Kent. He charges in first ball. Looks to generate a bit of movement there. That's cut James Vince in half by the looks of it.
Doesn't it? I'm just watching the replay of this as well. That looks a really good delivery.
Bit of bounce.
Oh! Might just to flick the inside of the leg as it went through. This ball is into his 21st over here, this second new ball.
Scoreboard is still loading. No software update. Vince goes hard at that one, but doesn't get any of it. So he mistimes it to mid-on. Stewart.
David Ackland's on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com, on the subject of what you might be called next year. He says Hampshire Vipers would be the best of both worlds, unifying with Hampshire and keeping the Vipers brand.
Yeah, would seem quite fitting. Vince drives. Looks like he's not happy with his timing there as he lets go of his bat and then extended look at his bat there. So he's not so happy with his timing.
It was a big wander. He was almost by
wander
the
off
square
to
leg umpire.
Moment of reflection. You're looking to accelerate here, possibly, James Vince. Stewart in, defends that back to Stewart.
Now,
Could be playing in yellow as well.
well, this is it. I mean, I know you made an interesting point about, you know, you've built a brand since what, 2016, start of the KSL.
Yeah.
And you've become known for success in orange as the Vipers. It's a big thing to give away, the colour and a name, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe we'll pick one or the other. Vince just defending that into the covers. Could maybe we'll have a whole rebrand.
Could be the
Come the Hampshire Hawks, but everyone plays in orange. Lady Birrell wouldn't be opposed to that.
No, he wouldn't. No. Do you know what? From the outside, of course, but I would say that getting the orange through would be the harder than the Vipers. I don't know, but what do I know? I don't know anything.
Embrace a bit of yellow, bit of a change up. Vince just nudging that out to deep point for one there to finish the over. And the scoreboards have gone completely blank now.
I think it should show 383. Oh, it's gone off. Well, they reboot. I've got it 383 for 5. I think we are just about there. Georgia Adams is going to stay on. And then alongside her, Matt Cole's coming back in.
They're trying the classic thing, aren't they? Turn it off, turn it on again. Has that worked? Not quite.
Resuming where they left off.
Everson bowling to Vince with a loose shot from James Vince. I think looser perhaps, because kept very, very low through to Harry Finch. 382 for 5. That looks like it. Yeah, all updated. James Vince's 4th double century of his career. They've come more or less evenly spaced from each other as well. Feels like he was due, if you can say that. About double hundreds, and not exactly simple to put together, I'm sure, but driven up to mid-off where Gilchrist fields. So the first one, and his highest first-class score, came back in 2014. Stop me if you've already... Have you been through these already, Kev? You've been through all of them. Should have been listening. There we go. Talking about one of my former schoolmates there. That was really the story of my schooling as well. 383 for 5. Drive by Vince. Has beaten Gilchrist at mid-off this time with the sheer force, the power of that shot all the way along the ground. And he goes to 208 from 275 balls. But yeah, they feel like evenly spaced. I think 4 or 3 years between the 4 of them. So, well, also in 2021, I think. So, it was about due for a double century.
You hate that as the opposition as well, where you think someone's... It's not a good place to be when you know someone's probably due a few runs, because you don't want to be on the receiving end of it.
It's just warming up to it for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So 2014, 2018, 2021, 2024. Everson now bowling to that man, James Vince. Angles that away to a point, and it'll be a single all the way along the ground. Absolutely safe, 388 for 5. Looking at the bonus point situation. So another 12 needed from 4 and a bit overs. Should make it to a 4th batting bonus point, but 5 looks beyond them. But actually...
How does the bonus point system work in Championship cricket?
So have to be taken or scored. Oh, it's a little bit of an outside edge there from James Fuller, but he's kept down really well, just played with soft hands, so it's gone between slip and gully, and that'll be 4 runs. So risk reward shot, it's done well. 9 off the over though already from Joey Everson. 392 for 5. So it only applies the first 110 overs of your first innings, so Kent will need another wicket in the next 4 and a bit overs for a second bonus point. And the batting bonus points start this season at 200. It changes every season, but it starts at 250 and then a 50 run increments to...
You can never keep up with it because it changes so frequently.
I'm easily confused as it is, frankly. You start at the beginning of the season trying to work out how many overs, how many points for what. End of that over, and James Fuller pushes that back at the bowler, Joey Everson. 9 for Fuller, 209 for James Vince. Well, it's been a decade since he scored his highest score, 240, but I don't think I'd bet against him getting there this time. 392 for 5, Hampshire, an imposing total already.
He's seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. It's a great place to be. The batter. Stewart prepares to run in again. Vince just works that into the leg side for a single.
I suppose it's a bit like any job, isn't it? It's that you have days where things are just fall into place more for you than others.
I find cricket
like
quite fascinating in that respect. That you have days where, well, you can definitely have a bit of luck on your side at times, but you do have days where you time everything and everything goes to plan. Your decision making's clear. You have days where you feel great, but you can't time a thing. It's quite bizarre in that respect. Stewart into Fuller as he drives to extra cover, no run.
I suppose the temptation must be to try and work out all those. I suppose superstition goes into that with some people, doesn't it? You think, what are the variables? I suppose you must be thinking that. It's a psychological game.
Superstition in cricket.
Yeah, I can understand it.
I've got the George Elvis doesn't let anyone eat duck before a game. Fuller just defends that into the offside. Yes, we've obviously many away trip. We normally try and find a Nando's or a Wagamama's, which is Japanese.
Oh, I was going to say, is that sort of thing you really have to avoid?
Yes, and often when we go to Waggers, as we call it, where she says no one can eat duck
on the menu,
because it means you'll get a duck the next day. Repeat of the last ball there as Fuller just drives it to extra cover for no run.
Because cricket's unlike other jobs in that, I mean, it is, and unlike other sports, isn't it? It's an individual as well as a team game, and certainly as a batter, if you get a run of low scores,
and
weighs on your psychological.
You have to be quite adaptable, I think, at times as well, given to how you want to play as an individual, but keeping in mind the situation that your team is in. That one keeping low from Stewart as he bowls full and straight, and Fuller drives to mid-on for no run. I think that's what makes it quite challenging, because certainly, I know, reflecting on my wicket yesterday, I just wanted to get the game over and done with and gave it away when I didn't need to, but it is interesting how you've always got the team situation in the back of your mind and how you can cope with adapting to that as a batter or a bowler. Deep point dropped out for that last ball, but no run. Fuller drives and hits mid-off.
I suppose as much as superstitions, you're going through a process as well, aren't you? To try to keep things the same. And
I played cricket once with a girl who would only have 6 underarms before a game, and no matter how they went or whatever happened, it was always 6, because she just wanted to keep it short, sharp and consistent and not let anything clutter her. So it was quite a unique way of prepping, but
I was saying this before the season, so Kent fans, bear with me. You might have heard this one before, but George Garrett talking about the Kent bowling unit and chatting, because he's young in his career with Kent, saying, "Oh, the other bowler's helping you out." And what was the chat like? And he said, "Oh, it's different with different people." He said, "Nathan Gilchrist, he asks you to talk about anything but cricket between balls." He's like, just wants to clear his mind. So he said the biggest problem for him, George Garrett, coming to this Kent side was thinking of, in a long day in the field, thinking of things he could talk to Nathan Gilchrist about between different. He's fielding a mid-off.
It's making small talk.
Where are you going on your holidays, exactly. What's your favourite film, Nathan? What do you think? And they are going for spin here, Kent. It's 20 minutes before lunch. They turned us round about the same time yesterday, actually, to Matt Parkinson and to Jack Leaning. 3-9-3 for 5 into breaking this emerging partnership. Tosses this up outside the off stump, and it's driven hard through the covers. And trying to see that field, it might even be George Garrett fielding there. With the other floppy hair on the cap, I think it is. Yeah, one of the fields gone off. There we are. Maybe his ears are burning. That's driven for a single from Matt Parkinson. As I said, a short comment. He came down the stairs yesterday, wasn't expecting to bowl quite as many overs on the first day of a championship match, the leg spinner. And always stumping, is it? Sharp work from Harry Finch. The umpire just inclines his head, I think, Ben Debenham to one side and saying, yeah, he's doing it again when Harry Finch is asking him, saying, close but no cigar, I think, there. But really had Fuller reaching. He's tossed it up outside off stump, given plenty of air there, Matt Parkinson. Fuller has gone for that with almost everything, through the kitchen sink at it, but managed to get all the plumbing back inside the line.
That was going a long way if he'd got hold of that one.
He did, yeah. He really had wound up for that one.
Coming towards us.
This one he's just gently nudge that forward off a forward defensive shot. It was close, but yeah, did well to get back into his ground.
Fuller is another one who's quite an interesting character within the group.
Tell us about that after this next ball. He comes down the pitch this time and slaps it back over the bowler's head, and that's 6 runs. Fairly flat trajectory, but I think that's the first 6 of the match from James Fuller. And the extra long applause is the 400 coming up from Hampshire. 4 batting bonus points for them as well. It's been a great effort so far. And, well, he tried it earlier in the over and almost got himself stumped, and that one really has connected. It's got a bit of freedom as well with 400 on the board, I think, Georgia, as well. Is Parkinson to Fuller. Just one against the spin into the onside and fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, but that was a brutal hit.
Very good scenario here for Fuller to come out and play with a little bit of freedom, try and support James Vince at the other end, but he definitely errs on the side of attacking.
Yeah, Parkinson to Fuller. As Kevin James was saying about the T20 match between these two sides, it was a really close run affair. His 3 consecutive 6s, I think in the 16th or 17th over, really changed the game. And he's looking to enforce what Hampshire have already done here. Again, given air outside the off stump by Parkinson. This time Fuller's not going for it. Keeps his powder dry. 15 for him. 211 for James Vince so far on the board. So James Fuller, you were saying he's a particular character?
He's a great character. Quite fascinating to watch him in the gym, actually. He does all these sort of quirky arm exercises with the little lowest sort of weight dumbbells, and he sets himself up in front of the mirror, and it's very sort of elaborate arm swings.
Right.
And he's quite meticulous. He does it without fail. I don't know how often, but most days I see him, he's doing the same sort of arm routine. And that is edged straight to first slip, and that's the end of James Vince for 211. Big breakthrough there for Kent. Stewart bowls back of a length, looks like gets a little bit extra bounce. And Vince finds the edge, the back foot straight to first slip. Definitely takes off a length there. Fantastic knock from James Vince. Not going to beat his record though.
Not this time, yeah. Gone for 211. He'll get massive applause as he comes off from these Hampshire supporters as well. What an innings that is. More than half of the run so far.
Big applause from the crowd here at the Utilita Bowl. James Vince walks off after a wonderful innings. Didn't look like getting out.
No, absolutely. I wonder if that was it top of the bat there. Might have even taken the glove, but yeah. So from Stewart, it
catching practice for first slip. It went straight to them, but it definitely looked like it took off back of a length, carried through. A little bit more surprising James Vince, who looked like he was just looking to bat foot punch out to deep point there.
211. Keith Barker comes out next, but he's done so much for this innings already, James Vince, and came in at a point yesterday, or started hitting the ball really cleanly at a point where Hampshire might have been in a bit of trouble at 56 for 3, and the strike rate was up at 70 or 80 all the way through that. And that massive partnership with Ben Brown as well, which has changed the complexion of this first innings for Hampshire. And now 400 for 6. Keith Barker comes out alongside James Fuller. He likes to give it a thump, does Barker as well.
Scored some valuable runs, I think, for Hampshire, batting down the order. It's nice to see him back on the pitch after a lot of rehab early season. Used to see him quite frequently in the gym, working hard to get back out there. We've been quite lucky to have Keith on board with us at the Vipers as well, sort of helping our seamers out, doing a bit of coaching.
So, yeah.
Lucky to utilise his expertise, but happy to see him back out there doing well. It runs in and Barker plays that late to Gully, who puts in a diving stop as he plays it down. There's a bit of gardening.
I was thinking from a Hampshire point of view, obviously, didn't want to lose James Vince. But that gives some encouragement to their bowlers, that lift from just back of a length, I would have thought.
Yeah, pitch still offering the seamers a little bit of something. It's Keith that gets in and behind that one and works it to point. Yeah, I mean, generally it's looked on the lower side of things this morning, but seeing with the wicket of Vince, that one just popping up off a length slightly more than normal. Stewart charges in again, the left-handed Keith Barker, who edges it down, plays it with soft hands, but it does beat the slip cordon, and they'll come back for a couple there. Doesn't look like the most pleasant of days to be in the slip cordon. A lot angling down or not carrying. But then clearly the odd one flying through, and James Vince found the gap a couple of times in that third slip region. Keith Barker just knocks that to point for no run.
Just look at the details of James Vince's 211 there from 279 balls. Which again is a good strike rate, around about 75. 33 boundaries in that as well. Really has punished this Kent attack.
How many of those were glorious cover drives?
I would say pretty high percentage from that.
30 of them.
Yeah, could well have been.
We got a couple of pull shots away yesterday. So many of them today. Was bowling very full, and Keith Barker leaves that alone outside off stump. Tentatively. And that is the end of Stewart's over, which goes for 2 off and brings the big wicket of James Vince.
He's the most economical of the bowlers so far for Kent, going at under 3 for 72 from his 26 overs. A lot of work to get through though for a man that's just coming back from an ankle injury. Just looking at the games elsewhere, no place so far. Durham against Worcestershire at Chester Street. Durham with 33 for 3 overnight, leading by 111 runs there. Well advanced, 23 wickets already fallen in that game. Also delayed at Southport, Lancashire 3-4-4 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. They are playing at Taunton, Warwickshire moving on to 3-7-9 for 8 now. Essex are 76 for 3 at the Oval in the battle of the top 2 in County Championship Division 1 against Surrey, who made 262 all out. Yorkshire pouring on the pain as Charlie Stobo takes over from Everson at this end. Yorkshire 402 for 5, having bowled out Derbyshire at Chesterfield. You may have heard mention of Chesterfield earlier in the commentary. Yorkshire 402 for 5, 326 runs ahead of Derbyshire, who bowled out for 76 yesterday. Gloucestershire 41 for 2 against Glamorgan at Cheltenham. This one is rising delivery. Fuller just tries to trying to steer it through the offside, but ends up at mid-off, was blocking it, flat-batted. They lead by 23 runs there against Glamorgan, 41 for 2. Leicestershire have won 48 for 4 against Middlesex, leading by a big margin already, 241 runs after Middlesex were bowled out for 86 yesterday. And Sussex imposing their second innings lead, 172 for 5. They're 218 ahead of Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Stobo bowls to Fuller and up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I think it's time. Yeah, it's clicked over to 1 o'clock. I'll be updating BBC Radio Kent listeners, and Kevin James will join George Adams.
So 3 wickets in this session for Kent.
They'll be a bit happier
Yeah,
than they were last night.
definitely.
Definitely looks like it's lacking in pace out there at the moment, with James Fuller moving very early, but the ball just not quite coming onto the bat as he settles in against the new bowler Stobo coming back into the attack. He charges up the small slope. Fuller blocks that into the covers, into the ball.
So if you were captain in Hampshire now, Georgia, what would you be looking for? Let's just assume nothing really much happens in the next 10 minutes before the luncheon break. What would you be saying to the team as you go into the afternoon?
Well, I think they need to get on with it with some respect, and I think they've been criticised early on in the season for probably not scoring quick enough, not getting, Fuller just blocking that back to Stobo, but not getting runs on the board quick enough to allow their bowlers time to bowl teams out. And I certainly think off the back of the last game, with probably quite a frustrating draw against Warwickshire and not being able to get that last wicket, you and R over the declaration, but I think they did leave themselves enough time. More often than not, you'd see them winning that game of cricket, but I do think that will be playing on their minds here, so they'll probably want to get on with it. And Fuller there, back foot punching through extra cover, and finds the boundary as it trickles over there for 4. But Hampshire most likely looking to eye up a 500 plus score out here today. First and foremost, get themselves to lunch, I would imagine, and that is the end of Stobo's first over back into the attack. Fuller moves on to 19 off 34, with Barker at the other end on 2. Stewart collects the ball, gets ready to charge in. A few field changes here. Extra cover come across to, looks to be fine leg. They bring Point into the gully region, and a 4th slip in play as well. So 4 players in the cordon for Keith Barker. Stewart runs in and Barker clips that down to fine leg for 1 run.
Yeah, still playing because a slightly longer morning session because we lost rain yesterday. Hampshire still batting in their first innings. 407 for 6.
Fuller
So they
back
made 106 runs this morning.
onto strike as he takes his guard.
James Vince completing a double century, the 4th double century in his career.
Left-hand, right-hand combination means that
A few moments ago he had 62
you see a few more field changes. Fielders get themselves back into position here. Just the 2 slips for Fuller. First and second in. Stewart bowls full and straight. Fuller manages to knock that into the leg side for a single. Fielders like that one.
Yeah. So you'll be basically saying to Hampshire that yeah, to score a little quicker this afternoon and give themselves.
Well, I think they've paced their innings brilliantly so far, and I think now what they don't want to do is be reckless here and give it away cheaply. But equally, if they can look to be as positive as they can to steer that score towards the 500 mark and give themselves plenty of time.
Yeah. Probably don't want to bat another time, really, would you? Well, I suppose it's not a big enough total yet, is it, to say, well, we'll just bat once.
Yeah.
It's not quite high enough yet, is it?
Not
But
high enough.
there's still a bit out there, isn't there? I mean, that ball to Vincey bounced, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's where, you know, James Vince will be looking, going, there's still something in this today for the bowlers, for our seamers to extract something from this pitch. Heavy cloud cover as well. We saw Everson getting some shape early on.
2 runs to Barker there, yeah.
Barker knocking that for another couple of runs.
It's a good position to be in, though. It's interesting that Matt Cole saying earlier that Kent have just, on too many occasions, conceded 400 plus runs in their first innings. That's a difficult to come back from, isn't it, for those?
Puts you on the back foot to start. And Barker clips that off his legs out to deep backward square for 2 runs. Didn't quite reach the boundary. Timed it well.
Well, Stuart's bowled well this morning. He had figures of 1 for 55 overnight, so he's 2 for 23 today.
Pick of the bowlers today so far.
Yeah, he is.
As he runs in once more to finish off this over, and Barker has a big swing at that one off the front foot, but doesn't connect and hits it straight back to Stuart. Collects the ball. 6 off that over from Stuart there, and takes Hampshire to 412 for 6.
It's interesting. We've had, or we will have after this over, have had 2 hours 10 minutes of play this morning and only 1 over of spin. We saw quite a bit of spin in the afternoon session and before lunch yesterday, but Kent have very much turned to their seam bowlers this morning. Again, it reflects the fact they took the new ball first up, definitely, but I think it also reflects that there is still a bit here for the seamers. They will have had a long chat overnight as well about their performances yesterday. Here's Stobo, runs away from us outside the off stump, and Fuller quite happy to watch that one go by. I think on the whole, actually, they have bowled better than they did yesterday. Joey Everson just found a little bit of shape, didn't he? Yeah. They've all found something, as they did yesterday, but I think as a collective, they've bowled, the seamers have bowled better yesterday than they have yesterday. Hence why Hampshire have only added 111 runs so far this morning, which is still pretty good, of course. Reflects their good position in the game. Fuller's pushing forward. Has gone out towards extra cover. You would expect them to be scoring at a reasonable rate with the situation they were overnight. But I think, yeah, overall, I think Kent have performed better in the field, despite all the injury problems and bowlers coming back from injury. Gilchrist playing his first game, didn't play the last one. We know that Stuart's got an ankle injury, didn't play the last game either. Stobo in again to Fuller, and way down the leg side. Way down. I think he's trying to angle that one into the batter. Started that far too straight.
Keeping Harry Finch on his toes.
Yes, they are. Into the 29th over with this second new ball. The overhead conditions, I guess, still keeping this wicket a bit of moisture in the wicket, which is just from time to time is producing deliveries which help the bowler. Still got the slip in Stobo. Into his 25th over here, and that's driven on the up, and it's half stopped at point by Kushi. And Fuller will come through for a single, moves on to 21. There is 1 minute left on the scoreboard of this session, and we have 2 balls to bowl. I think it's fairly safe to say, Georgia, that this will be the last over. I'm sure the fielding side will do that.
Bowling unit will be walking off the pitch a little happier than when they previously walked off the pitch, I suspect.
Yeah, they looked at a dejected bunch last night. In fact, I don't think they gave any interviews after the day yesterday, which was reminiscent of Surrey here. After day 1, they didn't speak even to their own media. Surrey, after day 1 here, the championship game.
avoid at all costs.
Yeah, it's unusual. That's why we're lucky, really. Actually, you guys are really good. That's down the leg side, even if you've played poorly, which, of course, is fairly fairly regular. That's not what I meant. It's fairly unusual for the Vipers not to be playing well, but you guys always come out and always speak, and same as Hampshire. I think that's one very good thing about the club here. So there's always somebody willing to speak, even if things haven't gone quite so well.
Need to front up to these things. I know sometimes it's bittersweet when I get to see you after the game, Kev.
It's either because you perform brilliantly or the team's perform badly. Length ball on the line of middle and leg. Turned away through square by Keith Barker, and there will pick up 2 as the throw comes in from the boundary away to our left, and 2 runs will complete the morning session here on day 2. A session which seems Hampshire going in at lunch on 415 for 6. James Fuller is 21 not out. Keith Barker is 9. The 3 wickets that fell: Ben Brown for 110, Liam Dawson for 16, James Vince for 211. His 4th double hundred and his 3rd highest first-class score. There was 2 wickets for Grant Stewart, which I think fairly reflects the way he bowled this morning, and 1 for Joey Everson. Quick thoughts there, Georgia?
I think brilliant morning for the Kent Seamers, but relatively even. I think Hampshire probably wouldn't have wanted to have lost those wickets that they did, but equally James Vince showing that if you do get yourself in on this wicket, you can cash in with some fantastic drives down the ground and through the offside, performing brilliantly for Hampshire in the last 2 days. So I think both teams will be walking off relatively happy in this scenario. Hampshire probably more so than Kent, but Kent happy to have clawed it back to what could have been a far worse scenario, I think.
That's for sure. So 112 overs gone in the Hampshire innings, 415 for 6. Myself, Kevin James, Georgia Adams and Matt Cole will be back with you just before the start of the afternoon session, which is at 10 to 2. We are moments away from getting underway this afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Kent. Hampshire are still batting as they were from yesterday morning when they were put into bat by Kent. They are 415 for 6. James Fuller is not out on 21. Keith Barker is not out on 9. The wickets to fall this morning. Ben Brown for 110. Added 4 to his overnight total. He put on 259 with James Vince, which is a record 4th wicket partnership for Hampshire against Kent. Liam Dawson was out for 16. James Vince eventually was out for 211, his 4th double 100 in first-class cricket. And the successful bowlers this morning, couple for Grant Stewart and 1 for Joey Everson. Here's Gilchrist bowling to Fuller, and he's pushing up to mid-off, and we are underway. Our commentary team, myself, Kevin James. Georgia Adams is still with us. She'll be around later on. And for BBC Kent, it's Matt Cole.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kevin. And 4:15 for 6. I think it's been a bit like Kent sort of clinging on to a bucking horse in this this Hampshire innings. They're just about clinging on, taking 3 wickets in the morning session. But again, it's a big total, a long time in the field for these players too. Gilchrist bowls to Fuller, tucks that into the onside, and there's no run. 4:15 for 6. So in my estimation, then, people at home will have their own thoughts about that. Kent not quite batted out of this game so far, but they'll need to take quick wickets here and mop up the tail of Hampshire if they're going to hold their own. Have a good chance of a decent scoring draw as much as any chance of victory. It's Gilchrist bowls to Fuller. Again, there we are, carbon copy of the last delivery, just on off stump. Fuller turns it into the onside, the right-hander to Matt Parkinson. He's got the jumper on again there. In the breeze, any chill there is in the breeze at mid-wicket. There's a slip in, that's Jack leaning alongside Harry Finch, wicket-keeper, to Adam Yea, who's got the sleeveless cable knit on as well at was it a 4th slip? Or a narrow gully, if you like. As Gilchrist bowls to Fuller, defends that off the middle stump, then it's Ben Compton at deep point. Although he had the white flappy hat or floppy hat, well, flappy in the breeze. And cover is Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain. We've got a mid-off and a mid-on. Charlie Stobart mid-off is doing some thigh stretches there. And I've missed one. Ah, there we are. Faraz Kushi is just in front of the ground staff dugout. That deep square leg. Fuller on a slight walk, driving up towards Grant Stewart, up to mid-on. Stewart, the pick of the bowlers. Well, in terms of wickets, certainly, I think, once again, I thought Charlie Stobart bowled pretty well. Doesn't really show in his 1 for 83. But Stewart the most economical. And taking the most wickets so far, 3 in this innings. But Hampshire very much in the driving seat here. And just noticed, actually, or just checking on the bonus point situation, Hampshire got 4 for their 400. This one, Iggy Parn is just nudged into the onside again and finds the fielding of Matt Parkinson, and there's no run. But Kent took their 6th wicket, or Hampshire's 6th wicket, just in time, and the 109th over to get themselves a 2nd bowling bonus point. It's a maiden from Nathan Gilchrist to start from the pavilion end here. Parkinson will continue from this hotel end. I wonder if it's going to be used much as he was yesterday to rotate the seamers at the other end. They'll be tiled from their travails so far, and Parkinson's leg spin on a hotel end still yet to take a wicket. He's none for 71.
Yeah, just the one over for him this morning. A little chillier.
It is, isn't it?
It's, I think from when we started to lunchtime, we probably dropped a degree or 2. So Parkinson with his leg spin over the wicket to Barker. Barker's quietly playing forward now. I might have some answers as regards the Duncan Fernley signed bat. We were talking about that before Christmas. Before lunch. Why have I got Christmas on the brain? Probably because it's only 6 months away. before lunch. Ross Young.
You put your decorations up yet?
Nearly. That's flicked away. I was probably thinking about that. Barker picks up a single behind square on the leg side, moves into double figures, 416 for 6. So Russ Young sent a picture of a Duncan Fernley bat signed by some players and asked if we could help. Now, I know a lot of you can't see that picture, but we could pick out, and Russ did as well, Harold Bird, Dickie Bird, signing at the bottom. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, said if you send me the picture, I might be able to help. Here's Parkinson at bowl. So hopefully Russ is still listening. That's powered through mid-wicket, and that will be 4 runs for James Fuller, who moves on to 25. It's 420 for 6. So Dave Allen has emailed me, and those of you that were also following before lunch, but hopefully Russ. Here's some answers, not complete answers. So this is Dave Allen's answer, solentcricket@gmail.com. Not easy to make out for sure, those signatures, but Fernley bats only really appeared around 1980. So I agree that Doug Insole and Dickie Bird, because we picked out Doug Insole in there as well, length ball, Fuller's well forward, are there, but not from the 1950s, which was something we thought it might be. My guess it's Insole as an official and Dickie as umpire in the only England versus Australia test of 1980, at Lord's in brackets. And it's outside the off stump. Oh, it just gripped a fraction, left alone, which marked the centenary of those fixtures in England. So I suspect the signatures are those of notable former players who attended. I'm fairly confident about Ernie Toshak, Alan Davidson, maybe Bobby Simpson, question mark, as Fuller turns that away on the leg side, wants a single, end of the over, not taken, 420 for 6. And maybe Keith Miller and Ken Mackay too. Others, often first names are clearer, so Kim, perhaps Kim Hughes, Doug, perhaps Walters, Brian, perhaps Booth. Some I can't help at all, but I reckon broadly Aussies and ex-Aussies visiting UK in 1980. If so, it is historically interesting. Thank you, Dave. Well, I think that's about as close as we've got with all that.
Yeah, I'm just picking up the scorecard of that test, actually. So, yeah, Kim Hughes has batted 4. Here we are. Australia, Graham Wood, Bruce Laird, Greg Chappell, Kim Hughes, Graham Yallop, Alan Border. Am I going too fast? You're reading down
No,
there.
Graham Yallop. I haven't heard that name for a while. Yeah.
Alan Border. Remember him, I think. Rod Marsh. Ray Bright.
Bates.
Yeah. Dennis Lilly, Ashley Mallett, and Lenny Pascoe.
Oh, Lenny Pascoe. Oh, he was mean. Oof.
And England's team: Gooch, Boycott, Athy, Gower, Gatting, Botham. He did a bit, didn't he? Willie, Bairstow, Embury, Old, and Mike Hendrick. As Gilchrist bowls to Barker, just tries to dab that past Gully, but actually finds Tawanda Mieye moving neatly to his left at Gully. On the ground, so sorry, no run, I should say. 420 even. I'll get the numbers. You have to get them in the right order, Kevin. This is something I've learned over my decade or so doing this. 420 for 6. See, that's interesting. Of Dave Allen's detective work.
Yeah, he's very good.
It's a reach by Keith Barker outside the off stump, ends up almost overbalancing towards the offside as he tried to cut that away from Gilchrist, but just kept a little bit lower perhaps than he was expecting, through to Harry Finch, and there's no run. Dave Allen PI, is that right? I think there's a TV series.
Private investigator.
Yeah. In the offing.
I'm just going to forward Dave's email to Russ.
Lovely.
If Dave doesn't mind, I'm sure he won't.
Gilchrist bowling to Barker. Just very compact on the off stump there, Barker. Defending it. It bounces out towards Matt Parkinson, who's at cover there. There's 2 slips in behind Barker. A little bit more aggressive than they are with James Fuller. Ken in terms of field placing, so it's Mieye now at first slip, leaning at second. Daniel Bell Drummond at Gully. A bouncer, Barker gets underneath that. Didn't move too fluidly, but did the job. Throws Cushies at point, and Matt Parkinson at cover. Stewart at mid-off, Stobo at mid-on, and Ben Compton is at deep square leg, and then lurking at deep fine leg is Joey Everson. Gilchrist 4 dots so far. Started with the maiden this afternoon. Bowls to Barker. Again tries to leave that just behind point, but it ends up at backward point with Feroz Kushi, and there is no run. So with the departure of James Vince, you'd expect things to slow down a little bit. These two have put on 20 so far. Barker has 10, Fuller 25, not out so far. End of the over as the breeze rises. So chill in the air, but cooler certainly. A drive by Barker. He tries to get forward to that one, but good accuracy from Gilchrist in that over, and Barker unable to move the score along. Hampshire for 24-6.
Russ, if you are listening, for some reason your email is not allowing me to send to, so I don't know if you've got a different email address. You could just mail us, salmoncricket@gmail.com, and I'll forward Dave Allen's email explanation about some of those signatures on the back. I've just been trying to send it and it's not allowing to me, so it's not recognised.
No, I mean, if you're blocking Kevin James, we completely understand, but I'm sure there's a safe address you can send that note to.
Yes, that's the reason. 4:20 for 6 then, 25 to Fuller, 10 to Barker. And we are in the 115th over, so no more bonus points, hasn't been for 5 overs. Hampshire finished with 4, Kent with 2. So Parkinson to begin his 24th over. He's wicketless, none for 76. He did quite a good job yesterday, didn't he? He did a good holding job when the seamers were not being able to do the same. Comes in and bowls. That's well flighted and full of drives to extra cover. Well stopped. I think that's leaning. Is that leaning out at extra cover now?
It is, yeah. He's got the. You can tell by the bandage on his left hand. It's the one where the bone was broken.
Again flighted and full of drives down the ground to deep mid-on where Mieye fields. Fuller moves on to 26 for 21. 6 now at Hampshire. Just those 3 wickets this morning. 2 to Stewart and 1 to Joey Everson. Here's Parkinson again, driven to mid-wicket, fielded by captain Bell Drummond on this occasion. So still full cloud cover. Has been there for most of day 2. Not all of day 2 so far. Turned around the corner by Barker, called through by Fuller. Have to hurry here, Barker. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. Barker in the end actually did get quite a good head of steam up when it looked like he might have struggled. Barker moves on to 11, 422 for 6. Hampshire starting the day then 301 for 3. The story of the day so far, James Vince with his 4th double hundred of his career. As that's played off the back foot, steered up towards deep mid-on again. Just the odd ball from Matt Parkinson, he's gripping, but he's given it quite a bit of air. So he's certainly giving the ball plenty of chance. Moved full time during the winter, Matt Parkinson from Durham. From Lancashire, I tell you. Now he's hit that slightly in the air, whipped away to deep square leg. Barker will complete another single, moves on to 12. 424 for 6. Hampshire adding 114 runs in 2 hours 10 minutes this morning. We played an extra 10 minutes because we lost 1 hour and 20 through rain yesterday morning, but we made up a half an hour of that, so you continue to try and make up some of that time as you move on in the game. So we're playing 106 overs today, and 104. Is it 104? It's either 104 or 106. See, look, I don't even know the rules still. It's certainly more than 96 anyway. The phrase nick of time comes to mind. It's Matt Cole doing his update, and he literally had forgotten about the time. Turned away on the leg side by Gilchrist.
How dare you? It's perfect timing. I got there just as the theme music came on.
Yeah. There you go. That's experience for you, rather than wait around for 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah. So Hampshire move on to 424 for 6. And Barker is on to 30.
Trimmed all the fat off the BBC Radio Kent operation. It's a very slick machine.
It is.
Well, I didn't get a telling off, which was nice. They had no idea. So Gilchrist continuing from the pavilion end. Sorry, is this your over?
Well, it was, but I mean, listen, don't let me get in the way.
Perish the thought.
Russ Young is back on the emails, and he says, many thanks for your help with this bat. Much appreciated. The things you see and pick up at a boot sale, he says. Have a good day.
Yeah.
So he's obviously been listening. He's heard what Dave Allen has had to say. He's happy for me not to forward the email on, so he's obviously been making notes. So it sounds like we've helped him out there a little bit, which is good news. As that's steered into the gap through backward a point to Ben Compton, who's still got a sun hat on, and in fact he's not the only one with a sun hat out there. Really, it's not needed.
No. I said it's a bit like yesterday, this, isn't it? We're having occasional patches of sun. It's, I mean, people sitting out there, they haven't got their winter coats on. It's mild enough, but not the beautiful blue skies and temperatures we had last week.
Unfortunately not. Joey Everson is the other fielder with a sun hat. Steered by Barker through the vacant gully area, and it's running down over the rope for 4. Just a little bit of width there from Gilchrist. It's a shot that Barker uses quite a bit, just sort of stands in the crease and just pushes the bat out into the line and waits for the ball to almost go past him and just angles the face of the bat into that gap. Brings him a lot of runs. Moves on to 17, 4:30 for 6.
Once again for Kent, they can't afford many more here. Need to be taking quick wickets and getting rid of the tail if they can. I mean, it's a tall order with a tired bowling attack, but
there's Gilchrist, right arm over bowls. Driven by Barker, he's going to take a single. It's half stopped by Grant Stewart at mid-off. Did actually quite well. The ball has just wriggled under his body, but certainly saved 4 runs. Barker does pick up 2 though. And Barker moves on to 19.
an email has flooded in from Keith. Great to hear from you, Keith. He says, refreshing, he says, another painful defeat looming for Kent. However, Fuller on 1 run, edges to slip off Everson, looked as though it could have carried. Good sportsmanship, he said, by leaning, as some fielders would have tried to claim that one.
Yeah.
Well done on this day, of win at all costs.
Short ball, Barker ducks low. 4:32 for 6. No, you're right. I think Leaning didn't try and catch it. Didn't try and claim it straight away, did he at all?
No. So PS from Keith, which will go down well, I think, with Hampshire supporters. Can't really understand why James Vince isn't in the current England Test squad. Too old, he says? Question mark.
Well, it's a while since he played a Test match now. A while since he's been in the England setup. Although no, he was in the white ball setup recently. But I think regards Tests. Well, the thing is, he played 13 Tests and only averaged 24. I think that probably was slightly against him on that front.
As I beg your pardon, this is I've taken over your over and they're not doing it properly. It's driven by James Fuller up through a long off, and beg your pardon, other way round through fine leg, and that'll be 4 runs for him. 4-3-6, 4-6. It's some breaking news, and I'm trying to confirm it, so I can't tell you at the moment. But 32 for Fuller, 19 for Barker. Parkinson rather to got Barker and Parkinson, not Barker and Parkinson. Fuller, notice that the onside, there's no run. Trying to do 3 things at once and doing none of them very well. No one's great surprise. Parkinson bowls again to Fuller. This one ends up with Daniel Drummond again at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Vince hasn't played a Test match for just over 6 years, which will give you an idea of where he is on that front.
Well, that's, yeah. Ooh, it just hits the pad of Fuller there, like it was maybe impact outside the line anyway, leg stump, but Fuller, from his body language, didn't look tremendously perturbed, and the appeal turned down summarily by the umpire. Parkinson leg spinner over the wicket. It's, Fuller attempts to make room and thrash that through the offside. It ends up bouncing rather apologetically back to the bowler as he mishits it along the ground. So ball to come of Parkinson's over. After an 18th of this Hampshire innings, and again spending a long time in the field. A little bit uppish as he's pushed that back, actually, as a forward defensive, bouncing just in front of Parkinson. But not enough to get the wicket. 4-3-6 for 6 Hampshire.
And Vince's last effort for England in white ball cricket was a one-day international in Bangladesh back in March 2023. So, I mean, from a Hampshire point, I mean, obviously not from a career point of view, it's a shame, of course it is. But from a Hampshire point of view, ideal having a player like that that's obviously now not on the England radar and yet plays the way he plays. Because he's basically an England player playing in county cricket, which playing from a county point of view is absolutely ideal. You want good players who are not on the England radar. Being selfish from a team point of view.
Well, yeah.
Here's Gilchrist again, right arm over from the pavilion end, bowling to Barker. Barker off the back foot, works that up to mid-off where Stuart fields, and there is no run. Robert Marsh has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. Greetings from Thailand. Hi there, commentary team. What a way to spend Monday in Thailand. Round of golf, lunch, catch up on the England-Slovakia match. That was last night, of course. Watch Hampshire and Kent whilst enjoying a glass or two of red. Splendid. Doesn't sound bad, does it? There's Gilchrist driving his Barker out into the covers. They will take a single. Barker moves on to 20. As a matter of interest on the coverage, I'm watching it from one end only. This is rather annoying, particularly when the bowler is bowling towards the camera and the slips and the keeper are not in view. Be that as it may, being able to watch county cricket is great, says Robert. Well, I'm sort of watching the live feed at the same time. I must admit, I hadn't noticed that. I'm watching it, obviously, I'm watching the live action because I'm here, but I do. The picture feed is in the corner of my eye. Fuller drive straight down the ground, and that beats mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. Slightly over pitch there from Gilchrist. Nicely timed by Fuller, who moves on to 36. It's not Fuller at his absolute positive in his positive mode, but he's still playing a very useful innings here as Hampshire try and make that advantage count.
Yeah, I mean, about once, as every team does in their first innings, don't they? And it could be they're getting to that direction.
Gilchrist to Fuller. Fuller gets a ball that's slightly shorter of a length this time, works it to mid-wicket. Actually, now it's been pointed out by Robert. I've just watched the picture feed, and you're right. It is from one end. Oh, it's funny, isn't it? You don't really notice these things until somebody points them out. 441 for 6. Gilchrist is none for 94 currently. Sorry, none for 98. He's about to bring up his 3-figure. Short delivery. And Fuller ducks underneath that one. I'm sure this has been mentioned before. Ralph Brooker, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, shame Jack Leaning doesn't bowl. Well, he has. He's bowled a few overs in this game. He said, we then could refer to the leaning over. He said, sorry, that was awful. And to be honest, he took the words right out of my mouth and probably most people watching and listening. Here comes Gilchrist. Again, Fuller gets a length ball. Plays out into the covers. And that is the end of the over. So 4:15 for 6, Hampshire were at lunch. They are now 441 for 6.
I'm just checking the rotor. It's you and me, isn't it? Till 2:30.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, mate. You've got to put up with me for
Well, I feel
longer.
sorry for the listeners, as I always say.
On the contrary. I would have you on all day if I could get away with it.
Equally, I'd be very happy for you and Georgia to take the reins, and I don't want to push myself forward if it's unnecessary.
No, on the contrary. I just know that if I had you on all day, then when I went to Canterbury,
No. you wouldn't see a bar of us. Might go and set the kit up for you if you're lucky. Here's Parkinson to Barker, goes for the reverse there. Lovely reverse sweep, very deft indeed. That's going to be 4 runs. Nathan Gilchrist won't make it round from the square leg boundary. And Barker goes on to 20 from 30. Good runs for him as well. I thought he wasn't timing it particularly well just coming out after lunch, but he's going at a strike rate of 80. Moving the score along, 4-4-5 for 6 Hampshire. Parkinson and Bell Drummond go into a bit of a discussion, as well they might after that boundary.
45 these two have put on now for the 7th wicket. Feels like they're up in the scoring rate a little bit. Exactly what George Adams was saying just before lunch.
Yeah, overall the run rate's at 3.7, which isn't bad for a this deep, is it? Yeah. Keith Barker is just looking at the man at deep point. That's Nathan Gilchrist, and so was everybody else for a moment. So it's cut away. Ooh, just one bounce to Ben Compton, who's taken up position at backward point there. He's just trying to go finer than that, was Barker. Nice looking shot. I didn't really know what was going on there. I don't think Nathan Gilchrist knew where he was supposed to be moving, and everyone was just looking at him. And I think he moved one pace to his right in the end, so it makes all the difference for Keith Barker as a batter and Matt Parkinson as a bowler. Swept by Barker to backward square, and Stuart Fields 4-4-6 for 6. Hampshire here. And I have to say, since lunch, Kent really haven't looked like taking a wicket, have they? Not really had much pressure or jeopardy. Down the pitch comes Fuller, smacks that, you could hear it come off the bat, 4 runs. Glorious on drive of some power. Almost cleaned out the non-striker, but it's gone through for 4 runs, and that's a 450 up for Hampshire. For 6 down. And yeah, Kent toiling here, Hampshire accelerating.
Yeah. No bonus point, unfortunately. It's past the 110 over mark. But certainly a milestone.
And the 50 partnership as well, 25 each. Total
69
balance
balls.
between, yeah. Yeah, good point from 69 as well. So 9 off the overs so far. That will give more thinking for Daniel Bell Drummond to do. Parkinson, it's great if your spinner can hold down one end, but they start to attack him. Perhaps they're hoping that will bring an errant shot or a wicket. James Fuller hit that last 4 so powerfully, and goes to on the back foot just to nudge that into the offside. It's fielded by Grant Stewart, and that's the end of the over. 4:54.6 now. So. Yeah, it's in the end of the over. 120 overs we're through now on BBC Sun, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app. And with the pictures, of course, go to see the club here at Hampshire with Matt Cole and Kevin James.
And round the ground.
And round the ground, sorry. I thought you were giving me the age-old signal for time for a substitution.
No, it's that one.
I said, yeah, you're done. Off, get off. Yeah.
I was just thinking, as you were saying that Matt Parkinson's done a pretty good job. You know, he's going for less than 4 and over. He's bowled 26 overs on a pitch that's given him absolutely no help at all. The odd one might be gripping, but he's bowled a lot of his overs to James Vince, a very much informed James Vince. Ben Brown as well yesterday. Yeah, he's been bowling to batters in form. As Gilchrist bowls, that's short. It's down the leg side as well. And you know, he's gone for less than 4 and over. I think he's done a really good job, because I think when he turned up here yesterday morning, he wouldn't have probably been expecting to bowl this many overs.
I think it's fair to say he wasn't.
No. So I think, okay, it's well done to him, and he's been prepared to give the ball air as well. So I think he might be wicketless, but I think he could be pleased with his work so far. Another short ball, a little straighter this time. There is Ben Compton out at deep square leg. There is a fine leg as well. Ben Compton at deep square, Joey Everson at fine leg. That are there waiting for a miss hit there from Barker. Should he decide to have a little pull or a hook at Gilchrist from that pavilion end, comes in again and bowls slightly short of a length. He's trying to give himself some room there, Barker, and trying to get on his toes to work that ball into that gap through gully. Couldn't quite find the right part of the bat. Score remains on 450 for 6. We've had 120 and a half overs of this Hampshire first innings, and 37 and a half overs of this second new ball. Here's Gilchrist bowls another short one, which Barker ducks underneath. And I don't think in all those overs, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, we've actually had a ball change.
No, I don't even think we've had an inquiry
no,
from the fielding side.
Which is probably a new record.
Well, for recent years, certainly, yes. Yeah.
Yes. Post-COVID record, probably.
Yeah.
Here's Gilchrist again. And that's cut away by Barker. He has found the gap this time. Backward a point, 4 runs. Moves on to 29. And the Hampshire total onto 454 for 6. I'm just detecting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan Gilchrist seems to be running in quite nicely at the moment, even though he's into his 22nd over and he has brought up his 100, which is never nice for a bowler. But for me, he's still running in quite nicely and maybe better than he has done at any point in the game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fluid, isn't he?
Yeah. And predictably, a man's gone down to 3rd to cut off that shot. Pulled away by Barker along the ground on the leg side. 455 for 6 at the end of that Gilchrist over, and he's gone for 103.
I don't want to wish away this Hampshire innings, of course. Of course. Just thinking when Kent came out to the bat with the seam bowling at Hampshire's disposal, they're going to have to bat really well here, Kent, because there is still something in this pitch. I think it's a really good competitive wicket for me. There's a bit of bounce occasionally with some effort, bit of movement, but reward for batting well as well. 455 for 6 suggests that this is over par from Hampshire, which I'd say was about right. I'm not sure this is a 450 pitch though. So Kent will already have to bat well when they come in. As Parkinson bowls to Barker, goes for a very extravagant reverse. Has that come off bottom edge and then wicket-keeper's foot and bounced down the leg side? And they've come through for two whatevers.
It's not the bat.
It was the bat.
Yeah,
then,
the umpire's not signalled
So I think that's a bottom edge off the reverse. As I said, a rather ungainly reverse sweep, but effective from Keith Barker. Down towards the ground, off Harry Finch's boot, the inside of his boot, down the leg side. And that is 2 runs, I should say. Run through at 2. And Parkinson over the wicket to Barker, goes for this one. Big swing, slog sweep. Again, hasn't really got all of it. Throws Cushy falls as he fields in at square leg, deep square leg, and they'll take 2 more. 459 for 6. They're going after Parkinson here. Well, Barker is certainly.
That was a huge wind-up from Barker. I was thinking that was going over the mid-wicket for 6. Just didn't quite time it. Dragged it square.
And what a delicate little dab into the onside this time. It'll be fielded by Jack Leaning. Just lets it run onto the instep of the boot. And picks it up. Single taken from Barker. He's on a 35, Fuller onto 40. And this is painful for Kent and Kent supporters at the moment. For Hampshire, so they're moving through the gears at the moment. As Parkinson comes round the wicket then to James Fuller, goes back in his crease to drive it off the back foot up to mid-off, fielded by Joey Everson. 1 more to the total.
Yeah, and this is where 4-day cricket gets at its toughest, when you're in the field for a 5th session running. This is when it starts, you start to feel it a bit.
And dare I labour a point, it's happened a lot to Kent this season as well, first innings. And Barker thumps that into the onside, through cow corner and on the ground, 4 runs. That's just a pick-up shot, isn't it? He's just smashed that through mid-wicket, off a length from Matt Parkinson, 4 runs.
Yeah, he was trying to aim that a few balls earlier through there, although slightly more cross-batted. Good shot.
I was saying off the last overs, 10 off this one. It's Daniel Bell-Drummond. What does he do here? The man that's holding down one end, Matt Parkinson, is now being hit for runs. Barker comes down the pitch, lofts that, and that will be 1 bounce 4, straight back over the bowler's head. It's double teapot for Matt Parkinson. And finish with a 4. 14 off that over. It's almost T20 stuff. 4-6-9 at 4-6 then. As Fuller goes on to, Barker goes on to 43. Fuller already has 41. Barker's now overtaken him. He's going to run a ball 43.
Well, it just goes to show how little there is in this wicket for Matt Parkinson, because Barker came down the wicket. He wasn't even to the pitch of the ball. All he did was just hit through the line and just help that ball over the line. He was nowhere near the pitch of that, but there's no spin, nothing there for Parkinson. That Just shows you that he's bowled 27 overs on a pretty much lifeless pitch for him. Mike Williams has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary and also great to see Vince's 4th double 100. Regarding his non-appearance in recent years for England Test squads, we were saying, wasn't it, it's just over 6 years. Do you think that Vince should have been picked far more for limited overs teams rather than Test teams? I think there was a lot of feeling down here that actually he should have played more white ball cricket. Looks like Joey Everson's coming on at the pavilion end, taking over from Nathan Gilchrist. The same could be said for Michael Carberry, who was a superb limited overs player, but like Vince, always seemed patchy in his first-class cricket with superb innings, often followed by a run of low scores. In the case of James Vince, although he has scored 2 large tons this season, in the space of 5 or 6 days, in each of the last 2 seasons, says Mike, he only scored 100 each year, despite getting 1,000 first-class runs in 2023. Selectors tend to read cricket scores according to reports, rather than leave London, and in brackets and Essex, to watch counties in the West and South. So only see scores rather than watch performances. So there we go.
Just been doing I know they have on the BBC text page with our good friend Alex Hode. I think that's 65 boundaries that Hampshire have hit now. Obviously that's way too many for Kent, just can't staunch the flow at the moment, but that's what they've got in this imposing total, 469 for 6.
Everson bowls length ball, Fuller steers that to backward a point. It obviously now appears that signed Duncan Fernley bats, other makes available, are catching, because I've got another email about signed autographed Duncan Fernley bats. This is from Chris Hutchins, soniccricket@gmail.com, and he sent me a picture of his one, which looks like a full-size bat. And he says, talk of Duncan Fernley autographed mini bats from the 80s reminded me of the one that was on my bookshelf behind me as I work from home. It's the Hampshire 1985 squad. Always played onto the stumps, has he, Fuller?
Yep.
Yes, he has, and he's out. Trying to work that away on the offside, and the ball's bounced. It's hit the base of the stumps, and Fuller goes for 41. Joey Everson's picked up his 3rd wicket in this innings. And Fuller, for 41, has gone off 70 balls with 7 fours and 1 6, and the Hampshire total now is 469 for 7.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, just trying to work that away on the offside again and playing on James Fuller. But at 50 partnership again, it's a valuable thing for Hampshire as they stretch away from Kent in this first innings. Again, Kent's task here is to wrap up the tail nice and quickly, but they've not taken wickets in clusters really for the most part of this innings.
That's been tough going, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this 1985 Hampshire squad, for those of you of a certain age, is signed by Mark Nicholas, the captain, Nigel Cowley, Paul Terry, Bobby Parks, the keeper, both Smith brothers, Robin and Chris, Raj Maru. A lot of these players were actually at the Old Players' Do yesterday. Tim Tremlett, Ian Turner, they were there yesterday. Tony Middleton, Fletcher Middleton's dad. Chris Goldie kept wicket here for a little while. John Hardy, Stephen Andrew, who went to Essex for a little while. And yours truly. So there you go.
They got your signature on it.
1985.
What does that do to the value? I can't remember. Does that put
Well,
it up or put it down?
Well, this is it. I mean, most people, they used to scrub mine out if they
Oh,
wanted to make a tidy buck. Mine's halfway down, actually. There used to be a thing in those days. I don't know what it's like now. George will be able to explain. I presume you still sign things. Maybe not so much bats. I don't know other things, but there used to be a hierarchy. And when they said, right, well, there's loads of bats in here to sign, you used to have to personally work out your position in the squad and your standing, and then sign it appropriately on the bat. So if you had ideas above your station, you'd be in the top half.
right.
Obviously the captain signed it first, and then the vice captain, and then everybody else was underneath. But you tried to work out how many more senior players or worth in the team there was above you, and then try and work out a space where you belonged. Everson bowls length ball to Felix Organ, who's not a bad batter, coming in at number 9. I said this last week at Edgbaston. He is a batter that in the recent past has spent quite a lot of time opening for Hampshire. So when I tell you that he's not really a number 9, I actually mean it.
He's averaging 21 just this season and 22 across his career, and if he's opened a lot as well,
that's the reason why he doesn't really
yeah.
open. He never really nailed down the position. Everson comes in and bowls. And it's turned away from fairly straight down to fine leg. Organ's off the mark 470 for 7 now, Hampshire.
So it would be a finable defence offence, would it be, if you're in your first season as a professional, that's 19, 20 years old, you get the signed bat and you put your signature under the captain and vice captain. Very much frowned upon, is that right?
Well, like somebody like me, if a more senior player was signing bats after me and they saw me straight underneath the vice captain, somebody would say, "What's going on here? Why is James above me?
Who does he think he is?"
Little whippersnapper. That's how it was.
Yeah, fair enough.
Everson is switching to round the wicket to the left-hander Keith Barker. Comes in now, length ball. Barker's again working that ball behind square on the offside, but a little too fine. There is a fielder there. I think that's Maweye.
Yeah.
He's probably in about a 4th slip position, actually.
There's a bit of arguments perhaps among the players that might be 9th or 10th on that bat as to who was 9 and who was 10. A bit like a lower batting order. I'm better than that.
Yes. Oh yeah, it used to cause.
I'm the 9th most senior player at this club, I'll have you know.
It caused some amusement over the years, I can tell you. Everson bowls. Oh, he's bowled! Oh, Barker going for a big drive, sees his middle stump knocked back. And that is the end of Keith Barker. 43 he goes for from 45 deliveries with 5 fours. And the Hampshire lower order here is just starting to be mopped up, with Hampshire now 470 for 8.
Yeah, wickets and consecutive overs for Joey Everson, who's come back on. So these, I'll get these teeth in a second. These are his first 2 overs since lunch, aren't they? So he's struck in both of them. So a good bowling change from Daniel Bell-Drummond, looking to finish the Hampshire tale as quickly as possible. 4 for 75 for Everson so far, and both those bowled as well.
Yeah. Hampshire have lost 2 wickets for 1 run as they look to try and push the scoring rate on a little bit. Kyle Abbott in at 10 for Hampshire. So Barker gets a warm round of applause from the members there as he makes his way up the steps to the Hampshire Pavilion. The Hampshire dressing room. 470 for 8. So we've had 2 wickets since lunch. We had 3 before lunch. So 5 wickets have fallen in total. Hampshire beginning the day 301 for 3, are 470 for 8. 4 wickets for Joey Everson.
Yep.
In this innings. I'm just having a look actually, Joey Everson.
Yeah, you're just checking his career stats.
Well, not so much career, but just his best bowling this season, which actually is 4 for 75. So I think he's ahead of that, isn't he?
Indeed so. Yeah, Parkinson round the wicket then. He continues. Felix Organ defends it back at him. There's no run. Yeah. And career-wise, it's not going to be far off that. 5 for 21, his career best. That's tossed up again by Matt Parkinson outside the right-hander's off stump and thumped up to mid-off. Fielded by Nathan Gilchrist there. Sorry, by Joey Everson himself, beg your pardon. With just the aforementioned. And there is no run. So, and that squeak is the departure of Kevin James. I had to drag him away from the microphone. He's not happy.
He's getting carried away.
It sounded like it. Georgia Adams is on mic now, and reverse sweep from Felix Organ. That's a neat shot, and that should get him 4. Whereas Kushi gives up on that before it gets to the boundary, and 474 for 8. He increases the Hampshire total here, but a little bit of a Kent fight back, Georgia, in there after lunch, but there needed to be as well, I think.
Yeah, a little flurry of wickets there, but I think Barker and Fuller have made it clear what their intention was, to come out and play quite positively to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Parkinson then bowls another reverse by Organ, and this one's squarer, and they just put Fukushi down narrower to try and prevent that shot, and he's gone the other side of him, frustrating for the captain and fielder alike. Great technique from Felix Organ, though. Consecutive fours off the spinner.
Hampshire appear to be wanting to go after Parkinson.
Yeah, they had 14 off the previous over as well. I was saying at the time, that is a...
Probably be a little happier to see two right-handers at the crease now, though, as a leg spinner.
Yeah.
Spin it past them.
So Parkinson over the wicket now to Organ. Thumps it up to mid-off, but fielded by Joey Everson. And there is no run. Yeah, 2 in the 123rd over for Joey Everson. Need more of that again, and quickly. It was driven up too long off, and Everson self-fields once again off the bowling of Parkinson. And Organ takes the single and will take the strike at the end of the over. He's on 10, can't have it yet to face a delivery. Everson 4 for 75, and Parkinson has gone past his century. Actually, he didn't do that in the last over, I think he did. None for 116 now. Not the best looking figures, as we said, but he's...
It does seem to be the bowler that they tried to go after. Saw before lunch Fuller trying to go after him and hit him down the ground.
Yeah.
Very aggressive towards him.
So Joey
Felix
Everson.
Organ continuing the trend. Everson into the attack here, running in. Bowls outside off stump, and that's hit out to deep point comfortably by Organ for 1 run.
Yeah, Kevin was just saying he's opened the batting for Hampshire as well, Felix Organ, so he's a decent number 9.
Yeah, they're not short of depth in their squad with the bat. Talking earlier about some of the contributions that Keith Barker's made in his role. Been quite significant for Hampshire, but Felix Organ can certainly hold a bat. Done the job at the top of the order. Joey Everson's in and bowls straight at this time, which knocked into the leg side for no run by Abbott.
It's definitely feels like it's got gloomier after lunch here, isn't it? Sort of breeze blowing. Light's not needed at the moment, it's not quite that bad, but a little bit overcast. It still appears to be something in this pitch as well. It looks like a good wicket, this one. Competitive.
Favouring the seamers
Yeah.
today as Joey Everson bowls outside off stump. Carlab has a big swing there, but doesn't get the ball away as Point collects that.
I think Joey Everson got away with that one a little bit, I think. If James Vince had been there, that would have
flown through the covers to the boundary, no doubt, but Abbott didn't die trying after that one. Bit of width on offer, but couldn't quite get hold of it as he sets up again to face Everson, who bowls Fuller this time. Hit straight back at him for no run.
get his career average first class. Carl Abbott, that's a very reasonable 18 as well, so
Can hold a bat,
yeah.
can do the job. I think Hampshire will just be keeping one eye on 500 here, getting above that if they can. So Everson comes in, bowls, blocked back to mid-off there from Abbott.
It's 4 wickets for Joey Everson. I know one of the pluses for him and for Kent in terms of his development as an all-rounder is and I say this not out of any sort of dark humour, but he is getting to bowl a lot for Kent in the innings they've had this year, and so maturing pretty quickly as a medium pacer and as a batter as well, being pushed up the order. So, as I said, it's an extra challenge for him, but I think he's enjoying it.
Some bowls full down the leg side off the pad. Keeper manages to get a hand on that to stop it running away. And that's the over bowl, just one coming from that over from Joey Everson. Score is 480 for 8 now.
4 for 76 for Everson, and Parkinson at this end staying on.
It's interesting how it can affect the mindset of a player when they do know that they are going to probably feature a little bit more with the ball, whether that's had an impact on his confidence. Been in discussions a lot around that recently, at how for those all-rounders, when you know clearly what your role is, it can help, but equally if there's a level of uncertainty, sometimes you never quite know when you're going to be featuring and how often.
It's Parkinson bowls to Organ, just goes back in his crease and clips that into the onside. On the run, Compton fields and throws it back to wicket-keeper Harry Finch. So Kyle Abbott comes to a crease now. No great change in the field, I don't think, for him. They're not attacking him more than they are Felix Organ, just a single slip in there. A backward point, offside. As Abbott defends that one off the middle stump. I think perhaps you can already tell that Felix Organ is, I was going to say more organised, that's the wrong thing to say, but more accomplished perhaps, more comfortable with the bat in his hand. But so Abbott's got a decent first-class average for a tail-ender. So he tries to cut that one away and it's missed straight into Harry Finch's gloves. The bowling is Parkinson, who he may well feel, having bowled 28.5 overs at some of the worst times, if you like, for Kent here, that he deserves a wicket, but Abbott doesn't quite time that, drives it up to mid-on. It's fielded by Twanda Mayeye there, and they'll take a single. So it moves on to one.
Yeah, cricket's an interesting one at times. You can bowl the spell of your life, but walk away with no wickets to your name.
Talk about this the other day, of players that have taken hat-tricks with catches on the boundary, and I think everyone's all right. Yeah, don't worry. The crash in the background, everyone's worried.
It's nothing to do with me.
The single of this next ball. We both looked very quickly to our left to make sure the building's all still intact.
We'll blame Kev.
I can't believe he's not secured that bit of the balcony.
He's not on air to defend himself.
It's a good point. Parkinson to Abbott defends that into the offside, and there's no run. 3 off the over, 483 for 8. My point being that we've talked before to Kent players taking hat-tricks in T20, and Grant Stewart took one last year or the year before. I said, it can't be bad, and he just shrugged and said, can't really take credit for that. But he said all the boys in the dressing room are saying, you have to take the hat-tricks when they come, because there'll be enough times when you beat the bat or catches get dropped or whatever.
Absolutely.
You have to just take them and be glad, I suppose.
We saw it a little bit yesterday in our game down at Hove. Freya Davis was bowling some lovely away swing and found the edge 2 or 3 times and couldn't get it to hand. Didn't claim a wicket until much later in the game. It was much deserved by that point, as Everson runs in there, bowls straighter this time, as that's nudged to deep point or point swings around there. Does a fielding for 1. Felix Organ gets off strike, brings Abbott on strike against Joey Everson here.
You don't hear batters saying, I got myself 100, but I was dropped twice.
He conveniently leave those.
I was going to say that just gets shoved
those
aside.
Those details out.
Yeah.
Doesn't go down in the scorebook. Everson runs in again here at Abbott, who blocks it straight back to him. Couldn't quite stop the ball, but mid-off runs around, pick that one up.
Say nothing of the LBW appeals as well.
Yeah, never out as a batter, LBW. Never ever. But yeah, it can be. Cricket can do funny things at times, and when Freya eventually did pick up a wicket in her second spell later on, I said you very much deserved that one. Probably should have walked away with 3 in your first spell. Everson in, bowls, and that's driven out to deep cover for 1. But not timed quite how he would have liked it to be. Finding the outside edge slightly there, but into the nice gap through the covers. Take the single. A lot of gardening going on from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah. I guess he'll be looking with an interest to bowling on this at some point today, you'd imagine.
Taking note.
Yeah.
It's blocked there by Felix Organ straight to mid-wicket. Everson just bringing that one in. Bowling a bit tighter to Organ. Can imagine it's a very tired Kent side at the moment.
Yeah, and not the first time this season, and they've been in this position, so yeah, difficult on the morale for the side too.
Have some bowls staying low there, but Organ keeps it out, blocking it back.
Also, sides in this position may spend the best part of 2 days in the field, and then, you know, up against a big first innings total, you've got to get your mind together, and the batters have to prove themselves that they can do just the same to the opposition. That's not always the easiest thing psychologically to do, is it?
No, not at all. Everson runs in again, bowls full and straight. Organ blocks 2 mid-wicket for no run, just 2 off that over. Definitely looked like the last couple there from Everson were staying low, keeping on the low side, and that takes total to 485 for 8.
And that long sentence I said is condensed into those 2 words, scoreboard pressure, isn't it? For cricketers, I think that you might be batting on exactly the same surface against a similar quality attack, though I'd argue Hampshire's is stronger than Kent in this game, certainly, but that doesn't mean that everything is straightforward.
No. I wonder when, as a batter, you start to try and switch your brain on.
Yeah.
And get your head round.
Yeah, that's
chasing.
Of Compton and Kushi we're thinking about. That's lofted over the infield, is it? Wanamae is striving to get to that one from Abbott. It's a little chip in the end, not particularly well timed over mid-on, but they come back for 2. It's gone safe. Abbott goes on to 4. Organ has 14, and it's 487 for 8. It's going to go through
Go
one.
away with that one. Teaser.
It really was, wasn't it? Yeah, Mieye looked like he was in with an interest. It's down the leg side. Finch whips the bails off as Abbott rather falls forward, but he's got his back foot inside his crease.
Like a bit of a slider, that ball. Just slid through a bit quicker. Held its line.
Parkinson over the wicket. Big shot this one by Abbott. He's perfectly timed that one and middled it. That's 6 runs. Beautiful trajectory, that one. That's onto the green and some. 493 for 8.
It's a lovely shot.
It really was, wasn't it? I can say that the first ball of the over was a bit scuffed, and Wanamae looked like he was interested. He was watching, I was going to say, and admiring that one. Probably not at this situation. 493 for 8. 6 runs for Kyle Abbott. 10 for 4 from 14 for him.
Hit that one very sweetly.
Yeah, 7
Straight
away.
out the middle.
7 away from 500 here. So Abbott reaches forward. A different sort of shot. Was that bat onto pad? It was a weird deflection, or maybe coming off the wicketkeeper's pads, but it was a shout from Matt Parkinson.
Desperation.
It was, yeah, it really was. Maybe
What's a wicket to his name?
I think one other fielder joined in. I'm not sure it was the wicketkeeper though. So that's how it's always a bit of a teller, isn't it? As Abbott comes forward and defends that one into the offside, there's no run. 8 off this over already from Matt Parkinson, who really has taken some tap after lunch. He was relatively economical. He's going about 3 and over, I think, by the interval. It's now up at 4.3, and this one, end of the over, dot ball, 493 for 8 Hampshire, Abbott 10, Organ 14. I'll make way for Kevin James to join Georgia Adams.
Clever batting there from Abbott. Picks up the boundary, hits a sweet one down the ground for 6, and then blocks out for the last few of the over to get through. Some strong deliveries there from Parkinson to finish off.
Well, they're scoring a little quicker, Georgia. We were talking about before lunch.
I think when you look at the way Fuller and Keith Barker bat as well, they don't tend to bat in any other way really. That, you know, they'll go at a decent strike rate regardless of the situation. Everson running in, bowls, and that is played down to slip, but no run there for Organ. He thought about it, tried to run it down to 3rd, but didn't quite get enough on it to get it past first slip. They Bit of confusion out there in the middle, but no run from that.
It's a bit chilly, is it just me?
Yeah, it's definitely, the wind looks like it's picking up a little. Everson runs in from the pavilion end, no run there, full and straight. Organ keeps that one out.
You know, Felix Organ is a handy player to come in at 9 when you are batting well, isn't it? And the innings is a good one, isn't it? Last week when Dawson and Vince had their big partnership, and you still got Felix Organ to come down the order because you're still looking for runs, aren't you? You're looking to press home that advantage.
I think Felix Organ has worked incredibly hard in becoming quite a handy little cricketer for Hampshire in all disciplines, really. So Everson into Organ, who drives on the front foot for no run there as extra cover. It's a diving stop, but can't quite get it. Mid-off runs around to do fielding.
Yeah, it is. Well, I suppose he's handy, even if the innings sort of collapses, really. It's still quite handy at 9, but when you think that he's opened quite a bit in the recent past.
Yeah.
But,
I think when he first featured, he was more for his batting skills at the top, but seen a lot of him with the ball as well at times. So Everson's in, playing a miss there from Organ. Looks like he was trying to cut the ball to backward point, but staying low and beating the bottom edge. 3 to the keeper.
good delivery.
I'm sure Carl Abbott at the other end will be looking at the pitch thinking there's a bit for me to work with here when I'm bowling later on.
Well, they've had an extra day and a half's rest, haven't they?
Oh, he can put his feet up for a day and a half. Everson in, and that's worked to the leg side to deep square by Organ for a single. Brings Carl Abbott on strike for the last ball.
It was hard work up at Edgbaston for a session and 12 overs, I think, on day 3. A long session in the field. I think the game finished somewhere near 7 o'clock in the end on day 4, so 3 days between that and this game, and of course the extra day plus today the bowlers have been able to stick their feet up. I even saw Mohamed Abbas walking around the ground late on yesterday as if it's a village game.
Everson in, and then Abbott places that through his third for 4 runs as it trickles over the rope. Don't quite know if he fully intended that to go there, but he did eventually come off the shot and play with soft hands and guided it down to the 3rd boundary, which he'll take. Last ball of the over. It's a score just short of 500 now, 498 for 8.
129 overs the Kent fielders have been out there in the middle. Bill Rickier has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary as usual, thank you. He says, can I ask whether we know if there is a group photo of the players' reunion yesterday? Bill's who's currently in Singapore. I know Bill is a very good friend of Dave Allen, and I would say he has contact addresses for Dave. Knowing Dave Allen, he would have taken some sort of photo. Here's Parkinson, bowls, comes down the wicket, driven down the ground, along the ground by Organ, and they will pick up a single. 499 for 8. So I'm suggesting, Bill, that if you do have Dave's email, he's the one to email, because I'm pretty sure that Dave Allen would have taken a photo of all those players there yesterday. Here's Parkinson again with his leg spin bowls, and Abbott drives down towards mid-on. Mieye into the game. There's the applause for the Hampshire 500. Up in the 130th over.
So far, a very smart innings from Carl Abbott with how he's played.
Certainly is. That's hit by Organ through extra cover, and that is 4 runs. Nice shot. I must admit, I lost that initially.
Lofted over extra cover.
Certainly
Slapped away.
Good shot from Felix Organ. I was just looking up, actually, Hampshire's top totals this season. And even in the second innings against Warwickshire, with Dawson and Vince going well, they declared on 4-5-3. Drive by Organ down to mid-on. He moves on to 21, 505 for 8. They actually made 608 for 6 declared in their one and only innings in the win over Surrey here a couple of games ago. So that is at the moment is their highest total the only other
looking for
time
another
they passed
100 on the
by them.
board then.
Do you think they'll get that many? I don't know. It'd be nice to think they would, wouldn't it? Forward is Abbott. Parkinson Fields moving smartly to his left.
I mean, if Organ keeps batting like this, you never know.
That's true. I think Hampshire really are in a position where they don't really want to bat again, do they? They probably will. I don't know. You think Kent will put up a bit of a fight here. Here's Parkinson, bowls again. Abbott's forward, thick inside edge as it goes out square on the leg side. Parkinson had his hands on his head there. 31 overs he's bowled, 134 he's gone for without a wicket. Gilchrist is the other Kent bowler who's passed the 3-figure mark. And Hampshire are 505 for 8, and there's the declaration. Well, I'm not sure I expected that.
I didn't expect that. Thought they'd keep Felix Organ going for a little bit, giving it a whack, but
What do you think that is?
maybe Carl Abbott fancies a bowl now in these conditions.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, just taking last week at Edgbaston, there's probably a bit more sun, to be fair, but we saw the pitch really starting to lose its pace as it started to dry out over the 4 days. Do you think it might just be that Hampshire feel that there is still some movement? We've seen it today. There is still something there. That actually they want to get stuck into Kent while there's still a bit in this track?
I would imagine so. I mean, we've seen a bit of life in the pitch this morning, and certainly favouring the seamers currently, with Parkinson struggling to properly get into the game here, really. So I think they probably want to make use of that whilst they can, in case they leave it too late and it gives the strong Hampshire seam attack not much to work with.
Well, there are 57 overs left in the day, so there are plenty of overs that Hampshire will be out in the field for. They probably feel that 130 overs is probably enough, and there's probably a lot of tired legs in that Kent side. So as the players make their way off the field, Hampshire declaring on 505 for 8, leaving Felix Organ 21 not out, Carl Abbott 15 not out. Joey Everson, the top wicket taker in the Kent innings, with 4 for 83 from 19 overs. And really the story of the day was James Vince's 4th double hundred. He finished with 211 before he was the 6th wicket to fall at 400. And before that, Ben Brown and James Vince, whose 4th wicket partnership was extended to 259, which is a new record 4th wicket partnership for Hampshire against Kent. I think we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with you in less than 10 minutes time to bring you the Kent reply. where we are about to get underway. The Kent reply. We are still in the first innings. We've just watched Hampshire rack up 505 for 8 declared after 130 overs. And maybe took one or two of us by surprise that Hampshire declared, because we thought they might try and get in a few more. It left Felix Organ 21 not out, Kyle Abbott 15 not out. Joey Everson picked up 4 wickets. But James Vince, the Hampshire captain, decided that enough was enough. And so we get to this situation where Kent is a long haul back for them. Matt Cole's going to join me a little bit earlier than we have down on the sheet, but I know he doesn't mind. So I'm Kevin James. Matt Cole from BBC Kent is here. Georgia Adams is still here.
Not at all. I love talking on the radio and online. It's very much what I do.
You do. I must admit, I thought this innings might just start a couple of minutes later. That's why. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You're doing a few minutes extra.
It's I'm brighter than it's been the whole, well, not the whole day, because we started in sunshine, but at least that welcomes Kent, I suppose, to a degree. But this Hampshire bowling attack, you look man for man against Kent, and no disrespect to Kent's bowlers, but it's so strong.
Here's Barker to Compton then. Compton's forward. That'll be a nice feel. 130 overs in the field, you come out as an opening batter. First ball, even though it's a forward prod, is out the middle of the bat.
Yep, that's fair to say. But this is a real psychological test again for Kent's batting lineup. Making his debut at the other end for us, Kushi will be very pleased to put bat on ball as well. He's had a summer playing a lot of second 11 cricket for Essex.
Here's Barker then, over the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Compton plays and misses. Ooh, that's a good delivery. Bit of movement in the air there for Barker, away from the bat. That's exactly what Hampshire are looking for. Probably very much in the mind of James Vince when he declared there is still a little bit out there. Well, of course there will be with a new ball, but now the heavy roller was on during the innings, which will probably have an effect that at some point later in the Kent innings that it'll start to, the wicket will start to deaden down a little bit. Maybe lose a bit more pace, but that'll just take a little while yet. Compton's in behind that one comfortably enough. But yeah, usually the heavy roller has the effect of deadening a pitch a bit. That's why they're on. That's why some teams like the light roller, which just keeps the life in the pitch going a little while longer. The sun usually saps the pace out of the pitch. Hasn't been too much of that today. Although I detect the pitch has lost a fraction bit of pace. It was never particularly quick at the start. Here's Barker. Bowls played late by Compton. Out into the covers. What sort of season is Ben Compton having, Matt?
Yeah, not bad. But I mean, obviously he made a massive announcement of his career, didn't he, when he moved from Nottinghamshire to Kent? But just looking up his actual stats, I'll be with you in a second. But yeah, no centuries so far for Ben Compton, which obviously he would dearly have loved to have been in the runs. Sorry, no, single century, beg your pardon, got 165. So 250s, batting at about 33.
Averaging 33 this
season,
which is not bad. He's 39 career, so he's slightly, ever so slightly down. He's been with Kent since 2022. Moved from Notts.
Yes, was just struggled to get into the first team there, and Kent took a chance on him, and you know, they've done pretty well picking players from I suppose the depths of the county squads, the ones that just aren't getting the opportunities and offering them that.
He was great for you straight away, almost from the word go. Forward is Compton. That's a no ball from Barker. First runs on the board. Yeah, only played 5 matches for Notts in a 3-year period.
He played in Zimbabwe quite a lot as well. Did Compton for his other first-class games, I suppose, and decent record out there, but very different from playing the county championship, obviously, and especially opening the innings, which is a tough task.
Forward is Compton again. He's not particularly pleasing on the eye, but he does a good job, doesn't he? He's one that sells his wicket dearly First over gone. Kent 2 without loss, replying to that. Hampshire declared total of 505 for 8.
Just looking down his score so far. Yeah, that ton was against Essex back in April. It's a big scoring match, a draw match then. With, Jordan Cox getting an unbeaten ton against his old club there, but yeah, important knock that for Ben Compton in the context of the match, in the second innings. Sorry, I beg your pardon. First innings of that game, second innings of the match, but yeah, showing a big stand with Daniel Bell Drummond, who had 835 as well. Mohammed Abbas, number 38 on his back, will bowl from the hotel end here. And Feroz Kushi facing his first ball in Kent colours, 4 slips, very close to each other as well. Cheek by jowl, and nice shot that, leaning forward confidently, rolls the wrists over it, and will get himself 2 behind square on the onside. Felix Organfields coming around from deep backward square. I thought for a moment, because of the way that the players' names and numbers come up on this scoreboard, when Felix Organ came in, I thought, is this our nickname? It's Felix Organ cubed, because it had a little 3 beside the N.
Oh right.
I thought, but then I've just realised Mohammed Abbas, little 38 by his name. You have to get up early in the morning to beat me. Here's defended at the onside by Kushi. So yeah, this will be fascinating for Rose Kushi. I mean, as I said, our Essex connections really like him. I think a lot of fans do as well. I think he should have maybe been given more opportunities at Essex this season, and perhaps across the board as a young player to make his way. Although obviously Essex have been second in the county championship, so plays that very deliberately through backward point, opening the face. That'll be 4 more, and Kushi started well. So very deliberately outside the off stump to Mohammed Abbas.
Confident start,
yeah,
from the Essex loanee. Feroz Kushi last played against Hampshire here, actually, in a T20 game in June last year. Got 61 opening the batting.
It's his, I think his 5th first-class match of the season. His 6th, beg your pardon. Done 5, played 5 before this, and as Abbas bowls to him, wraps him on the pad. Kushi coming forward. He just impact outside the off stump. There wasn't any Abbas involved, but certainly beaten him as it came through. But so has got a ton this season against Durham. That's right at the end of April. So if you look at the games he played for Essex, there were 4 of those were in April, and then he played against Warwickshire in mid-May. And now he's on loan with Kent for 4 games. It's the 1 championship and 3 T20s for him. So Abbas bowls to him. Oh, it's cut away again by Kushi. Not much foot movement, but that's a lovely shot. It's raced away off the bowling of Abbas, and Kushi has raced away himself. And he's what I've seen him before. He does like to attack. That's to score his runs quickly. Just looking at his first-class strike rate. Yeah, career strike rate of above 60. It's not bad going. And he races on to 10 from this second over the piece. Kent on to 12 for none. Abbas once again to Kushi, right behind that one. Straight back to the bowler. End of the over. That's a report off the bat. It's disturbed a gull at the far end. It's now flying a clockwise circuit around the ground, it looks like, more or less. Well, taking everything in. End of the over then. 12 for none. Kent in reply to Hampshire's massive 505 for 8, including a double century from James Vince, 100 for Ben Brown. And very useful 40s indeed from Messrs Fuller and Barker as well in mid-innings. It's Matt Cole and Kevin James with you on BBC Radio Sun, on BBC Radio Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app, with the pictures. Hampshire County Cricket Club.
Barker to Compton. Compton is forward, pushes that out towards extra cover, just for the record.
And around the ground on the earpieces, which I didn't say before. I've just remembered.
Very well done.
Beg your pardon. It's not every ground it happens.
No, that's the thing. It's you have to remember where you are, don't you, and what medium you're on. It varies from ground to ground. 356 is the follow-on target for those that are interested to know and hadn't worked it out. Here's Barker again from that pavilion end, bowls. Compton plays that late into the ground, goes quickly to Fuller at fourth slip. Yes, Compton is one of those players that you won't see him really push into the ball too much. He'll very much play within himself, especially in these situations where Kent have their backs to the wall. He's under absolutely no pressure to push the scoring rate along, other than just do what he does best, which is literally occupy the crease. I think these conditions made for Compton. As Barker comes in, he'll have to take a good ball, that's for sure, as that's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. Compton's playing his 36th match first class for Kent since his move, averaging 39 at Kent in that time, which is pretty healthy. Anything near 40 or on 40 is pretty good going, isn't it? Especially as an opener.
I mean, the first season he was there, lest we forget, he's been mentioned as an outlier for England. Isn't he? He scored so many runs in the first part of that season.
It was incredible, wasn't it? It's a good leave outside the off stump when you think that he couldn't even get in the not side, and and yet there he was straight away. Moved down to Kent, and all of a sudden, oh, Compton for England.
Yeah, there was I mean, these were only rumours, obviously, and suppositions. People saying that Zach Crawley was having a bit of a tough time there. Are they going to swap Crawley for Compton there? As you say, it's a huge compliment to Ben Compton as how he took the opportunity, basically, having played so much second team cricket.
Barker again to Compton. Compton pushing that into the ground. Another good length ball, another straight delivery there from Keith Barker. Not a lot of movement out there for him. He got one to go past the outside edge in his previous over, but seemed to be a lot of pace in this wicket for him at the moment. Not too much movement for him other as well. Just maybe straightening a fraction on Compton. No more. Compton yet to get off the mark. In comes Barker. Oh, Compton gets right on the pads. He's playing across that one and he's gone. Compton can't quite believe it. I don't know if he got a little inside nick on that, but he's got to go. The fingers up. And Compton, who played very straight up until then, inexplicably just played across that one. And Barker in the wickets already. Kent 12 for 1.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a bad shout from here. He's wandered off to square leg immediately after that one, but just leaning on his bat. It doesn't look bad from the replay, and from what do you make from the eye test there? Did you think?
I think it looked more out actually on the replay. I thought maybe there was a little nick. I don't think there was on that replay. I think he's just got that wrong.
Yeah.
He's just played right across it. That's so unlike him. That's a good wicket to get because he has that stickability factor, doesn't he? Ben Compton can be a bit sort of thorn in your side. But a mistake, and that's the other thing as well. That's another thing, and I've mentioned this so often. When you see one team get big runs, and quite often, you know, batters have played and missed, and on another day they would get a nick and out. But when it's not going your way, and then you come in, and the very first mistake you make, you're gone. It happens so often.
We're talking to him actually after their game against Lancashire. Obviously, they lost that one after the third day, and he batted, I think, for it was 37. He got in that losing cause, and was looking of any of the Kent batters the most assured, and played an inexplicable shot just up in the air outside the off stump. Got himself in all sorts of problems to a pretty innocuous delivery, and you could see him he was just looking at the stumps, looking at his feet, looking at his back, couldn't work out what he'd done. There was no awkward bounce or anything. Talked about him afterwards, and he basically just said, complete brain fade. I have no idea how I got out that one. It may be the same there. It's just his reaction is, I can't quite believe I've done that, as you were saying. He's done something out of character, out of the ordinary. And Kushi defends that one from Abbas, by the way. First ball of the following over. Kent 12 for 1. You said that old scoreboard pressure is a tough one, I guess, knowing that you have to go out there and, well, not have to, but the pressure is on to at least try and get close to what Hampshire have done against this bowling attack. 500 looks very hard indeed. Abbas too. Kushi just takes half a pace down the pitch there, or just extends the front pad and finds Barker at a close-ish mid-off. There's no run. 4 slips, point, mid-on and mid-off. Mid-wicket and deep fine leg. Phoenix Organ has been banished there. I assume he's got quite a decent arm as well. So Abbas to Feroz Kushi on loan from Essex. First game for Kent. Tucks that into the onside, takes a very quick run. Crikey, calls Bell Drummond through from the far end. I don't know if it would have been Bell Drummond's call, but it's a marginal call because it's going just a slightly backward square leg. But Kushi was quickly off the mark. Daniel Bell Drummond, I'd say, was struggling, but the throw came in from mid-wicket. It was a good one and hit with one stun to aim at. A direct hit, so there was a bit of a frisson of excitement. But Daniel Bell Drummond had made his ground. Abbas to Bell. Oh, just drops the hands on that one through to the wicket keeper. Very, very close, I think, to both the edge of the bat and the edge of the off stump.
Just a modicum of movement there, enough to get it past the outside edge. Quite tense for Kent this at the moment. It's been a very difficult game for them already. Bell Drummond with what, 650 runs this season, averaging 46, having another good year, isn't he?
And as county captain as well, so the pressure, and there's been a great deal of pressure on this Kent side. He's managed to hold his end up, and he said hold his head up. Whoa. Abbas is...
It's going to be talked to.
I think he will, and that's one of the things, isn't it? One of the disciplinary areas that they talked about pre-season, the umpires. It's actually in the laws of the game, or the regulations for county championship. They really want to cut down that. Daniel Bell Drummond was standing more or less in front of his stumps, wasn't moving, and Abbas has thrown the ball actually at Bell Drummond's feet.
They call him Vince over.
Yeah. We used to see a lot of it, didn't we? That bowlers just acting angrily, and you could understand that in frustration sometimes, would just hurl the ball at the striker's stumps. And yeah, they called the captain over.
I'm not sure what they can do in this situation. Is it a warning?
It could be. They may be talking after the end of the day as well in terms of disciplinary points, if it goes that far. But certainly they should be talking to Mohammed Abbas as well, not just the captain. It may have been that the standing umpire did say something to him, but still it just looked... I was a bit surprised, really, because it... Maybe I'm over-egging it, but 13 for 1, it doesn't feel like a frustrating time for Hampshire. Maybe it was just a reaction from Mohammed Abbas. May have seen half a stump and thought he's out of his ground, but it's basically hit Bell Drummond.
Well, the umpire's been on the walkie-talkie, so he's conveyed something.
Maybe it's the match referee at this point.
Yeah.
It's Simon Hinks, isn't it? It's the.
Yeah, might try and find something out actually.
Yeah.
If I can, if I'm allowed to be told, try and find something out for you there. But definitely a long talking to Vince there.
It's Abbas bowls to Bell Drummond. And actively gets outside his off stump and defends it into the offside. And umpire at this end. Yeah, there's definite chat. And maybe that Mohammed Abbas himself has asked the question again, but yeah, looks like Paul Pollard to me there is not exactly reading the riot act, but he's certainly explaining the decision, explaining the Yeah, and to James Vince as well. This is going on a bit at this point. And 5 penalty runs have been given. I've just seen them on the board. There we go. And that's the censure for the offence.
Still telling Vince and Abbas. Do you know my first thought when Abbas threw that and it hit? It wasn't a dangerous throw. It was
no, it was
low
at
down
the feet,
pad,
wasn't it? Yeah.
My first thought was I think Abbas is a little frustrated with things this season.
Right.
And I'll tell you why through stats, funny enough, which I think is probably a lot to do with what happened there. Here's Barkley's round the wicket to Bell Drummond. Sorry, it's turned away on the leg side by Takushi. It's gone through short leg there. I'm not sure it was a catch. It may have been, but it went very quickly. And they'll pick up 2. Kushi moves on to 13, 20 for 1. Now, this season, Mo Abbas, and we've been used to seeing Mo Abbas really picking up wickets fairly easy. This season he's picked up 11, but they've cost him 35 apiece. When I tell you that overall in his Hampshire career he's been picking up wickets at 19 apiece, there is quite a big difference. And last week he only picked up 1 wicket in the game, and that was the last wicket to fall in the Warwickshire first innings. Here's Barker down the leg side. So I just think there's a bit of frustration creeping into his bowling now. He's been a prolific wicket taker for quite a number of years for many teams. His first class average is 20, so you know he's slightly better than that per wicket for Hampshire. So I mean, to take wickets, and he's been here 3 seasons or so, is a fantastic average. Up towards mid-off and there's no run, but there has been long periods in games where he's not really looked like taking a wicket, and that's something he hasn't really experienced here before. So I think for me that wasn't just that moment. I think that goes back a little while, that throw. So I don't think I've seen penalty runs put on like that before.
No, not for that offence.
Unusual. Well spotted by you, by the way. Oh, that's nipped back and hit high on the pad. She just opened up a fraction. Let me give you an example as well. Abbas in the first year here, 41 wickets. That was 2021. In 2022, 50 wickets. 2023 last year, 53. So when I tell you that we're over halfway through the year and he's only picked up 11, there's quite a big difference. 20 for 1. Kushi on 13. Facing Barker again. Kushi drives in the air, but safe through mid-wicket. Well, Barker's standing there. I don't think he can quite believe it. Kushi looks like he's going to attack whenever possible, as that was just a length ball, which was, I don't think came out of the middle of the bat, but it was, the intent was there as he hit that through mid-wicket with a lot of intent. It was in the air, but nobody was there. It was catchable height. But that is a shot of a player, really, that Kent would be about 400 for 1 at that stage. But he knows what he's doing. He moves on to 17 from just 14 deliveries. You're right, he does like to be positive. Barker again into Kushi. Kushi gets an inside edge onto the pad coming forward, hence why the appeal was begun and not carried through. 24 for 1.
Just been looking at previous instances of this. Dylan Pennington was cited last year, a tense game against Gloucestershire, and basically picking up the ball in his follow through and hurling it at the stumps. 5 penalty runs. Here we are, law 41.5 it's covered under. Deliberate distraction, deception or obstruction of the batter. And so yeah, those are the rules. I didn't know it carried with it a 5-run penalty, but there we are. Abbas wraps Bell Drummond on the pad. Looked like it was going down anyway, but again, good delivery from Abbas. He's deceptive. Doesn't look like his arm's moving that quickly, and then the ball skids on. through to batter Daniel Bell-Drummond, but 24 for 1. Coochie has 17 of those from 15 balls. He's not hanging about, that's for sure. Joined by Georgia Adams. And Georgia, we're just discussing that 5-run penalty for Mohammed Abbas shying at the stumps with Daniel Bell-Drummond standing in front of them. Umpires called the captain over, then called the bowler over. Mass discussions as Daniel Bell-Drummond clipped this one down backward of square, and there's a single, by the way. So, first time I've seen it. 5 penalty runs for that offence. 25 for 1.
Been there very recently myself, actually, with a player in our team for similar circumstances, but she wasn't actually throwing the ball into the stumps or trying to go for a run out. She was just trying to hit the keeper's gloves and didn't quite get her throw right and accidentally hit the batter. Pretty softly as well.
It's Abbas. It's cut away by Coochie. He's got aggressively at that one. It's not far away from the 4th slip though. James Fuller running after that one. Coochie's playing this like it's quite like a T20, but certainly like he'll be pleasing the England head coach if he was trying to catch his eye, but he's just trying to catch the eye of probably his host county at the moment. Essex, 21 from 16. Flashes away for 4.
Baseball.
That's where I was going with that, but we get fines for mentioning the B word on Radio Kent. It's actually come from the Kent office.
Can't say.
Can we have
Vanished.
I think because we've said it a lot with a particular Kent opener who plays for England, obviously.
Can imagine.
Here's Abbas. Well, he's flashed at that one and missed it, and it's actually kept low a little bit. It's pitched before it got to the wicket keeper, and there's no run.
So when we experienced the throwing the ball in,
yes,
it was a automatic level 2 disciplinary as well as 5 penalty runs, which I thought was quite harsh, because when we watched it back, you can see quite clearly that it wasn't intentional, and it wasn't an aggressive throw in the slightest either. So
as Abbas bowls to Coochie back at the bowler, and there's no run.
I wouldn't have said there was anything dangerous about it. I had to really hold my tongue in a meeting after the game with the match referee, because he told me it was deemed inappropriate and dangerous, was I guess to determine the disciplinary and the penalty, and I said, well, I felt like it was neither of those, but
as you say, that's oops, another flash by Coochie. He's absolutely trying to larrup that one, and I think over cow corner. It's gone over the slips for 4.
put a fly slip in soon.
Well, he's 25 from 19, getting to 33 for 1. Certainly some excitement. Not sure necessarily this is what the match situation dictates this, but he's playing his natural game, and he does like to attack Feroz Coochie, and he is. Bell-Drummond has won 33 for 1. And I can't remember it was a close season before this season or before last season, but certainly ECB had made a point of saying these are new regulations, and it happened a lot, particularly in the county championship. I would say bowlers getting frustrated and would just hurl the ball at the stumps after receiving it.
It was getting out of hand a little bit, wasn't it? I know I saw a
the
few clips of batters actually just hitting the ball away or catching it and saying, well, if they're going to throw it unnecessarily at me, I'm entitled. I don't want it to hit me, so I'm going to batter it away in a baseball fashion. So I do totally understand in the men's game. Barker running in from the pavilion end, bowls width outside off stump, and that's cut away through backward point by Bell-Drummond. Races over the boundary 4. Timed that lovely. Bit of width on offer there though from Barker. Not sure he'll be wanting to bowl in that region.
But certainly my understanding of it is that the umpires have stopped the game, not just with the penalty runs, but talked to the captain before talking to the player as well. That I'd imagine that will be. And one of them was on the walkie-talkie as well. I'd imagine that's the match referee, and they'll have a chat after the game, after the day's play at the very least.
Summoned to the office,
there you
no
go.
doubt.
George has been there.
I've been there. Fun and games. Barker in to Bell-Drummond, who clips that through straight mid-wicket. Again, looks like it's going to be for at least a couple. And that's trickled over the rope for 4. Fielder couldn't quite keep that in, put in the slide, but crawled over the rope in the end.
That's one of those that's going slightly uphill, seems to be gaining speed.
I know,
I'm
that
told by people who
race
know
there.
about physics that that's not actually possible. but
It seemed to race away
it
to the
really
mid-wicket
did.
pocket.
Quick outfield.
Clipped quite elegantly there. Barker runs in again. Bowls wide outside off stump this time, which is left alone by Bell Drummond.
Interesting approach from Ken, because I mean Daniel Bell Drummond does like to attack himself, but with Cushy doing that at the other end, I don't think that would have been. I mean, Ben Compton certainly wasn't looking to aggress the ball, but very much perhaps they're thinking, you know, this is a whole lot of runs. Just play your natural game and see where you go.
Yeah, try and get themselves into a real positive frame of mind. Chase down this total. Barker bowls full and straight. Almost a Yorker there at Bell Drummond as he hits that straight to mid-on. No run.
I don't imagine that the talk in the dressing would have been, well, let's just have a go, nothing to lose, but perhaps thinking in previous games where they've been up against it under the pump after a big first innings by the other side, maybe they have limited themselves, just dug in a little bit too much, got a little bit too nervy, but yeah, it's an aggressive approach to start.
Very aggressive as Barker comes in again, finds the inside edge as Bell Drummond gets forward to block that one for no run. But both these batters, until that ball going above 100 strike rate, so it's certainly not hanging around.
We're talking about how quickly James Vince went, but that was for 200 runs to be fair, or 200 plus. He was going at around 75, wasn't he? Which is fantastic effort. And just wondering if we might get. Sorry, it's just getting a little bit gloomier here.
Certainly getting dark. Barker in, left alone by Bell Drummond. Looks a bit of shape there, I think, from Barker as he brings the ball back in. Ben Brown takes it. Looked like he was moving to his right, but then took it to his left. That's the end of the over, 41 for 1.
After yesterday's surprise showers, I'm quickly checking the rain radar to see if an 30% chance they're saying at the moment. But
yeah, I would say there was a few surprise showers around yesterday. We were on and off the field a couple of times.
Oh well, obviously,
with
you suffered
rain,
it, yeah.
but we're not too far down the coast from here.
And not on the forecast, as you said before, at all.
And it wasn't forecast, so we weren't expecting it in the slightest. We turned up and it was glorious sunshine and quite humid.
As a Bass bowls, 3 slips in now behind Cushy. Tucks it into the onside. Wait there, he says, to his new captain, Daniel Bell Drummond, or temporary captain. And there's no run.
Speaking of throws as well, they're being very strict this season, I've noticed, on keeping the ball up. We get told off probably every single game.
Really?
Well, I say I get told off, and I keep reassuring them that it's not on purpose, but there seems to be a hot topic of discussion, throwing.
So a Bass to Cushy up to mid-on.
With umpires this season.
And that's for teams who, or to try and stop teams deliberately scuffing the white ball, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not meant to throw the ball into the deck if you're in the ring, and I guess that's to limit the ball scuffing and helping the spinners out, I suggest, too much. But I think because it's been such an area of, well, it's really been amplified this year by the umpires.
There's a Bass down the leg side. Cushy helps it on its way, and some. He's adapted that shot, and that's 6 runs. He's lofted that backward of square. I mean, it was going down the leg side, so you might imagine he was going to glance it. That's not enough for Rose Cushy.
Quite sure how he managed to loft that. So
with the body position, I'm not sure either. But the fielder's gone just back to the square. What a shot that was from Feroz Cushy. Well, it feels like he's making up for lost time in his county championship summer by trying some quite extraordinary shots. And that is 6. He's on to 31 from 22.
And he's now been forced to change the field, but they do have a fly slip in place.
Yeah. Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, it goes for the hook this time. Will that be 4 more? It will indeed. Narrow, so Abbas decides to go short. Well, if Mohamed Abbas was frustrated before, he's not going to improve his mood, that shot.
don't suppose it's a match-up thing. Maybe he's thinking, you know, can look to get after Abbas early,
Maybe.
take him out of the attack.
50 for 1 then, Kent. And Kushi has more than half of those. And really is rattling along here. And Abbas too. Throws Kushi. Edges, has he gone? Oh, he's looking at the square leg umpire. It's caught at 4 slip.
From first glance, I thought that bounced.
Feroz Kushi is very much of that opinion. He's asking the umpires. I mean, a replay won't be used, will it? It's but all they can do is ask the fielder. If both umpires think it was up, Feroz Kushi will go.
Oh.
No, they think it was grounded.
I was going to say, I was
Just
almost
looking at the
certain that
replay, I
bounced
don't think
short
actually
of-
the full slip is on the camera. No, it's third slip, beg your pardon, going to their right. Feroz Kushi appealing to the umpires. I think the square leg umpire has said they're giving the benefit of the doubt to the batter there, I think.
Liam Dawson's just shared a few words there with Kushi.
I was going to say, I don't think anyone's mood has been improved by that. Perhaps not even the batters,
Yeah.
but
Well,
51 for 1. It was an extraordinary over, this is.
I really did think that did bounce just short of him, but then the one earlier that Kent, it looked like it was
That
comfortably
Leaning didn't
taken.
appeal for, yeah.
They didn't
Yes.
appeal.
As Abbas to Kushi takes a quick run into the offside. I wonder if there might be a word from Mohammed Abbas. No, he's keeping his powder dry. It's very disciplined of him. 52 for 1 then at the end of the 8th over. Extraordinary over. 11 off it. And a catch that wasn't a catch, said the umpires, after Feroz Kushi looked like he was going to go. 36 or 25 for the on loan Kent opening batter. 9 for Daniel Bell-Drummond. And all this in reply to big score. 505 for 8 declared. I think we were all surprised, Georgia, when Hampshire decided to put up the anchor on that innings.
Yeah, I thought they would be inclined to bat a little longer. With Felix Organ was striking the ball nicely, finding the boundaries regularly, so I didn't see the declaration coming that early. But clearly they wanted to. Seamers must have wanted to get out and about in the field, and
Yeah.
the change of bowler at the pavilion end with Carl Abbott coming to the attack now to replace Keith Barker.
Yeah, they keep on coming, this Hampshire attack, don't they? I think of Barker coming out of the attack, and Colin Abbott's been prolific here.
Charges in for his first ball, full and straight, and that is flicked away to the leg side over the rope for 4. He is, by Kushi, timing the ball comfortably today. Just clipped perfectly into the gap there between deep square, very much on square, and fine leg. It looks a fraction wider than normal. Kushi races to 40 off 26 balls now, striking at 153. So Abbott runs in again. Kushi plays and misses at that as it's cut him in half. Must have nipped in off the seam. Didn't have much in response to that delivery from Abbott. And that's what Carl Abbott does so well.
Yeah, that was a lethal looking delivery. 56 for 1. Well, Feroz Kushi almost feels like, I'm projecting here, but sending a message to Essex. Here's what you've been missing, perhaps.
This is what you're missing out on.
Yeah.
So Abbott charges in again, blocked by Kushi, back to mid-on. Keith Barker slowly runs down to pick the ball up and give it a good shine for Abbott.
Floodlights now in full effect.
Yeah, it's definitely got a fraction darker in the last half an hour. Wind picking up a little out there as well.
Just looking at the forecast for Hedge End, and it said 30%. This weather app says chance of a shower.
Abbott in. Kushi strikes that through third. That trickles over the rope for another boundary. Bit of width on offer there from Abbott. He was quick onto that and cuts it away.
Oh, this is
Too much width there.
This morning was pretty procedural, I'd have to say, from a Hampshire point of view. Kent were chipping away at the wickets. Hampshire were building the runs, a pretty quick order. And the start of this innings, Ben Compton almost inexplicably playing around his front pad and getting out LBW. And Feroz Kushi is just, I don't know, he's blazing at the moment, isn't he? 44 of 29.
He's in T20 mode. Abbott in, blocked by Kushi. A much tighter line, that ball, that goes into middle and leg.
He's batting around about 150, which is a very decent T20 strike rate, isn't it? So
yeah, very. We'll put the skipper, James Vince, under the pump with his field settings. How attacking do you want to be? Do you want to keep giving him boundaries, offering gaps?
I guess they're not taking much time out of the game, which is good for Hampshire, I suppose, generally. But
Abbott in again, blocked by Kushi. Bowls full and straight there. Hit to mid off, and that's the end of Abbott's first over, which goes for 8. Takes the score to 60 for 1.
As you say, it's a question for the Hampshire captain, isn't it? Because if Kushi is blazing away and goes for a run of ball 75, that's, you know, if you get yourself a second wicket at that point, I'm just thinking, you know, law of averages, he keeps going for a bit but he's going to get out eventually playing this game, then perhaps James Vince won't mind because it's not much time or overs taken out of the game, and but how long do you let it go on is the other thing, I suppose, from that point of view. As Abbas bowls to Bell Drummond, drops the hands late on that. It's not unusual for Bell Drummond. Can and will play late and defends that off the off stump. There's no run.
That's what I love about this format, and unfortunately not had much experience in multi-day red ball cricket myself, but I do think you're challenged a lot more on your tactics and your plans and the ebbs and flows of the game.
Yeah.
And how quickly that can change.
Certainly what many of us love about watching it is the, it's like a game of chess with bat and ball sometimes, isn't it?
Cat and mouse.
Yeah. Trying to think 2 or 3 moves ahead, as it were. So this one, sorry, is defended by Daniel Bell Drummond into the onside. It's
Abbas is embracing bowling a few balls at Bell Drummond here.
Yeah. Daniel Bell Drummond, he's not a reactive figure, I have to say. He's quite a quiet man, but he might have just had a brief word with after that shy at the stumps with which hit him. Oh, that's a great delivery. Has he got the edge? He's gone, he's walking, doesn't even bother looking round to see Paul Pollard's finger go up. It's a delicious delivery from Mohammed Abbas. It's taken the edge of Daniel Bell Drummond's bat. Did him all ends up. It's an absolute jaffa. Bell Drummond goes for 9, caught behind by Ben Brown. And that looked very good indeed. Kind of delivery that I sometimes think you have to be a decent batter to actually get anything on it, because that has flown through to the wicket-keeper, almost unplayable for me.
Yeah, that's what Mohammed Abbas does so well.
He goes for 9, does Daniel Bell Drummond. Kent 64-2 halfway through the 10th over of Kent's reply to Hampshire's 505 for 8 declared. Will make way for Kevin James to join George Adams.
It will be interesting to see the mindset of Kushi here, losing a couple of early wickets. Won't see Kent in good favour, but will he keep wanting to play this attacking style of cricket, or will he look to settle in a bit?
He's entertaining, this Kushi fella, isn't he?
Very entertaining.
Wow, you can't keep your eyes off him. I've already dubbed him the Nick Kyrgios of cricket. Not only does he like to be attacking, but he's also got a bit of chat as well. Not afraid to stand his ground if he thinks the catch hasn't been taken. There was obviously a bit of chat going on there between him and 1 or 2 of the Hampshire fielders. The umpires got involved, and look at Paul Pollard. He's now having a chat with Keith Barker. He's gesturing. He's clearly laying down the odds, whatever he's talking about. But Coochie, wow, I can't keep my arse off this bloke at the moment.
I mean, that 6 he hit over square leg was incredible, really.
It was, wasn't
I
it?
don't quite know how he managed to get the elevation
I know.
of that kind of delivery, but whipped his hands through it, held his shape at the same time. When you looked at his shape, you'd almost would have thought it'd gone over mid-on.
I know. It's a big boundary as well, isn't it? It's not a short boundary.
No, they like big boundaries down here at the Utilita Bowl. We've
do.
been moaning at head coach Charlotte Edwards a little bit for some of the boundary sizes she's been making us play on of late.
Really? Have you felt they're a bit too big?
Well, they've been purposeful in terms of why we've put them out. But the players in our squad that like running 2s quite enjoyed it. And the other players in our squad that don't like running 2s, probably not so much. But I guess as a spin bowler for the team, I should probably be a little bit more grateful.
Yeah. Paul Pollard still having a chat with Keith Barker there. It's not just a gentle chat, is it? He's clearly gesturing about something.
We don't get much of this in the women's game, so I'd love to be sort of down there knowing what's going on and what's getting said. Part of the game, isn't it?
Is it me or you? Sorry, it's me. It's Leaning facing. He's the new batter, back from injury, where he broke a bone in his hand. So 2 dot balls against him. 60 for 2. Lunch. It's lunch. Oh, we've had lunch. Tea is at 4 o'clock. It's a set, fixed time. So even though there are still just over 45 overs to do in the day, which will make this evening session quite a long one. The tea's not too far away. 8 minutes away to be exact. Here's Mo Abbas. He's had his fair share of what's been going on out there in the middle. Oh, he's beaten Leaning outside the off stump. That just pitched and straightened. Good delivery to finish off the over. He's gone for a few runs here, Abbas. But his patience has been rewarded. 1 for 31 from just 5. Normally with Abbas, that's about 15 overs worth of runs at least. But he's suffered like 1 or 2 other bowlers at the hands of Coochie. And it will be Coochie to face the first ball of the Abbott over. And I, for one, will be watching every single ball, as I have done throughout Coochie's 31 balls to date. For however long he lasts, I shall be watching intently.
Yeah,
He
good.
is great entertainment.
Good contest here, because they'd have found the boundary a couple of times, but then almost felt like Kyle Abbott counterpunched.
Yes.
Ball that cut him in half as he runs in again and bowls, and again nips in, but Coochie manages to knock that into the leg side for a single. It does look like Abbott is angling it in, getting a bit of movement off the pitch. Leaning, does a lot of gardening as he takes his guard to face up against Abbott. You were speaking earlier about hierarchy of signing things, or things being different that you sign in this day and age. Our last game we played here, I got asked to sign a crisp.
No.
A crisp.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, this is a first. Hopefully a last. Seems like a good waste of a crisp to me. Abbott in there, and that is blocked by Leaning to mid-wicket. Full and straight from Abbott.
That is incredible. Now, well,
I should have asked actually what flavour.
Alex, who's with us from the Reporters Network, has just shouted out. That wouldn't have been my first question I would have asked if I'm honest. What flavour was it?
Flavour crisp?
Mine would have
I
been.
can't believe you're wasting a
A,
crisp.
did you manage to sign it without breaking it?
Well, not only was it a crisp, it was a crinkle cut one, so it was actually quite difficult to sign. Said to them, I'm not sure this is feasible. Abbott in again, Leaning just leans on that and gets that through the mid-wicket gap. So it somehow races up the hill for 4 runs. Teases the fielder to run right the way to the boundary, which you never want to do, but can't quite get there.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? So you managed to spell out your whole name without breaking the crisp?
I placed it in my palm, so I had a firm backboard, and very delicately used a Sharpie to sign the crinkle cut crisp.
Yeah. I've never heard of that before in my life.
Also got asked if they could have a blade of grass from the pitch. In again to leading, brings his length back a little there as he blocks that into short leg.
You didn't sign that as well, did you?
I said, hey, I'll treat you to more than one blade of grass. Have a handful.
Signing a crisp.
Not sure Simon Lee will be happy if I start dishing out too much of his turf to fans.
That is incredible.
Yeah. Crisp.
Was it a big crisp?
It wasn't. It wasn't actually. It was quite difficult. Don't get many more. Abbott in again. Big forward defence there from leaning straight back to Keith Barker for no run.
Looks like the clouds are a little darker, aren't they, above? Or am I imagining it?
Sometimes worries me here because you look around at times and it looks like Armageddon's coming your way. But somehow it does sometimes manage to blow over and not hit you, but it can circle around the ground here.
Yeah.
It looks pretty dark ahead of us, above the pavilion to the right. Abbott in once more and finds the inside edge leaning, which runs away to deep backward square, and they come back for a couple to get his skates on there to make it back for the 2, but makes it comfortably in the end. That is the end of another Carl Abbott over. It scores to 67 for 2, and Abbott only 2 overs, but he's gone for 15, so relatively expensive.
Yeah, Abbott's the 2 main strike bowlers for Hampshire are going at 6s and 7 respectively and over. They've Mo Abbas, I think, showed a little bit of frustration earlier, didn't he, by throwing that ball back. I think, was it Kushi batting at the time? I think it was, wasn't it? He's been involved in absolutely everything, has Feroz Kushi. On his first game for Kent, it has not been dull in the time that he's been out, but he's very quickly got to 45 from just 32 deliveries, 67 for 2. This is will be the last over before tea. Here comes Abbas. It's nipped back, but it's wide. And Kushi leaves that one alone. I'm told that his strike rate in the championship in the games that he's played for Essex this season is over 80, which actually is quite high in championship cricket. So he's what we're seeing here today is not unusual.
Quite surprised we just saw a leave, to be honest.
I know, it's true. Yeah. He has actually, he's shown an inkling to put bat to ball to just about everything that's been delivered to him so far. There's even a fly slip, I've just noticed. Here comes Abbas, bowls, Kushi drives off the back foot. It's fielded at point, nicely fielded, but well played by Kushi. It's fielded by Nick Gubbins. Definitely a bit darker now. The lights are on. The cloud above us. I'm just looking to our right. When you look over towards the New Forest, there is obviously a break in the cloud, and if this ground was probably 5 miles to our right, we'd be in much brighter weather. There's a line of cloud, isn't there, just to our right.
Tea might be timed perfectly.
It could very well do, Georgie, you're right. Here's Abbas, bowls to Kushi, who's forward. Oh, he's playing for tea now, Kushi. I think he would have hit that down the ground a few overs ago. Abbas, I noticed, was having a little chat at Kushi a few overs ago. He's frustrated for me, Abbas. I mentioned it when he threw the ball, and there was 5 penalty runs. But I think he's just a little bit frustrated with this season so far. That 1 wicket against his name is his 12th this campaign. And when you think he's been very nearly, or has been, a 50 wicket a year man, we're over halfway through the campaign. He's got a bit to make up. Outside the off stump, left alone. Oh, it's called an, oh no, I thought it was no ball by the umpire, but I think that's his way of signalling 2 balls left. Because he had his hand out there. Did you notice
Big
that?
arm out. I've done that a few
but
times.
yeah, you're right. I just thought, oh no, hang on, he's signalling to the square leg umpire, 2 balls left.
Thinking 2 balls before I can tuck into some tea.
Are you going to get some tea somewhere? Oh, you get a massive. Did you have the lunch?
Yeah.
In the end?
Had a lovely pie.
Chicken pie and chips.
Well looked after. I'll come in more often.
Well, you hit tomorrow. Might be the same thing. Here's Abbas, slightly wider of the crease, pulled away by Kushi. Short delivery, and that will be 4 runs. Nicely played. Kept it down as well. all along the deck. And he moves on to 49 from just 37 deliveries. This has been one of the more entertaining replies to a high score that I've seen. Normally teams that reply to a big score are intent on sort of digging in and making sure that they don't lose early wickets. Well, Kent may have lost 2, but even so, this fella Kushi,
Eye slips off.
that's interesting. Now there are, what's there? There's a
What are they
very
going with here?
deep fine leg, one on the 45 deep and one square deep on the leg side. This has to be a short ball, isn't it?
Surely.
Here we go then, last ball before tea. Bass, oh, it's a length
Oh.
ball. Oh, it's edged,
Oh.
and it's through the gully area, and that will go for 4, and that will be Kushi's half century.
Oh, the double bluff approach, I think.
Yes. Kushi raises his bat, looks around the ground, and accepts the applause. So that's his 53 of 38 deliveries, and that ends that session with Kent 75 for 2 from just 12 overs, scoring at nearly 6.5 and over in their reply to Hampshire's 505 for 8 declared a little earlier this afternoon. And with Kushi is Jack Leaning, who's 6 off 8, and the 2 wickets that fell were Ben Compton, LBW to Barker for no score, and Daniel Bell-Drummond, who got a really good ball from Mo Abbas that just pitched, just left him a fraction. He got an outside edge through to Ben Brown, and he went for 9. But much like the story of the Hampshire innings, which of course lasted much longer, was the double century from James Vince. That Kushi 53.
Kushi's chasing him down.
He certainly is. He's been involved in 1 or 2 incidents already. The Mo Abbas throwing the ball at the stumps, and it hit Kushi on the foot. 5 penalty runs because the umpires are clamping down on that. And then edging to third slip, standing there saying, no, I don't think I should be going, and the umpires agreeing with him in the end, so he's still there. Entertaining stuff, Georgia Adams.
Yeah, a couple of interesting catches in the slips today, but I would have given it not out if I was umpiring. I saw it bounce from up here, I reckon. Hampshire don't seem too happy about it, and Kushi's taken a bit of a chat since, by the looks of it. But nonetheless, very entertaining innings here from Kushi.
That's for sure. Right, as the light seems to get a little darker, we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time or so for the start of the evening session, weather permitting. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the players are out. It's still a bit gloomy. It's not raining, that's the main thing, but it's a little dark. And we will be getting underway very shortly, the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Kent. The story of the play so far is that Kent, in their reply to the Hampshire declared total a little earlier of 505 for 8, well, Kent are 75 for 2, and they've been racing along, and that 75 for 2 has come off just 12 overs, thanks mainly to Feroz Kushi, who's on loan from Essex, playing his first match, and he is 53 not out, and he's been involved in 1 or 2 things already out there in the middle, which I'm sure will remind everybody as we go through this evening session, but it's been entertaining. Jack Leaning's 6 not out. The 2 batters that are out, Ben Compton, LBW Tabaka for no score, and Daniel Bell Drummond caught behind off Mo Abbas for 9. Your commentary team this evening, a little later you'll hear from Matt Cole from BBC Kent, but it's myself, Kevin James, and Southern Vipers captain Georgia Adams to take you through these first 20 minutes or so, and Kyle Abbott will get us underway in this evening session. His first 2 overs went for 15, suffered a bit at the hands of Kushi, not as much as Abbas, whose 6 overs went for 39. Here's Abbott coming in, and Leaning is walking into that as he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. So Kushi is 53 off just 38, and at the non-striker's end, and we were saying before tea that I don't know, there's just something about Kushi. he's I said at the time, he's the Nick Kyrgios of cricket from just what we saw in that 38 runs. He didn't walk when he was allegedly caught in the slips. You actually, to be fair, Georgie, you said he didn't think it carried. So he was quite right to stay there, but there's a bit of chat going on out there. Mo Abbas threw the ball back at him on his follow through. Comes back on Leaning, plays it into the ground, fielded by Fletcher Middleton at short leg. And that incurred a 5-run penalty from the umpires, who weren't very pleased with what they saw. They are clamping down on that. Have you guys been told about that as well in women's regional cricket?
Yeah, we've been on the receiving end of it. Unfortunately, one of our players received a level 2 disciplinary.
Oh yes, recently.
Recently.
Yeah.
I had to try and control my frustration in the meeting afterwards with the match ref.
Here's Abbott. Leaning on the back foot, steers that through third along the ground, quite deliberate, opened the face of the bat, that's running away for 4, and Leaning moves on to 10, 79 for 2. Yeah, I know you can't name the player, I know who it was, but yeah, that happened. Yeah, it did happen. Yeah. Throwing the ball back at the umpires. I think they've been given a directive this year on that, haven't they?
Well, I was saying earlier, I think throwing has become a sort of hot topic for the umpires this year, and I know in the men's game last year there was a few comical displays where batters would strike the ball away if it was thrown at them because they said they didn't want to get hit. They're probably trying to stamp that out,
yeah,
I'd imagine, but it doesn't happen so much in the women's game.
Stands quite tall, Leaning, waiting for the delivery, pushes that good length delivery out into the covers, fielded by Felix Organ.
We get told off repeatedly for throwing the ball into the ground. In the ring. It's not intentional, so just forgive us for our dodgy throws. I think it's more the more you try and tell yourself not to do something, then it's like everything takes over and you end up doing it.
Yes.
Told our keeper, Rihanna Southby, to get a bit angrier at the fielders if she needs to.
Here's Abbott again, runs towards us, Leaning is forward, another good length delivery. Yes, it can. Yeah, the umpires are quite strict on 1 or 2 things. There's been that. Apologies just before tea. I know 1 or 2 people in the ground were saying that there was a lot of interference on the in-ground commentary. Unlike yesterday, where we could hear it in our ears, we couldn't actually hear it. So thank you for those that pointed it out. I've done 1 or 2 little bits during the tea break. I don't know if it's fixed it. So please let me know, sunandcricket@gmail.com, as it's pushed out onto the offside. No ball signalled by the umpire, because as I say, like T, we had no idea until we got 1 or 2 messages. So apologies. We are aware of it, and I say we, the club are aware of it, because Like yesterday, we isolated it, and it is literally the cable from the in-ground commentary that runs into the box that we commentate from. So that is the offending piece of kit. Yeah, needs sorting really. Here comes Abbott. Bowles leaning again. He's walking into that one. Gets wrapped high on the pad as that ball nips back. And that is the end of the over. First over after tea. We still have 42 overs to do in the day, so this will be a long session, assuming the light stays with us.
It's brightening up over there now.
Over in the west.
Bright
yes.
sky from the west coming towards us.
Do you think it's coming this way?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Feels like it's getting closer.
Let's hope so.
81
for 2 then, Kent.
So Keith Barker will be back into the attack, this time from the hotel end. He prepares and warms up to charge in.
Right, I'm told it actually hasn't fixed the in-ground.
Oh.
Honestly,
Feels some
it sounds
interference.
fine to us, but so thank you for thank you to Joe who's just messaged me with that.
Keith Barker, the most economic bowler of the day so far for Hampshire. So he runs in, traps Kushi on the pads, first ball, and that is out. Full and straight. Kushi looking to play round that front pad. Missed it completely and is given out. LBW for 53. He has to depart.
Oh,
53 off 39 balls.
He's playing right across that one. You're right, just watch the replay.
The tea break has done Hampshire a favour here, with another wicket falling, with Kent 81 for 3 now. Wickets falling at regular intervals here, which won't be pleasing the Kent side when you're...
Well, it was entertaining while it lasted. As part of me, it's actually quite sad that he's walking back to the pavilion, because he was box office.
Certainly giving us some entertainment up here.
He was. If it was down to me and I was advising the Kent board, I would say sign him, because he's entertaining if nothing else. So he goes. But like Ben Compton, who was also LBW to Keith Barker, you cannot play across straight deliveries.
No, Keith Barker full and straight first up there. On the money. Straight after tea. Hampshire will be very pleased to see the back of Kushi, I think, after the way he was playing prior to the break. Looking to counter-attack, and that brings Joey Everson to the crease. We saw feature quite heavily with the ball earlier today. As he takes his guard and prepares to face Keith Barker from the hotel end of the ground.
Still quite dark out there, isn't it?
Still dark. Floodlights on, full swing. Keith Barker round the wicket into Joey Everson, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Bit of shape.
Yeah, and I suppose the clouds above us will obviously suit the Hampshire bowlers, so I don't think they mind too much as long as the light doesn't deteriorate too much. Joey Everson this season with the bat just under 400 runs, averaging 38.
Too bad.
Pretty tidy, isn't it, being an all-rounder?
Tidy for an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Coming in at 5, and Barker runs it again. Short ball that is played down to very fine leg, and he manages to stay tall and get that one away for a single. Get off the mark. Bring leaning onto the strike as he takes his guard. Barker often come round the wicket.
Yeah, he does to the right-handers. Yeah, he
just bringing all modes of
yeah, his
dismissal.
stock ball is obviously the angle coming in and then pitching and straightening. That's become his stock ball to right-handers now. I say now, it's been like that for quite a while, but yeah, it's very
bread
much
and
the
butter.
norm. Yeah.
Barker runs into leaning and he leaves that one alone, but that has taken off outside the off stump. Ben Brown leaping up. So it looked like it cut in, but certainly extracted a lot of extra bounce off that delivery, which was relatively full.
Wasn't it?
Ben Brown did very well there to take that, showing a bit of
Wow.
athleticism behind the stumps.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Not sure
Where did that come from?
where that's come from. More gardening there from leaning. Flatten it down. There's Barker in again, and that has beaten the bat. Leaning looks to defend it, but it flies past the outside edge into Ben Brown's gloves. It's been a good first over here from Barker. Asking a lot of questions from the batters and getting the all-important breakthrough of Kushi. Got one ball left to go. See if he can produce something special again. In, and that's driven
Shot.
by leaning through the covers. Most likely race away for 4. Just over the rope through extra cover. Lovely shot through the offside there, and that takes Kent to 86 for 3. Leaning on 14 of 18 balls, sorry. Keith Barker, 2 wickets to his name now. Bowling quite tidily. Only going for 21 runs off his 5 overs so far.
Yeah, let's go with his. I think he got 8 wickets in the match last week. I'll have to look that up. Just as I say that, he got 6 wickets in the first innings against Warwickshire, which was his best figures for 2 years.
Must be all of those single leg squats I see him moaning about in the gym paying off.
Does he do a lot of those?
Oh, I think Keith Barker's probably the most regular member we see in the gym, actually,
Really?
when we're in there.
Here's Abbott to Joey Everson. That's outside the off stump and left alone. So he does single leg squats.
But he always seems to be doing single leg squats, and I don't know, for anyone that may go to the gym, they're just not a popular exercise. I don't like them either.
So double leg squats is quite obvious, doesn't it? Where
Yeah.
you, I guess you try and stay upright and you bend down and you get level and then you come up again. How do you do that with a one leg?
Single leg squats. So normally you'd hold a weight out in front of you to counterbalance
Oh,
with
right.
your arms out stretched fully, and you touch down onto a box.
Here's Abbott. Everson's forward. That's come back a fraction. He's pushed up to wide mid on. No run.
I'm not sure what the science behind it is, but there must be some science behind it, because it seems to be quite popular
Is it?
exercise for both the men and the women's teams in the gym.
Wow. Can you do some?
Used to do a lot of them, actually.
Did you?
Since I've been rehabbing my quad, not quite as much as
Oh, right, because you've had that
well, I
injury, haven't
managed
you, for a
to-
while?
Yeah. Thankfully, I'm quite grateful for a little bit of a break from them.
You're allowed not to. A little bit shorter. Everson pushing that out to Felix Organ in the covers. That sounds a very, very difficult exercise to do. I have to say, single leg squats.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I'm sure that Keith, when he eventually retires, will embrace not having to do a single leg squat again.
A lot of people have commented how slimmer he looks in this season compared to sort of got very bulky, didn't he? Came back this season in April. I said, don't turn sideways. I won't see you. Here comes Abbott. Everson's driving missing. Ball goes past the outside edge through to Ben Brown. Good delivery there, Kyle Abbott.
Oh, I do see. I would say he's probably one of the players I see most often
it's
in the
interesting.
gym.
Yeah.
Puts in a shift.
It's good that you guys share the gym, isn't it, at the same time? That's good, because I know that doesn't always happen at every club, does it? It's,
No, it's I think one of the best places, or one of the best things about being at the Utilita Bowl is, one, we've got the space to accommodate the both of us, but
yeah.
we generally
Length ball, Everson pushing straight up towards Felix Organ.
We generally go about our training together, which is quite nice. We don't have to schedule in slots or stick to a specific time frame. We all just chip in, and mostly in the gym really, because obviously the outdoor nets are quite limited, so we can't do that together. But yeah, we have many a session where the lads will be in at the same time as us, which is quite nice really.
Here's Abbott again. Runs towards us. Joey Everson pushes forward. Oh, Felix Organ diving at mid-off, couldn't quite get there. And that ball may have enough on it to take it over the rope at the far end, which it does. Everson just pushing at that one.
Blocked it for 4.
Blocked it for 4, you're exactly right. Everson moves on to 5. And Kent 90 for 3, trail by 415. Jack leaning on 14 not out.
Keith Barker getting ready to take the ball again. See if he can make another breakthrough for Hampshire, who have taken wickets at regular intervals since the change of innings. Barker runs in now, and that's pushed into the leg side for no run, thereby leaning. That one looks to nip in slightly, keep those stumps in play. Barker looking to be as full as possible here as he turns to run in again up the slope. Bowls to leaning, who's forward and blocks that straight back to Barker there. Kent looking to reconsolidate here, get a partnership together to try and keep that scoreboard ticking over.
It's going to be a lot slower now Kusi's gone.
Picking it off his legs for 6.
Yes.
The first few overs. Barker's in to leaning, who plays and misses outside off stump, pushes at that one, doesn't get anything off it, on it. It flies through to Ben Brown.
Beauty of a delivery.
Barker troubling the batters at the moment since coming back into the attack. And so far, the pick of the bowlers.
Yep.
So he runs in again to leaning, who gets bat on it this time. Similar shape. Forward defence.
I think that is a no ball.
It's hard to tell, isn't
By
it?
the umpire, yeah, because similar to a signal that he gives when there's 2 balls left of the over, but that looked like a
No ball.
quite obvious no ball sign.
And every seamer will be dreading that, because it means you've got to bowl an extra one. Charge in for 1 more ball. As Barker runs in again, full and straight, blocked to extra cover. Large amount of space on the offside, but it just goes to show when Barker bowls his stock well, goes straight to that extra cover fielder. Can't find the gaps. Saying that, they're just changing the field now. Come out of the slip cordon into catching cover. In tight there. Barker in, beats the bat again. It's leaning, pushes forward at that one.
And there's just enough there for Barker, isn't it? Just comes in with the arm, just straightens off the pitch, just enough to cause a few problems outside that off stop. Jack Leaning playing his 50th first class game for Kent, which I think has been mentioned before, but just to emphasise that. Played a few more at Yorkshire. Played 68 matches at Yorkshire before moving south.
Sunny south.
Chasing the sun.
Barker into leaning, and he drives this one quite nicely actually, but straight to that catching cover fielder, who stops the ball comfortably for no run, and that takes Kent to 92 for 3 off their 16 overs so far. 39 overs left today.
A lot.
Lot to go.
Thank you, Georgia. Take a break. That Cole will be in alongside me for the next 20 minutes until Georgia is back. So it's got a little quieter out there since Coochie's dismissal, which was a little disappointing. The first ball he faced after tea. I was looking forward to a little bit more of him.
Yeah, blades of glory.
Yes, here's Abbott. Bowles, Everson driving up to mid-on, and Abbott Barker fields, and there is no run.
Just interested in the message that Kent's batting lineup were given, because they're all playing fairly positively, I would have thought, at the beginning of this innings. That perhaps just from bowling on it, they know that it's not a viper pit. This is it. This pitch by any stretch of the imagination. So perhaps they thought, let's just play positively. Let's not get caught hanging around waiting for a ball with your name on it, maybe. But
only into the 17th over. It's in the air, just flicked away down to fine leg. Moabas can't get there in time, and that's 4 runs. That's gone very quickly off the bat of Everson. I think that bounced a little bit from Abbott, and also just straightened up a bit, or nipped back a fraction, and Everson just helping the ball on its way. Nice strong shot. Everson moves on to 9, and the Kent reply on to 96 for 3. As I say, we're only in the 17th over, so they've been very quick. In fact, the run rate has just fallen below 6. It was well above 6, wasn't it, before tea?
Yeah.
It's very quick off the mark, Kent here. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, shorter ball, and Everson does well, keeps that down, strokes it through backward a point. Albert is after it and giving it up. 4 runs.
I think the clear worry for Kent here is that they're just not going to have time to bowl Hampshire out a second time if they make these 500 or 600 runs slowly, Kev, I think.
Yeah.
They're on the front foot. They want to make sure that they can blaze away, get these 600, 700 runs they need to for a first innings leading, good time, and then bowl Hampshire out for perhaps an innings victory. I think
it looks that way at the moment, doesn't it, really? Apologies, that was Nick Gubbins running after that one. But yes, well, the way they're playing, they'll be well ahead in this game by tomorrow night, probably, or something like that. I haven't looked at it. Probably, it's in the air. Well past Fletcher Middleton at short leg, though. But again, it's bounced and nipped back from Abbott. But that's gone very quickly. And well wide of Fletcher Middleton, who's close in on the leg side. 102 for 3 now, Kent. And Everson moves on to 15. The light has improved, as Georgia Adams predicted it would do, with the brighter weather away to our right, the west side of the ground, and that slowly is making its way over here. It's not blue sky, but it's a cloud that is a lot whiter and a lot higher. Here's Abbott bowls. Everson's pushing forward up to Barker at mid-on.
So Georgia Adams is broadcaster, cricketer,
yes,
meteorologist now.
Yes.
There's no end to our talents, is there, really?
Many things.
I can just about stand up and talk at the same time. That's usually sitting down. Take one element out of it, but that's, I have to say, sometimes that's a stretch.
102 for 3.
He's not disagreeing with me. Thanks, Kev.
Well, I was trying to find a reason. Everson drives and edges, and it's well stopped by Albert, diving to his right at third slip. But it was all along the ground. It was just all about stopping that ball going all the way down for 4 runs, which he's done. He's done his job. 102 for 3. Abbott's bowled 5 overs now and conceded 35 runs.
Yes, Everson's going at a run a ball. Jack leaning at about half a run a ball. But the run rate has crept up to 6 once more. A little bit slow for T20, but it's wouldn't mind it. 102 for 3 from 17 overs. Barker to continue. To Jack leaning with this high back lift to start. Left arm around the wicket, comes the bowler. Oh, that's a lovely shot from leaning. He was there early, took a pace down the pitch, and has just driven that through mid-wicket. Lovely timing of the ball from Jack leaning. And that is 4 runs. Kent 106 for 3.
He's been a good player, Jack Leaney, for quite a while, isn't he? Really, he's 30 years of age now. I've always, when I first saw him up at Yorkshire, I always thought, what a technically correct player he is. I think some players look a little bit more correct than others. I've always thought he's up there.
Yeah, it's been a good signing for Kent himself, as Leading coming back from a hand injury into this match. Trying the same shot against, but Barker, it's just a little bit deeper in the crease, that delivery. A little bit fuller. And into the onside. Filled with 19 on his back.
No, that's Fletcher Middleton.
Fletcher Middleton, thank you very much. So I was just asking, just trying to...
Yes, no, you were testing me, I could tell.
Get my...
You knew, I could tell you knew, but you were just
Oh,
making sure I was
absolutely.
alert.
Yeah.
At this time of the day.
It's Barker 2. I wish that were the case. Barker 2 leading very wide and leaves that through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. And you are Kevin James.
Fred.
That's right. Yeah, just remind me.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at Jack Leaning's stats. Interesting. In their time at Yorkshire, 68 matches, he averaged 30. But for Kent, and we mentioned earlier, he was playing his 50th first-class match, he averages 36.
Yeah.
So it's been a good move for him and a good signing for Kent.
He's played a lot of cricket, barely been out of the side, but certainly, injury apart, this one's defended into the onside. It's Fletcher Middleton who fields there. You might recognise him, Kevin, with 19 on his back. Mid-wickets.
I remember.
All right, there we go. All that time ago. But yeah, I think he's really enjoyed it. And Kent supporters have taken to him as well. He's been excellent in 4-day cricket. T20 as well, big part of that blast-winning side in 2021. Brought runs and wickets occasionally as well. A little bit of a golden arm. That one's left as well. Then he comes a pace down the pitch. I don't know if Barker spotted him, but he's gone wide of the off stump again, and it's gone through to Ben Brown fairly harmlessly. 106 for 3. But great fielder as well.
Yeah, well, it's a good catch, wasn't it, to get rid of James Vince, which sort of flew a bit, didn't it, from short of a length, and he went quite quickly to him, and he made it look very easy in the slips.
It's Barker last ball of this 18th over. Leaning waiting for that one, and leaves it again. It's going outside the off stump, no need to play it, so he doesn't. 18 from 31 for Jack Leaning, 15 from 14 from Joey Everson. Barker 2 for 27 from his 7 overs. None for 35 from his 5 from Kyle Abbott, who looks like he will continue at the far end. Having said that, well, you're going to be right or wrong. And you're wrong. It looks like Mohammed Abbas is going to take over from him at the far end as we speak.
Switching ends. Mo Abbas, and well, he suffered more than most from that Cushy onslaught early on in the Kent reply. 6 overs, 1 for 39. Did pick up Daniel Bell-Drummond with an absolute beauty that pitched and straightened on Bell-Drummond. He was committed to the shot, had to. Just caught the outside edge. But Mo Abbas during that spell showing a bit of frustration when he threw the ball back on his follow-through and hit the pads of Cushy. And as we've already discussed, umpires are pretty hot now on the throwing of the ball by the bowlers, which has been going on for quite a few years. Just nobody really tackled the problem, but they've decided this year they are, and 5 penalty runs were awarded. So here's Abbas then switching ends to the pavilion end, bowling to Everson, who's almost walking into that shot as he pushes that out on the onside. And there is no run. The lights are still on, even though the light is slowly but surely improving.
Just looking at the overs to go, so we've still got 2 hours of this day to go.
At least, yeah.
30, at least, as you say, 37 overs to go.
It'll be interesting to see how much spin we get. It's interesting looking at the wicket from here. There are some definite patches now, aren't there, on the bowler's follow-through that are starting to appear. Here's Abbas, he's wide of the crease. Everson pushes that up to mid-on, not timed. But some of the patches now of the bowlers running down the wicket, well, straight down the wicket obviously, but you know what I mean. But in their follow-throughs there are noticeable areas which, I suppose an obvious one really is Felix Organ, who may just, I think if they're going to bowl some spin, I think he will be the first option they use because of the 2 right-handers out there as Abbas comes in. Oh, he's playing a miss in there, Everson. Again, just as we've seen all day, just one ball and over, two balls and over, just do something, just enough that potentially can cause a problem for the batter. Just seen it there. It's been there since the start of the day. It was a little bit more yesterday, but Kent really weren't able to take advantage of it. 106 for 3. Zabas comes in again. Everson pushing forward, thick outside edge. The ball running out to Nick Gubbins at backward of point. So yeah, I expect Felix Organ to probably get the nod over Liam Dawson first up.
Right.
I mean, Liam Dawson's the senior spinner, but then again, I'm just looking at the patches, and until there's a left-hander out there, and I don't know if there is one. Just looking down the order, I can't really see one in the Kent lineup from here until number 11. So he might not get too much of a bowl, Liam Dawson. Oh, there's a slight leading edge there, Joey Everson. Trying to push that straight to the ball, making its way out to wide mid-off. Accurate stuff here from Abbas, who's bowled 5 dot balls so far in this over. I haven't taken much notice of the games around the country. I don't know if you've mentioned it recently, Matt.
Not in this session so far.
No, I haven't mentioned it for a while. Division 1 games. Surrey are batting for a second time against Essex. They are 26 for 2. They only lead by 108. Do the defending champions. Lee does always edge that one, and he's walking. And that's Mo Abbas's second wicket. Easy catch for Ben Brown there. Everson goes for 15. Kent 106 for 4.
Yeah, just taking a step down the pitch to Mohamed Abbas there as well, wasn't he? But done by that delivery, he goes for 15. And so Kent have been, well, particularly Kushi was aggressive, but they've looked to move the score on quickly, going at 6 and over. But unfortunately for them as well, wickets falling with fairly regular timing as well. And 106 for 4. He's gone for 15 is Joey Everson. And there's still 399 runs ahead, Kent. That's what faces them. And you do feel at this point they could be staring down the barrel of another big defeat, but
it's not helping them, the cloud cover, although it is slowly but surely dispersing, or the heavier cloud is anyway. That's a wicket maiden for Mo Abbas, who now has 2 for 39 from 7. And the new batter for Kent is Tawanda Mayeye. He's another positive player. I mean, I've seen him more in white ball than I have red ball, but he's certainly positive in white ball. Is he does he play similar?
Yeah, he does, or has done, certainly. He's tempered his attacking approach a little bit over the last couple of seasons for Kent. We're looking to kick on a little bit this year. He hasn't got the scores. His first 50 came in that game against Lancashire at Canterbury last week. It's undoubted talent, but yeah, as you say, in T20 he's got all the shots.
Pushing forward, but is it you or me? It's me, isn't it? Is it? No,
I think it's me now. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Left arm around the wicket. Barker to leaning, defensive shots straight back at the bowler, no run. So I wouldn't say it was a worry yet for Tawanda Mayeye, but it feels like he needs to kick on. Certainly in 4-day cricket, but.
Well, he's only 23 years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got time, isn't he?
It's Barker round the wicket to Jack leaning, pushed into the offside, but I think it was very much marked how when Zach Crawley went back to the England lineup that was marked. So Reardley took the opening batter's role. Tawanda found it difficult batting up towards the top of the order, so he dropped down to 5 or 6. And comes in at 6 here, but ahead of Harry Finch, wicket keeper. 3 slips in behind Jack leaning. He comes down, pace down the pitch and defends it back at Barker. There's no run. The trees to our left being agitated by the breeze. It's say when this was originally built, obviously those were saplings, weren't they? And I'm that old, ladies and gentlemen, but it's developing really nice. Is what I'm trying to say. Is that the green around the ground? It's turned Jack Leading around, bit of a leading edge. Sorry, no pun intended. Absolutely none. Just messing up my worms. Into the offside, and there's a single.
I think I'm right in saying that the trees, which form, don't they, sort of a circle around the ground, certainly at the two ends, they were a little closer to the pitch, and I think they were replanted.
Oh, really?
Quite a few years ago, further back. I'm sure. I mean, it's only this ground's only 20. Well, since they started playing 2001, so 23 years. I'm already struggling with my history on this ground, but I'm sure
it's long enough.
Yeah, I'm sure after a few years they were pushed further back, replanted.
Barker around the wicket to Yeye, first ball faced and in up towards mid-off.
I think they're quite nice actually, aren't they? And sort of in keeping with the surroundings when you see lots of trees behind the pavilion and the two stands in front of us.
So the mature trees we see at the far end.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a forest from what we can see. But
Telegraph wood.
Telegraph wood. Thank you very much. There's that left outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. I think Sean Irvine was saying he lived near here as well, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he
was just sort of over the back.
Yeah, certainly when he was playing. I don't know if he still is, but through to the wicket keeper. Good delivery from Barker. And a confident leave by Mayeye. End of the over. 107 for 4. Kent in reply to 505 for 8 declared by Hampshire.
Yeah, I think he could almost walk to the ground. He's just too lazy. Really. He's fairly close anyway. I don't think he's quite. It might be a walking distance actually. I picked him up once last year, and if I'm honest, I couldn't work out exactly where the ground was to where his house is, but he's not far. That is for sure. So Mo Abbas will be bowling to Jack Leading. So Mayeye is being kept away from the strike at the moment. It's going to be a while before he faces his first delivery. 3 slips weight. There are no gullies, and there is no third either. Here's Abbas bowls. Leading just walks into that one, pushing that up towards Barker at mid-on. Leading has a very unique address to the ball, doesn't he? Really, where he's got his bat up behind his head. Yeah. Holding the bat there before the bowler delivers. It's fairly unusual these days.
I was saying very many times that Graham Gooch used to do that, didn't he?
Yes, it's an old-fashioned.
Well, I'm not sure how many other batters I can think of that do it these days. Certainly, but
well, Gooch was the most obvious one. There he is again with the bat high in his hands, and it's just pushed out into the gap, and the covers for a single. So Mayeye will. Oh, he's faced a couple of balls, Mayeye, apologies. Leading moves on to 20, 108 for 4. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned way of addressing the ball. When Gooch was scoring millions of runs for England and was standing there, wasn't he, upright with the bat up high and back, everybody said, oh, yeah, we've got to do that. If he can get loads of runs, we'll all do that. And so lots of players adopted that style. It's a style that's not really seen for quite a few years. So Mayeye has a bit more of an open style as well, address, than Leading. Forward. It's confidently enough pushed up to mid-off, where Abbott fields. And there is no run. So Mayeye this year, probably just to emphasise what you were saying there, Matt, is this is his 7th innings, but he's only averaging 18 this season.
Looking for his career average over.
Well, for Kent it's 30, actually, which isn't bad at all. So he's well down this year, isn't he? Again, sort of emphasising the fact that you say that he hasn't really kicked on yet. Leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. Just over 1,000 runs in his 23rd game here for Kent.
Yeah, and his T20 average is. I mean, he's not come off this year. He's not the only one for Kent that by any means, but yeah, he's averaging 16. The strike rate of 100. I know averages are lower naturally in T20, but again, he's suffered a little bit this year with his form.
Yeah. Plenty of time to pick that up, though.
Yeah, as you're saying, just 23 and undoubted talent.
Yeah, he is. Here's Abbas again, bowls. Yeah, he gets wrapped on the pad. Ball trickles out to backward of square leg. They'll pick up a leg by there. Just waiting for the umpire to signal. There he goes. 109 for 4 then. Kent trail by 396. Bring Georgia Adams in, Southern Vipers captain, who's been with us all day. She's with us all day tomorrow as well. Hot off their win against Western Storm yesterday, so 3 busy days for Georgia Adams. Here's Abbas. Runs in again, and nice drive by Leaning. Past the diving Kyle Abbott at mid-off, and that's game for 4. Nice looking shot there from Jack Leaning, who moves on to 24, 113 for 4.
Quite bright now.
It's lovely now, isn't it?
The sun's almost out. Almost.
It's about the closest it's been, isn't it, to coming out for a few hours.
It was lovely this morning.
Yeah, early.
Didn't last long though.
No. It's a bit of a shame really, because it's a few days ago it was burning for a few days, wasn't it? It was lovely. You felt finally summer has arrived, but as soon as we get a few good days, we're almost back to where we were a week or two ago, where we're saying, when's summer arriving? When's it arriving? When's it coming?
Always the topic of our summer, isn't it, in England?
It is.
Barker runs in. And that's left alone with a bit of shape there.
Yeah.
I think.
He's got that ball going quite nicely, actually, isn't he, Barker? Coming in, bouncing, just straightening. Got to be really careful as a right-hander, haven't you? You'd know, as a batter yourself. The ball, anything that's just straightening on you on an outside off stump, you've got to be very confident of you in terms of what your shot selection.
That's what Barker does so well, I think. As a batter, you're always in 2 minds. As he bowls again, and that's confidently defended to mid-off there. As they're looking to really give the ball a good shine, so I think they're still looking to get a bit of shape out of it here from Barker. As he gets ready to run in again to Mie, who blocks that back into the offside. It's in and behind the ball. Barker bowled a slightly heavier length then, going into the pitch slightly more than what we've seen from him in this spell.
Just looking at Hampshire's overrate, I've just noticed it on the board. They're slightly down, they're -1 already. Keep an eye on that one.
Bowling their armoury of seamers. Barker runs in again. Looked like it swung in, probably doing too much there as it flies off the pads down to fine leg for a single. But yeah, definitely looked like got a bit of swing through the air.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Really arrowed in. It was a good shout. He probably just about in front, but it really was, wasn't it? Coming across him or coming into him. Yeah.
That's the danger when you're a left armour coming round the wicket on that angle. Barker runs in again, and that's left alone side the off stump from Leaning.
That's the ball you want to be bowling over the wicket, isn't it? As a left armour. But that's the ball. That's a ball that he tends to bowl once and over. It's that other ball.
Surprise element.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's what Barker does so well. He keeps the stumps in play, gives himself options to trap batters in front, out bowled, and also find the edge of the bat. He runs in, bowls the ball, and that's defended back to mid-off by Leaning for no run. That's a maiden over from Barker, who's now bowled 9 overs, taking 2 wickets and only going for 28 runs. Most economical bowler of the day so far.
Just get the feeling that the Hampshire bowlers really have got a bit of control back, haven't they, really? While Kushi was batting, they had absolutely no control over that Kent reply whatsoever.
Yeah,
it's a highly entertaining half-century of just 39 deliveries with 10 fours and 1 6. You wouldn't have thought that when he walked out to bat, Kent were 505 runs behind. Just played very carefree. It was very refreshing. It was very entertaining. It was disappointing when he was out first ball he faced after tea. LBW to Barker. Here's Abbas from that pavilion end, and forward is Mayeye.
No, mixed feelings on
Yeah.
that. Yeah. It would have been quite nice to see him bat for a little longer from an entertainment point of view.
Wasn't he just?
I'm
Terrific
sure
stuff.
equally Hampshire fans will be happy to see the back of him, as he was looking quite dangerous.
Well, it's one of those where I guess as a captain you'd be pulling your hair out, wouldn't you? If somebody's playing like that and you're in the field.
Slashed a few away over the slip cordon as well, just to rub salt in the wounds.
Yeah. Here's Abbas then, bowls, and forward is Mayeye. It's going out to point where Nick Gubbins is the fielder. But in a game of quite a few runs already, where earlier today James Vince completed his 4th double century. All 4 of those for Hampshire. His 3rd highest ever first class score of 211. It was a bit of a surprise when he was out. It was a good delivery, wasn't it? Bounced on him from Grant Stewart. It looked like he was...
Took off a length a little bit.
It did, yeah. Couldn't keep it down, caught in the slips. Here's Abbas. Yeah, he turns that to short leg. Good fielding, good reaction fielding there from Fletcher Middleton, who's still in there under the helmet.
Probably the only ball that troubled James Vince. Well, actually saying that, he did play and miss at a few early doors this morning, but after 2 or 3 of those, he soon found that cover drive of his.
Oh yes.
Again quickly.
Yeah, we didn't have to wait too long, did we?
Had a message on my Twitter.
Yep.
About the elephant, snake or hawk in the room.
Oh.
Are we going?
There's Abbas. Yeah, he's forward. Goes up to mid-off.
Part of the new Tier 1 process. Phil Webb wants to know if we're going to see Hawkeye have a female counterpart from a mascot point of view.
Now, that's another good point.
Well, you know, we don't have a mascot for the Vipers yet.
You
We don't even have a snake running around.
No, I'm not sure
We
there'd be too
scare
many
the
takers. Yes, to say that wouldn't help, would it? Yes, we were talking a little earlier as to what the Southern Vipers will morph into when they become Hampshire. As a Tier 1 county, that's next year. That's played towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Whether they keep the Vipers name, so they become the Hampshire Vipers, or whether they become part of the Hampshire setup as the Hampshire white ball team and known as the Hampshire Hawks. It's an interesting one. You were saying, yeah, it's and the orange, of course, which the Vipers play in, will that be kept? But so yeah, so they have a mascot, the hawk, and yet there's no female equivalent. Is that what Phil's saying?
Yeah, there's no.
There isn't. What is a
Wonder if
female?
we'll
There
see
is no
one.
female hawk, is there? There isn't a
I
foil.
don't think so. I know.
Ooh, he's playing a missing. That's a bit of a waft there from Mayeye, whose front foot was nowhere near the line of the ball there. He's a little bit lucky to survive that as the ball goes through to Ben Brown. 114 for 4. A maiden over there from Abbas. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 44.
Keep the slip cordon interested on the total there. Apparently, Essex and Birmingham do both have female counterparts to their current mascots. And I know, I think I saw the other day at Sussex when they have 2. They have a shark and a hammerhead shark that possibly could be female.
Right.
We're going to have to find another outfit. Barker interleaning here, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Happy to let that one through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. Maybe we should start a design competition for a new mascot outfit.
Yeah, I mean, these are the important decisions, aren't they? Because it's not just you're going to become a Tier 1 county next year and that's it. There's all these other peripheral issues.
Barker interleaning, width on offer there, and he slapped that away through the covers. Looks like it's going to go all the way to the rope, and it does. Trickles over the boundary for 4, and that's 4 more on to Leaning's total, which takes him to 28, 42 deliveries. Grateful for that boundary. Dispatched the rare bad ball from Keith Barker. Far too much width there. He runs in again. much tighter this time, left alone by Leaning. Back into that 6th stump channel, looking by the looks of it to hit the footmarks, footholes on the pitch. Maybe ask a few questions. The batter. And happy now to give Leaning the 1 by dropping point out onto the boundary. So he runs in again into Leaning, and that has hit the foothole and gone away considerably, I believe. Taken well by Ben Brown behind the stumps.
So I'm just looking up. So I put in female hawk. Because I mean, I'm not.
It's got to that stage of the day.
It has, yeah. Male hawks are called. I don't know how you pronounce this. Tierces. Tierces.
Tierces.
Yeah. Does that sound right?
Tierces. It'll do. Barker into Leaning as he drives to mid-on, but can't get it past Carl Abbott, I think that is there.
Yeah.
Picks the ball up and gives it a good shine, looking after his fellow seam bowler.
So female hawks are called hens, apparently, according to this.
Hens?
Yeah. So, but that wouldn't be right, would it? That wouldn't
So you could
sound right.
It would probably cause an uproar because it sounded a bit weird if you had Hawkeye and hen.
Yeah. That doesn't sound right. Does it?
Barker into Leaning, and he pushes at that one straight to the cover fielder, who's in quite tight on the offside for no run, and that's the end of that Barker over. That's 10 overs now from Barker. The score is 118 for 4. Deficit 387 between the sides at the moment. Still plenty of overs left in the day.
31. It's almost a session, isn't it, in itself? 356, just to repeat, it's the follow-on figure. If Kent weren't to quite get there, or if Hampshire wanted to enforce it, which is not always usual these days. Sides not automatically doing that sort of thing. I suppose it depends on how long Kent bat for and how far they are behind. Indeed, they might even get a lead. Here's Abbas to Mieye. Mieye's forward. That's gone up to Abbott at wideish mid-off, and there is no run. So yeah, the hawk. I don't think the hawk thing's going to work, is it? No, it's going to.
And it'll, you know, if we do end up staying as the Hampshire Vipers, then can't really have a pairing. It would just have to be a duo.
A hawk and a viper running around the field before a T20. Yeah. 118 for 4. Here's Abbas again. From that pavilion in bowls. Mieye gets a length ball. He's going to take a quick single. He'll have to hurry. Gubbins throws. Almost runs into the stumps, does Mieye. I always thought that was close. If Gubbins picked it up cleanly with one hand, which he did. Difficult to tell from here whether he'd have got in. I don't know your thoughts there, Georgia.
It looked very close. He certainly hurried him. Put his foot down to get in at the other end there, Mieye. I think with the direct hit. Always in with a chance, but it's not quite the same when you're not on TV and you can't send it upstairs.
No.
I think umpires tend to err on the side of the batter, unless it's very clear cut.
Yeah. He looked like he was running the bat into his stumps initially. Mieye just sort of pulled the bat away at the last minute. Here's Abbas. Leaning gets wrapped on the pad. So that ball just comes back in a fraction. Leaning's on 28 currently. Mieye, that you can understand why he was taking that quick single, because the 17th ball that he faced was the first time he got off the mark. And that ball, just watching the replay there, definitely nipped back there from Abbas. But Leaning does have this little habit of just taking half a pace down the pitch just before he plays his shot.
Like a trigger movement.
It is a bit, isn't it? Here's Abbas again into Leaning. He's going to take a quick single, but that's into the gap, and the cover's quite obviously into the gap. So it's a comfortable single. The light has improved considerably in the last 20 minutes or so. As the Kent total moves on to 120 for 4. I was just going through a couple of scores actually in Division 1. I mentioned earlier that Surrey were batting for a second time against Essex. They're 36 for 2 now. leading by 118 runs. Somerset are 142 for 3, replying to Warwickshire's 412 all out. As that's edge short of third slip, and that is going, or was it short? It's going for 4 down below us. Did that carry? Was that in the gap?
Let's see, I think possibly just short.
Yeah, I think it was. That was my initial thought. Kent's move on to 124 for 4. A little bit of extra bounce there from Abbas. Mia was playing a little low on that one. So Somerset trail Warwickshire by 270 on the first innings with 7 wickets remaining. Lancashire 344 for 8, still batting in their first innings. Obviously a bit of rain around there. That's against Nottinghamshire, who are yet to bat. And Durham are 91 for 6 in their second innings against Worcestershire. Durham leading that game by 169. That could be a good game there. As that's played into the ground by Mieye, who's trying to force it away on the offside. The ball just makes its way onto the onside off a bottom edge. End of the over, 124 for 4. Durham's first innings total of 190 all out is the top score of the game. So at 91 for 6, if they could just eke out a few more, Worcestershire looks like they'll have to bat for a 4th time with the high score of the game to win that one. That's the situation in Division 1.
There we go.
Abbott's switching.
Change of bowler. Chopping and changing ends here, the seam bowling trio. Abbott fancies a go from the end just in front of us here, the hotel.
He's been expensive as well, isn't he, really? But again, he was bowling at Kushi early on.
Took no prisoners.
No.
Earlier. He flew to his half century before departing. Abbott charges in and finds the outside edge straight away, full and straight. Leaning, looks to get forward, but just edges it out to point.
Abbott has 21 wickets so far this season. Liam Dawson out in front with 28, so Abbott's taken the second most. They've come at 29 apiece. Again, a bit like Abbas, his average per wicket is slightly higher than normal. His wickets for Hampshire have been coming at 20 apiece throughout his time here.
Abbott in again to Leaning, who defends that comfortably to mid-off. So he looks to find his rhythm into his second spell of the day. When do you think James Vince will consider a spinner?
At some point this session.
in the 29.4 overs we've got left. I think we'll see one feature. Not potentially 2. Abbott in again. And once again a forward defence from Leaning there straight to mid-off. He confidently gets forward. Times that nicely.
I'm just wondering if you, I mean, I said earlier, I thought if there is a spinner introduced, and you're right, there will be at some point this session, but if maybe Felix Organ would get the nod over the more senior spinner, which is Liam Dawson, because of the 2 right-handers out there.
Could well. There's Abbott in again. Pete at the last really, but this time defending it to Keith Barker at mid-on. So Abbott just looking to bowl full and straight. And at the stumps. Could go with Felix Organ.
I mean, there's a little bit of rough, isn't there? If you bowled at this end, you can just see a little patch, can't you, just outside the off stump of Jack Leanings.
Might make it difficult for the batters out there. Abbott charges in again. This time goes a bit too straight, and that's flicked away between mid-on and mid-wicket by Leaning. As chase the ball down there, but settle for 2. Was that Fletcher? Let's see.
I would say, I don't know. Is it Fuller?
Fuller. Yeah.
Yeah.
James Fuller.
Might see him
charges
before.
after that.
I think we might see him before the spinner. Bowled so well second innings at Warwickshire on the last day on a very, very flat, slow-paced pitch with a very soft ball. Not good pace.
Abbott in again to Leaning, who defends that comfortably. And that's the end of his first over. 2 runs off it.
Georgia Adams will stay on, and next to her will be Matt Cole.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. A bit lighter
Much lighter.
for the evening here. The Bass bowls to Wanda Mieye, getting very well forward, exaggerated pace forward. Bat goes up in the air. I thought we may have a little bit of buzz back. Have you been talking about that?
No, we haven't actually.
Not the excitement
We've,
I'm talking
I
about,
didn't
but
realise
it was the fun.
Kev was such a tech man as
the
well.
Yeah, the Sunday buzz which he managed to get rid of yesterday. So hope around the ground and on the stream and on the online web stream as well, everything's okay with you. Do get in touch if it's becoming distracting, and we'll get Kevin to work his magic. As he just left the box, so might be a couple of moments, or the gantry rather.
I know, the
So
tech
dot
man's
ball
left
is
the
next one.
building.
Oh really? Yeah,
I left for
absolutely.
our
Oh
own
Kevin, yeah,
devices
sorry,
now.
yes. Kevin to remind myself that's him.
Learnt-
126 for 4.
Learnt something new about him today.
Yeah. No, he's very painstaking. We isolated every lead to make sure which one it was coming into the kits, and eventually managed to somehow get rid of it. And then, almost by magic, there it wasn't this morning. So, Abbas to Mieye, defends that again. Applause from Ben Brown.
Staying as still as possible
Keeper.
so I don't nudge anything.
Well, yes. Yesterday it really was a case of that. It felt like every time someone moved, either it got quieter or louder. So, I'm playing musical statues for a lot of the first session on Sunday. So yeah, the sun is threatening to break through the clouds. Just as I went and got my jumper, obviously it's going to warm up, I'd imagine. I managed to do that for you all. Be grateful.
Always the way.
It's Abbas from the hotel end coming towards us. And Mieye past the man at short leg, Fletcher Middleton. It's a little clip on the inside part of the bat. Could have got 2. As James Fuller, I think, lost where the ball was. He's gone down on one knee to get it, and then it's disappeared behind his back. He's turned around, it's not there either. But yeah, there was room for 2, but they weren't going to risk. Just in case Fuller picked that up cleanly.
I think his hat spent more time on the ground this game than on his head so far.
You're probably right.
Keeps picking it up off the floor. Did see him there just warming up to bowl. So we might see James Fuller come into the attack very soon.
Kevin was saying, wasn't he, just before I came on to Mike, how well he bowled on a really flat pitch against Warwickshire last week, and if any pace is going out of this, they might hope to do the same. Leading comes a pace down the pitch towards Bass. Oh, this is proper warm-up now. He's jumping on the spot.
Similar to what
Arms
we see
whirling.
him do in the gym with
is
his
that right?
weights.
Yeah. It's almost like doing like the butterfly stroke, but on land and vertical.
Swimming.
Yeah, quite. Oh, he's doing it all now. He's going for a little jog. Or he's been sent to the boundary. So I thought for a moment this is all part of the
Fancied a little jog around the pitch.
the calisthenics. He's going to do a lap. Here's a Bass, 3 slips and a short leg in. Leaning goes down the pitch once again. Jack Leaning's not afraid to do that. He's done that to, I think, all the bowlers, the seam bowlers so far. Is just take a very deliberate step down the pitch as they are in their delivery stride. End of the over, 127 for 4. Leaning has 31 from 56. Mieye 6 from 23. And I think of the Kent Bass we've seen so far, Leaning's looked as good and secure as anyone. Not quite as spectacular as Feroz Kushi. We'll be talking about that for a while. He's 53 off 39 balls, 10 fours, 1 6, and refusing to walk as well when which is within his right to ask the umpires to make sure that there's a catch at third slip, and the umpires conferred and said, no, you're fine, you can stay.
Yeah, he firmly stood his ground. He was having none of it. As Abbott runs in again, and that's driven straight to mid-off for no run. But Leaning looking quite solid out there, really.
Yeah. He'll be pleased to get bat on ball, having been out for a few games with a broken bone in his left hand. Already pretty heavily strapped though when he was in the slips, but took one excellent catch going quick off the bat as well, so it doesn't seem to be any worse for wear, fortunately, after that injury.
Abbott runs in again, and that's beaten the bat. He bowls full outside the off stump. Miei plays and misses at that one.
That's a snorter, isn't it? Leaves him off the pitch. Lovely.
Looking at those footholes as Miei's doing a bit of gardening around there.
Might come into play with a spinner, of course, or spinners, I should say. Kevin was wondering whether that be Felix Organ first or Liam Dawson, but looks like James Fuller is going to be next on the seamer.
Abbott into Miei, who drives that to mid-off. Yeah, James Fuller still continuing to warm up quite thoroughly, actually.
Kevin James is running repairs on the.
There's no end to his job role.
I'm not quite sure what these are in front of us. Do they act as sight? No, too high for sight screens, but for cameras. There we go.
Job description
mini barriers.
expanded by the minute today, I think.
Got a cable tie out there.
Kevin James.
Very capable.
Abbott in again and beating the bat again outside off stump. So that looks to take off a length a little bit more. Gets Miei there, who gets forward but can't get any bat on it.
Yeah, 6 from 27 so far. Hasn't really been timing the ball, and there's a meeting between Keith Barker, who's shining the ball on his shirt, and Kyle Abbott. Probably doesn't need any advice from Keith Barker or from Felix Organ, but a chat between the three.
Keep him going. He runs in again at Miei, bowls straighter this time, who blocks that to Keith Barker at mid-on for no run. Tidy over here from Abbott. He's beaten the bat twice this over. I think he's just looking to extract something out of those footholes by the looks of it. And Miei struggling to find his timing.
Seems to be a bit bogged down at this point, doesn't he?
So he sets up to face the last ball of Abbott's over, and he's driven at that and found the outside edge, and it flies to the boundary. 3/3. And 4 runs onto his total, taking him to 10, and that's 131 for 4 now for Kent.
Yeah, frustrating for the bowler. I don't imagine that Hampshire as a unit will be too worried about that, because it's taken the outside edge, and we'll just feel eventually that one of those is going to stick in the slips.
Abbott slightly frustrated by the looks of it.
Well, yes, it's always for the bowler it's going to be an issue, isn't it? But
not featured in any of the dismissals today.
So it's 2 for Abbas and 2 for Barker so far, and it will be James Fuller. Spotted him warming up on the outfield there.
Thorough warm-up. He's ready to go.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The peak of physical condition now. 28 overs into this Kent reply to Hampshire's 505 for 8 declared, if you're just joining us, with a double century for James Vince. Here's James Fuller, first ball to Jacqueline, and immediately has him in a bit of trouble, Leaning. Just trying to defend that, I think, outside or just on off stump, and it's come back onto the pads. There's a little jump of nervous excitement from Jack Leaning, but he's fine.
Poked at that one.
Yeah.
From Fuller.
Well, his bat was away from his body, wasn't it, there, and away from his pads, and 31 from 57. He had looked pretty assured, but now James Fuller is here to rattle him a little bit. Fuller now bowls to Leaning, and that one's short and outside the off stump. Leaning takes advantage, thinks about a second. He's played it off the back foot behind square. Fletcher Middleton fields on the offside boundary.
He got away with that one. I'm not sure that's quite where he'd be intending to bowl.
No. So, been saying before, looking at these two bowling attacks, do you think that they got the comparative luxury, I think Kent would see it, of bringing James Fuller on with fully 28 overs gone. It's a really potent seam attack, this one. James Fuller to Miyeye, leaves that one very deliberately outside the off stump through the wicket keeper. It's quite a clamour of gulls and pigeons a few overs ago. Did you notice that?
Had a lot of gulls fly past up here.
Yeah, just noticed when I was off mic that suddenly there was a raucous calling from the gulls. The pigeons were all involved as well. I just wonder what on earth was going on. If you were at all nervous about birds, you wouldn't have been enjoying it on the gantry, that's for sure. But perhaps they thought it was time they took over and people left. Who knows? It's Fuller bowls to Miyeye behind that one.
Be some food around.
No run. Absolutely.
Either that or it's because the sunshine's finally trying to come out.
We were talking to Scott Reed at Lancashire last week. He thinks there are different classes of gulls. So he said at Canterbury they're very classy. They won't settle on the outfield until everyone's gone and there are different grounds. I think Hampshire's much like that. I think the gulls are very, very polite. Leave everyone alone until the end of play, perhaps. It's Fuller to Miyeye, playing a miss through to the wicket keeper. There's no run, but yeah, he's a few half lives here to Andy Miyeye, playing and missing and edging through the slips. I mentioned there's some football grounds, certainly, where now even before it's 4:45 on a Saturday afternoon, they're circling and waiting to get the bits of chips and pie, etc., etc. And I've done a couple of post-match interviews where it just feels like the birds have completely taken over the place and it's time for you to leave. It's Fuller to Miyeye outside the off stump. Torquay United being one of those back when they were in the Football League. It really did feel like just a flurry as soon as the players left the pitch. Suddenly it's the goals saying it's our time now. Well, on your bike.
When we had our first game over at Hove a couple of weeks ago now, we wanted to show our overseas Charlie Knott Brighton and do the real touristy things with her, and right towards the end of us deciding to call it quits and pack up for the day and head back to the hotel, we just walked off the pier in which a seagull came down and basically nicked a woman's ice cream. She just bought an enormous ice cream, and we said, you've now had the full Brighton experience.
There we go, yeah. You've seen it all.
Because if you haven't seen someone be swooped by a seagull or had an item of food taken off you yourself, then you've not had the full experience.
Just Dan George, the Kent physio, is coming out there. I wonder if it's just it looks like maybe a tablet or two. Might be a painkiller for Jack Leaning. He's broken that bone in his left hand and come back to play. He's done well, but I just wonder whether he's just feeling a little bit sore on the left hand, so taking a drink. I suppose on the face of it, I mean, that obviously gulls are around, people are around gulls, gulls are around people. And somebody holding an ice cream, it's almost like you're offering, here's some food, do you fancy or not? And gulls
dangling the carrot.
That's right, yeah. You can see, or one of those little trays of fish and chips. They're probably thinking, that looks good to me, I'll have that. I've got wings, I can get in there.
Going to college in Brighton was an experience. They're everywhere. They're enormous as well.
Yeah, herring gulls are
a different breed.
Massive, yeah.
Abbott into Leaning, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Nice carry through to Ben Brown. Still persevering with a lot of seam.
Yeah, absolutely no
Last
spinners
session of the
yet.
day. Still plenty of overs left though.
Yeah, I was going to say could make a long day, so at least an hour and a half if the seam continues in this day, I suppose. We could be going beyond 7, but as the weather holds.
Runs in again, leaning, drives at that one, doesn't get it, but gets it through the covers, and that's going to race across the boundary for 4.
Now, ironically,
the outside edge.
I was going to say hasn't middled that, but ironically that's complete. It's
flown across the square.
Yeah, and bisected the 2 fielders on the offside.
Shaped up to almost hit that back
Yeah.
down the ground past the bowler, but somehow managed to pick the gap perfectly between cover and point.
One of the ground staff's got there's a spaniel out there
That's
wagging itself
Winston.
furiously. Winston, there we go. Looked interested for a minute.
Abbott into leaning again, who does drive this time to Keith Barker at mid-on. Lovely undrive there. Can't quite pick the gap though, unfortunately. But
So
hit that one nicely.
Winston, a
Winston.
character. And
He is
themselves,
a
yeah.
well-known character around the ground. Very well-behaved dog, actually. I wish I could bring my dog into work and he behaved like that.
We do not risk it.
No, it's definitely. I used to actually, when we used to train over in Brighton, he used to come in, terrorise the group. But he can't be trusted around a football
Right.
or a cricket ball for that matter. Abbott in again, and that's left alone by leaning. Nice bit of shape away there from Abbott.
What sort of dog is your dog?
He's actually an English bulldog.
Oh, right.
So he's a bit of a
Yeah.
funny looking character,
Yeah.
and a bit of a character just generally,
Yeah.
because he's I think everyone has this perception of bulldogs being quite lazy and lethargic,
Yeah.
and he's quite wild actually, full of energy, full of beams all the time, but he really loves, he's not bothered by a tennis ball, but he loves a cricket ball, and they're quite expensive
Yeah.
these days. So Abbott in again, bit straighter this time, and leaning manages to hit that into the gap between mid wicket and mid on. Keith Barker runs round to pick that ball up. Single to his total, taking him to 37. Brings Miei on strike against Abbott. Yeah, he's been partial to ruining a few cricket balls. And the Hampshire football, actually, when we did play county early season, we often get a county game in. And Sussex Hampshire is obviously within the Vipers a big rivalry, because
Yeah.
majority of our players are in each team. And my dog went and nicked the Hampshire football in the warm-up one day. Abbott into Miei, who blocks that back past him to mid-off for no run.
They take that as an act of aggression at that point. You're trying to
Yeah,
for
I think they
gamesmanship.
thought I was sabotaging them,
Yeah.
but unfortunately not, just my disobedient dog. I'll hand over to Kevin James now.
Thank you. That's Georgia Adams, Vipers captain, of course. Talking about border wars, Sussex and Hampshire there. I think she said she set her dog on them. It feels wrong, but
What?
yeah, I think something like that. We'll clarify. As we're doing the gentleman's excuse me here. We could actually swap positions if you'd like, Kevin. No, you're right. He's fine. It is James Fuller from the pavilion end. That's a great delivery, and leading has got everything inside it, but I think he's prayed along down the wrong line, and Tuanamieye looks on from the non-striker's end, and he's given the international signal there, Jack Leaning. It's done something off the pitch through the wicket-keeper.
Working hard, the bowlers now, isn't there? This
Yeah.
pace is going a little bit from this pitch, having to work a bit harder.
The 31st over. Fuller just rattled Leading a little bit on the last over, and that first ball as well. Leading, that's a shot he wanted to play, or rather he wanted to hit the middle of the bat, which it has done, the forward defensive. It's on 37 from 65. 137 for 4. These two came together in the 19th over, so best part of 11 overs they've been together so far. The deficit still at 368. And the follow-on target is, you said it,
356.
356, thank you very much. As full on delivery from Fuller. He's gone full on middle leg. It's clipped away, glance down to fine leg. It's Organ. Throws it in with some force to Ben Brown. And they've taken themselves a single, 138 for 4. Mieye really hasn't got going. It hasn't middled the ball particularly well, 10 from 34.
But he's still out there.
Exactly
Which
that.
is what it's all about, isn't it, really? You can't score runs in the pavilion. It's got to battle it out at times.
Still a long way behind Hampshire's 505 for 8. Crease occupation important as well. To be fair, he's got right behind that one as a defensive shot. And he's perhaps, as he did against Lancashire last week, he's going to have to check his natural attacking urges to take time out of the game here as well. Having said that, it is only the second day, isn't it? And already they've got 4 wickets down of Hampshire, Kent's. Check what in the evening sessions of the other games in County Championship Division 1 shortly. Yeah, again, forward defensive. No run, full of fields of his own bowling. They're on the field at Durham against Worcestershire. Durham 103 for 6 now, leading by 181 at Chester Street. No play on Monday of Lancashire against Knox, with Lancashire 344 for 8. Right conditions there at Southport. It's full of bowls to Mieye, slightly uppish off the back foot, but down towards Fletcher Middleton at third. They'll take themselves a single. End of the over, 2 off it. Kent 139 for 4. Somerset 160 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 412 all out at Taunton. The battle of the top 2. Surrey 37 for 2, leading Essex by 119 runs in that one, at the Oval. I beg your pardon, they just lost the 3rd wicket, so 119 for 3 if it's a single innings game. Yorkshire now 416 for 6, or that's stumps there actually, 340 ahead of Derbyshire.
Here's Abbott to Mieye, who's well forward. Pushes that up to Felix Organ at mid-off.
Lost a bit of time out of that game as well. Gloucestershire are playing against Glamorgan 3-2-5 for 3 now in their second innings. There was a slight deficit for Gloucestershire on the first innings at Cheltenham, but powering away now. 3-5-2 for 3, 3-2-5 for 3, I should say, in their second innings. Leicestershire 3-11 for 8 against Middlesex, are 404 ahead at Grace Road. And Northampton should make a good fist of this actually against Sussex, 118 for 2.
Abbott, yeah, he's forward, gets it high on the bat as it goes out to point.
Yeah, Sussex had a good second innings lead there, but Northampton's 166 to win with 2 down. Possible, you'd say, there at Wantage Road against Division 2 leaders Sussex.
Conditions improving all the time since tea.
Yeah,
Where there is quite a bit of blue sky above us now for the first time for quite a while. That's why it just feels like this pitch is just deadened down a little bit. Here's Abbott, comes in the game. He again gets a good stride in that one as it goes out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins. Abbott's quite well in this spell. He has actually got the ball to shape a little bit away from the right-hander.
I like to feel I've helped the sunshine come on by going and getting a jumper at tea. I think that was the indication that the sun was always going to come out.
I know, for the first time today, I feel like I should take my fleece off, actually. Which gives you an indication about how the temperature has been today. It's not been the best. It's been okay, but it's not been great. Here's Abbott again then. In, and Mieye just gets one that again hits the bat quite hard as it goes out to point. Fletcher Middleton, the fielder this time.
I did have thoughts of going to the local superstore and getting a cheap jacket, or as your correspondent said yesterday, knowing that I was in the hotel,
yes,
I mentioned that earlier, go and get the duvet.
Well, there's the cheap option.
Not sure what housekeeping would make of that, dragging it up through the hotel. But
I think they're doing their washing for them.
yeah, perhaps so.
Abbott runs away from us. 3 slips wait. Mie, oh, as he edged that, not quite. Got excited behind the stumps there for a little while. Abbott's producing some good deliveries here. That's just nipped away. Beautiful delivery. Normally we see Abbott pitching the ball and it just slides into the right-hander, nips in. But Abbott has just got the ball shaping away mostly in this spell. 139 for 4 Kent. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, and that has shaped away, but it's a little wider, and Mie's a little wiser to that one, leaves that alone. And there is no run. End of the over. Maiden over there for Kyle Abbott. It's 9 overs, none for 46. I'm just having a look at the trees above the Shane Warne stand to our right, so about 2:30 as we look. And there's been a little bit of plume of smoke from steadily rising from those trees from time to time. I don't know what's going on there. I can't quite see. Bonfire, maybe?
Yeah, could be.
It's a bit too much smoke for a barbecue. Be a huge barbecue if it was.
Not against a huge barbecue.
Well, no.
Maybe not in the Telegraph Woods, did you say?
Yeah. Well, there must be a house there somewhere hidden.
Fuller to leaning now. 3 slips in. Left by leaning. So 3 slips there. James Vince. Liam Dawson, who obligingly then just goes to, yeah, he's doing the butterfly stroke himself there. Arms whirling around. And I wonder if he is getting ready to bowl or whether just warming himself up. Then is it Albert 15 at
Yep.
3rd slip? And,
Asking,
backward point.
they're asking for the helmet. I think we're going to see
Yeah,
some
looks
Liam
like
Dawson.
Dawson is warming
We
up.
are.
It's a cover, mid on, mid off. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square, drive by leaning. Maybe just feel that, sorry, straight back at the bowl and there's no run. Maybe they're just feeling these two just getting a little bit too settled.
Yeah, oh, definitely. No, they're playing well, these two. It's 106 for 4.
Yeah.
And Joey Everson lost his wicket. It's a little precarious situation, isn't it? But these two have, whilst they haven't pushed the scoring on, they have batted nicely out there together.
Yeah, something like 13 overs they've been out there now. Trying to establish themselves. Fuller to leaning. Just tucks that into the onside and sort of just described the field. Keith Barker has to come round to a sort of shortish mid-wicket position to pick that up. They are prepared to go across their pads and play it into the onside. There are wide open spaces, particularly square of the wicket, to be had if they're going to risk that, but haven't risked it very much, understandably so, but just drops into the onside by leaning. He takes a single, 140 for 4. Yeah, he has 11 so far from 43. He's been surviving to an extent. Full of bowls to him. Oh yeah, it's right behind that one. Hits that cleanly. Defends it into the onside and there's no run.
Yeah, it does feel like the pace has gone a little bit from this wicket. Fuller's running in, trying his best and hitting the deck, but apart from the odd one that just does a little bit more, there's not a lot of pace there. And I think almost as well with Liam Dawson, the thinking behind Liam Dawson is that this over rate I don't think is great. I know it's showing -1.
Feels slower than that.
It does feel slow. It feels a lot slower than that.
So Fuller to Mieye, opens the face on that and runs it to backward point and takes a single. I've noticed that the over rates on the scoreboard sometimes will move inexplicably quickly upwards or downwards. I remember talking to a Kent player who will not be named, but they stuck on the spinners for a couple of overs and said, well, sorry, not for a couple of overs, for about half an hour, and it had gone from whatever it was -3 to +1. And just shrugged and went, no idea. We bowled quickly. We didn't bowl that quickly. Surely, sometimes they can't work out how it's changing. But it's Fuller to leaning. He opens the face at the bat really, and it's just guided out to point, and there will be one more. It's 3 from the over, 142 for 4. Will we see Liam Dawson now? We assuredly will, as he's taking his jumper and his cap off and handing it to umpire Pollard. And the 12th comes on with 3 helmets, and I'd imagine a number of pads under the right arm as well.
Well,
indeed.
interesting, Liam Dawson on, because there doesn't really appear, if you look at the wicket, if you're looking at the live picture feed, there's, again, a bit like last week really, where for the right-hander there doesn't appear to be much rough for Dawson to bowl into. There shouldn't be actually the line he'll bowl, because it'll have to be fairly straight. It's Felix Organ, you think, that would have the rough to play with, being an off-spinner. Again, a bit like Edgbaston last week, where Felix Organ did the bulk of the spin bowling. But Liam Dawson is getting first refusal, just to see if there is anything from fairly straight. But I think also maybe with the over rate in mind, Hampshire don't really want to get too far behind. So we've still got 22 overs to do here. We could be going past 7 o'clock if Liam Dawson doesn't bowl too much. I think even if he bowls a bit, we're getting close to 7 o'clock. So there is a short leg in, there is a first slip in. That's all Liam Dawson's afforded here. Wrapped on the pad there, as Jack Leaning tried to work that away on the onside. May just have got hurried there a little bit. No turn though, just maybe skidding a little bit off the turf there. Dawson, so left arm round the wicket. Bowls to Leaning, Leaning's forward. Ball goes out to extra cover.
Yeah, Parkinson was giving it a lot of air, wasn't it? But
he was.
Didn't really seem to be getting much out of the surface himself, but
I'd be very surprised if there's anything here for Dawson. Don't think the wicket will change that quickly. Comes in and bowls to Leaning. Leaning waits, guides that to point where there's a fielder. It's a good bit of fielding from Toby Albert.
change of rhythm though, I suppose, the batters, that makes a difference to an extent, just something to...
Yeah, just break it up really. I mean, they look reasonably comfortable against Fuller. Fuller's bowled well, 3 overs for 6, but there doesn't seem to be a lot in the wicket for him at the moment.
Crikey, Middleton's close there at mid-off, isn't he?
Yeah, he's close, you're right. Flighted, low full toss, worked away square on the leg side. There is nobody deep, so there's a chase for Fuller, who takes his sun hat off as he makes his way towards the boundary, slides into that one. Just the 2 runs. Does actually well there, James Fuller.
Yeah.
Probably would have been 3 if the batters had really run hard enough. And Leaning moves on to 42.
I think Georgia was saying that James Fuller's sun hat has spent more time on the grass than it has on his head, and I think that's an illustration. Every time he runs anywhere, it's coming off the head. Yeah.
Doesn't need much excuse, does it? But you won't lost. Fletcher Middleton is close there. Dawson bowls slightly short. Goes back to him.
You can probably feel his breath on his arm there. Middleton's so close with the helmet on at silly mid-off.
He could sledge him by whispering. He's still hearing. Here comes Dawson again. Bowls on the line of middle and leg, and that's turned away on the leg side. Dawson's first over goes for 2. Kent 144 for 4. They are behind by 361, and there are still 21 overs left in the day. We were always scheduled till 6:30 because, of course, we're still making up time from the time lost in the morning session yesterday. But yeah, we are.
We'll go beyond that.
We're looking at 7 o'clock, aren't we?
Tomorrow morning at this rate.
Yeah, past 7 o'clock, I'm afraid.
So I've just gone on the BBC Sport page to look what's happening on the live cricket text, and the front page says, "Watch Wimbledon Day 1. Raducanu wins first set. Great, she's from Kent. Sinner on court 1. Here's Fuller to Mieye, one outside the off stump, left that. Of course, that's Yannick Sinner, isn't it? The Italian world #1. But I thought, what an interesting headline that made. Used to have streakers, didn't you, on at sporting events? But I'm not sure a Sinner is really a headline worthy. Made me laugh anyway. Apologies. But yeah, just trying to keep an eye on the excellent text page with the County Championship Day 2. Here's Fuller to Mieye. Just plays that very deliberately out into the offside. And takes a jogged single. Looks like Durham have lost another wicket. 107 for 7, leading by 185 against Worcestershire. Of course, Worcestershire in the relegation mix, and bottom 2 now with Kent.
Have you got to play Worcester again?
Yes, yeah, at New Road next month, I think.
Okay.
Is in August. Well, wait, it's Fuller, that's a good delivery.
That's cute.
And Jack Leaning holds the pose of a forward defensive. Again, he's played inside of it. It's left him through to the wicket keeper. So after holding the pose, he just took a look back at his stumps. Did Jack Leaning all back towards the wicket keeper? Ben Brown had taken it, hadn't hit the edge, so managed to get inside it at least.
It's another terrific delivery. Another good spell here from Fuller. Yeah, you drew at Canterbury, didn't you? Against Worcester.
Yes, yeah. It's a good game, that one, actually. Very competitive. Worcester made a really good game of it. It looked like it was going to be a really boring draw. Leaning, that's 4 runs. He's lent into that one on the onside and just driven it through mid-wicket or very wide mid-on for 4 runs. He goes on to 46 from 78. This has been a good innings from Jack Leaning. We've seen all sorts of fireworks from Feroz Kushi when he came to the crease, but Leaning has played a very mature knock here. I mean, he's a mature cricketer, but an important one as well. It's dug in when he's needed to. 46 from 78 so far. And one more from him. This one's just cut away. They take 2, they will indeed. Richard Middleton gets there, but can't get there quick enough to stop them coming back for 2. And that's 150 for Kent. And a ripple of applause. I've been spotting the Kent faces around the crowd. There's a few I've seen, certainly saw at lunch, who are in the ground today. 151 for 4 then. Yeah, I think James Fuller has bowled badly, but 7 from this over perhaps betrays the fact, as Kevin James was saying, but pace has gone out of the pitch, and a swing and a miss, or has he inside edged it? I think he might have inside edged it, that one from Jack Leaning. Went to cut it outside the off stump. It's flown past the stumps anyway to Ben Brown's left. I can only imagine he got a contact on that, otherwise it's moved prodigiously. Sure. Yeah, it's an inside edge. It's in the bottom part of the bat. And James Fuller has had a look at Jack Leaning, a look at the stumps, but neither of them are moving. And that's the end of the over. 151 for 4. Bit of an alarm then for Jack Leaning. And I think we're going up to 6 o'clock. I think I should make way. It's probably... Is it time? Or should I stay on another over?
It's up to you. It depends how many people you want to still hear you. As that's turned away on the onside. I know you're never shy. Start of a new over from Liam Dawson. I think the people deserve a bit more of you.
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Crikey, what have they done? They've been bad. But, I think given that we'll probably be here fairly late this evening.
Yeah.
We'll stay on for another couple of minutes.
Prod forward from Miaye there. Fletcher Middleton still in very close. That silly mid-off. Almost uncomfortably close. Maybe not for him.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe for the batter.
A good stride. Oh, he's come down the wicket here and tried to hit it over the top. Hasn't quite got hold of it, but he will go for 4. Just dragged that a little bit between mid-on and mid-wicket. Looked like he was trying to hit that straight. And he's got away with that a bit as the sun comes out properly for the first time for what seems like an absolute age.
Fortunately for Fletcher Middleton, he got enough on it. He's not mishit it into the offside, because effectively anything into the going through the offside is going to go through or very, very close to the silly mid-off, isn't it?
Yeah. So here's Dawson again. The total is 155 for 4 then. Dawson bowls flighted, driven. Always going late decision to make a single, because he realised as the ball was travelling towards Kyle Abbott that perhaps he was a little deeper than he anticipated and took off for a single. 50 partnership between these two, Leaning and Miaye, and that is exactly 100 balls that's come in. Good partnership between these two, and good batting as well. They might have played miss once or twice, but apart from that, very sensible batting out there as Leaning prods forward. He's on 48, Miaye is on 18. And the silly mid-off is out. Now it's very close in on the onside, almost a close-in drive position straight. That's driven up to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. And that is Sad to say, the end of Matt Coles for 20 minutes. He hung on for the very last minute to make sure people could still hear him. But here comes another person who's been very popular today, Georgia Adams, Southern Vipers captain. He's put in a good shift in her first day of county cricket this year. Did one day before down at Hove last year. That's a sum total of her experience with commentary. Been good today. Been good fun.
One day wonder.
Well, now you're back tomorrow.
It got quite big on me at Hove though. Steve Smith scored 100 and Labuschagne was playing against him, so
Oh,
it was talk of the town.
was it? Oh, of course, yeah, you did that day, didn't you? Everybody. I remember everybody in my office as short, pulled away by Mieye. Nicely played. Hit it along the ground out to deep square leg. Yeah, there was people even in my office that said, "Oh, can you get tickets for Hove because Steve Smith's back?" I said, "Probably not."
Yeah, big crowd in that day.
Was there?
Yeah, sun was shining. Stage was set for the Smith and Labuschagne battle.
And how many did Steve Smith make that day?
I can't remember, but he definitely turned up.
That's good news. Wow, that's short. That's a wide, isn't it? Or a no ball? Yeah, that's no ball.
So.
That was tennis ball. Bounce way over the head of Leaning.
I think Smith had been quite short of runs as well. I think from memory, he only played a handful of games for Sussex, but I don't think he had a major impact until that game.
I saw him one dismissal. He looked like he got sawn off with an LBW decision.
Yeah.
Which didn't actually look particularly close. Or maybe just at the last minute, Leaning's pulling the bat inside the line, but it was a very last minute decision.
To be fair, we didn't want to see him help him get into too much form, did we, really?
No, clearly the umpire didn't. Clearly. But yeah, that was a big story for Sussex last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's my Hampshire commentary debut.
It is. First of a few, I should think, Georgia, to be honest.
You'll have me back.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yes. Here's Fuller again from that pavilion. That's a little bit wide of off stump this time, Leaning. Never had any intention of playing at that one. But it's yeah, this is a quiet part of the day now, isn't it? It's been a good day. Seen plenty of runs. Hampshire adding 204 to their overnight total, declaring on 505 for 8 just before 3 o'clock, which I think took one or two by surprise. We were on commentary, we were slightly surprised at that stage, weren't we? We thought they were going to kick on because it wasn't like the scoring rate was diminishing. Here's Fuller again. Leaning tries to work that away down to final leg. I think that's come off the pad. The ball makes its way over the boundary. The umpire signals leg byes. Yeah, because Felix Organ was 21 not out. Kyle Abbott was 15 not out. So two good batters, decent batters at the crease. It wasn't like the scoring rate was slowing because Mo Abbas was out there and they were sort of shielding him. It was still proper batting. So maybe a little bit of a surprise there.
Maybe they looked at the weather forecast and thought, we're going to finish the day how we started with some bright sunshine, so we'll utilise the cloud cover now.
True. This Fuller again, Leaning drives just wide of mid-off and comes through for a single. But yeah, it looked a good decision. 12 for 1 when Ben Compton was LBW to Barker, played across a straight one, has to be said. Daniel Bell Drummond got a good ball from Mo Abbas and nicked behind for 9. That was 60 for 2. T was 75 for 2 when Kent were racing along courtesy of Feroz Kushi. It was 53 not out at the break. He was out the very first ball he faced after T, LBW to Barker for 53 off just 39 deliveries, and then Joey Everson edging Mo Abbas behind. Oh, that's nipped back. I think there might be some bat on that. That looks a good delivery to Mieye, who survives. That kept a little low as well as nipping back. Again, just emphasising that even when you think this wicket is starting to lose a bit of pace and bounce, that there is still just the odd ball that still just causes the batter some problems. The score has completely disappeared off the scoreboard. I make it 163 for 4. but that's a bit of a guess.
Struggling with the scoreboard today. A
Yeah.
few minor issues.
What have you got?
I've got 163 for 4
Yeah, we agree then. So here we are. So
on the UCB app.
here we go.
Dawson on here to Leaning, who pokes that back to him.
Looks like Barker's doing some exercises up at the far end of the ground. Looks like he's coming on for Fuller.
Another stint. Leaning on 49 here. Dawson's in, drifting down the leg side, but he's worked that away into the leg side, and that should bring up his half century. A ripple of applause across the ground. Leaning raises his bat to his dressing room.
Been a good innings.
Been good knock so far from Leaning. They were losing a flurry of wickets earlier on in the day. Dawson in again to Mie, who gets forward and pats that back to him. No run.
Nothing there for Dawson.
Not much on offer by the looks of it.
No, we weren't expecting anything.
Dawson won't be happy about that.
No, you're right.
He bowls again, full and straight. He blocks that to extra cover.
I wonder how many overs he'll bowl before Felix Organ gets a go.
Trying to hit those footholes.
Yeah, got to try it soon.
In once more, and again similar delivery. Gets patted back to cover, short cover. The scoreboard's back up and running, but on catch up. Leaning just got his 50 again. Dawson
89
in.
balls.
And that's patted straight back to him once again to end that very quick over.
It's done a very quick reboot. So we did learn that there are 89 balls for Jack Leaning's 50. Which once more, they did miss Jack Leaning, I know, when he was injured, when he broke his hand. Missed a few games. But he's back very much at the forefront of the Kent batting. So 165 for 4. There are still 17 overs left to do. That's a good hour, even with Dawson bowling. It's probably just over an hour, even with Dawson bowling. So we are going to be past 7 o'clock tonight. Yes, Keith Barker is replacing James Fuller, who I thought bowled really well from that pavilion end. Worked hard, 5 overs, none for 17. Got the ball past the bat a couple of times. But really, this pitch looks like it's starting to lose a bit of life. Here, again, maybe that heavy roller is, the effects of that now are just starting to show through. I don't know, if you were captain, what would you do with Dawson? Would you give him, what, 2 or 3 more and then try Organ? Would you do that? Because
Yeah, I think I'd persevere for at least another couple.
yeah, that's Barker in, driving to mid-wicket. Well, be careful throwing the ball at the stumps, Liam Dawson. We all saw what happened when Mo Abbas did that before tea.
Fiery Dawson there.
Yes.
Not in the slip cordon anymore.
Just to remind anybody that Mo Abbas, who looked like he got a bit frustrated, threw the ball back and was because it hit the batter low on the pads. I have to say it was a pretty innocuous throwback. Hampshire were deducted 5 penalty runs. It's a push forward by Leaning, thick outside edge as it goes out to point.
Barker looked like he nearly fell over there.
Ooh, maybe those footmarks, and we're starting to dig them out a little bit. Barker is into his 11th over here, has 2 for 32. Compton and Feroz Kushi, both LBW, his wickets to date. To see Graham Welsh, the bowling coach, just below us on the boundary's edge.
Very good look.
Does a terrific job here, isn't he? As bowling
Serving
coach.
up.
Does he do a little bit of bowling coaching with the Vipers? Short, he ducks underneath that quite easily.
He does actually. We utilised his expertise this winter. I wasn't around as I was in Australia, but I know he's worked quite closely with a few of our seamers that we've got at the Vipers, particularly Alice Monaghan. Mary Taylor, well, young upcoming seamer that we've got. He's been brilliant around the group. We've got a lot of time for Keith Barker.
Barker rolls forward, he's leaning, pushing that up to mid-on. But I mean, Graham Welsh as well, does he work with you guys, or is he not around so much?
Yeah, again.
Because Barker, I know Barker's been doing work, but Graham Welsh as well?
I think, yeah, Graham Welsh is, certainly I know he's worked with Alice Monaghan a little bit, and helping her out, and I think that's what's so great about the Hampshire Vipers relationship that we've got at the moment. It's quite collaborative with the men. Their coaches taking interest in what's going on in the winter.
It's past a diving Ben Brown. There is a big gap between Brown and Vince. And Brown, to his credit, did dive to his right. I'm not sure if it brushed the gloves as it went through.
I think it almost looked like it went under his right hand.
Do you think it carried?
Don't know. He did well to get close to it, but can't see from the replay. But
my first thought was it may just have, but it was very low, wasn't it, by the time it reached him?
I think because he had to put the dive in, he possibly just couldn't quite get low enough to get his hand to it.
But there's a big gap, isn't there? There's a big gap between him and Vince, and a big gap between Vince and Toby Albert.
Yeah, Vince more in second slip, I'd say.
And Albert more fourth. Here's Barker again, then round the wicket. Turned to mid-wicket by leaning, so 171 for 4 now Kent, trailed by 334 runs on the first innings. I always think, I know it happens a lot when maybe the wicket starts to get a little slow and the slips start to spread almost to try and cover a bigger area, but I've always thought if it goes in the gaps, it's counterproductive.
Yep.
Here's Barker. Leaning leaves that one alone. Again, walking into that one. He's leaving that one well outside the crease by the time the ball arrives at him. 16 to do. 171 for 4 Kent. Leaning has 54 and Mayeye has 19. And these two now have put on 60, 66, 60, 65. Yeah, 65. My massive. Are you good when you look at the board and you've got to, rotate the bowlers and work out who's got to bowl what and who's got left and right? Are you good at that?
Dreadful. That's what I've got Freya Davis for. As Dawson bowls into Mayeye, who gets an inside edge on that, and it goes down to short fine leg to Keith Barker. Picks it up. It's quite difficult. I've been challenged actually at times in the last 2 years because I've only had 5 bowlers on the pitch with me, so I have to be quite meticulous with who I bowl and when. Dawson into Mayeye again, patted back for no run, getting forward. So I've had to be quite on the ball, which has challenged me at times because I wouldn't say it's my strong point. So Freya's come in this season, which has been a godsend for me. She's been brilliant. Dawson again full and straight to Mayeye, but can't break the defences. So it's patted to short extra cover. See, goes again. Similar delivery, but gets the inside edge into the leg side, and they manage to sneak a single. Mayeye gets off strike, bring Dawson on against leaning. Yeah, it's quite challenging at times doing the maths and working out.
So before Freya Davis came along this season, who was helping you before?
It would be between me and Emily Windsor, really, who feels at deep cover. Dawson in, and that's driven by leaning out to wide mid-off for a single. Diving extra cover, but can't quite get a hand to it. Yeah, I'd be waving frantically. Having a vice captain field at deep cover to deep cover the whole game isn't always the most useful, actually. Far away. Dawson in, and that's worked into the leg side by Mayeye. Off his legs. Another single, and that's 3 off that Dawson over. Takes the score to 174 for 4. Leaning on 55, and Mayeye slowly working his way up to 21. Dawson's bowled 4 overs now for 11. Catching up a bit of time.
Yeah.
Races through.
Hopefully.
Make
We are.
up for Keith at the other end.
Yes. Here he is again then round the wicket. Bowling to Tawanda Mayeye. He's forward. I think outside edge as the ball makes its way out to Toby Albert at backward of point. So we are past 6:15 now. And we are into the last 15 overs of day 2, making up a few overs from yesterday, which we lost. Hence why we are a little bit later than normal, and again, we'll be a little bit later than that. Schedule finish 6:30 tonight as opposed to 6 o'clock because we're making up the overs, but we'll be way past that as he's playing a missing. No, he's not. He's edged and he's given out. And he had a little fish at that one, did Mayeye. Outside of the off stump, the front foot was a little bit away from the ball, so the bat was a little bit away from the body. Mayeye goes for 21. And Kent have lost their 5th wicket here, and Barker has picked up his 3rd.
Yeah, just a bit of movement there, I think, off the seam.
Just enough again.
Hits the pitch quite hard, Barker, and finds the edge. Mia's bat. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really. Didn't really commit fully to what he was trying to do there, and just wafted.
174 for 5, so that partnership was worth 68 between Mayeye and Leaning.
And finally goes to hands behind the bat.
I was told actually by Joe on the ground, who's very good, doesn't miss a thing, that actually that edge in the previous over was actually off a no ball, which I hadn't spotted. So even if Ben Brown had somehow managed to scoop his fingers underneath the ball and hold on to it, it might have been a brilliant catch, but it wouldn't have counted, so it's probably just as well.
There we go. Been reluctant on the no balls today because I can never quite work out the umpire if he's signalling to the other one for balls left to come or giving it a no ball.
It's not easy to decipher, is it? The
No.
difference. Harry Finch is the new batter for Kent, the Kent wicketkeeper, 29 years of age, playing his 17th match today in first-class cricket for Kent. Averages 32 with the bat.
I was on Sussex Academy with Harry Finch.
Oh, were you?
Today. Yes, we're a year apart in age, so we back then it was a joint academy program. Don't think it's the same. Well, it's entirely different now, but 2 or 3 females would get selected onto the academy, and Harry Finch was one of those.
Okay.
At the time.
Oh.
He went to Bede School with my best friend and Fred Kemp, Mary Taylor, a product of Bede's.
Okay.
A big cricketing school in Sussex. But I don't think he got much of a go, which then resulted to him losing his contract and not moving too far.
No. Joined in the winter of 22-23. Kent. That's a good delivery. Is it you or me? I can't remember.
You.
It is me, isn't it? Yeah. Good length ball to Harry Finch. Yeah, played 53 matches for Sussex before moving. So he would have been at Sussex when... So who would have been the keeper? Oh, Ben Brown would have been the keeper, wouldn't he, at time?
Yeah, Ben Brown.
Hence why.
Phil Salt at times in white ball
Yeah.
cricket.
Hence why he moved, yeah. He's driving there, looking to drive that through the offside. The ball off a thick inside edge goes up to mid-on. So Michael Burgess was at Sussex as a keeper for a while, isn't he? Now at Warwickshire.
Yeah, he did a little stint there. They seem to have a nice rotation of their keepers.
They've had a
They've
few, haven't they?
signed.
They've brought a few keepers up, haven't they, Sussex?
Brought a few up. Let a few go.
Yes. Here's Barker round the wicket.
Oh.
Left alone. Comes back a little bit at Finch. It's a good leave, but equally well bowled. And the Sussex wicketkeeper is now?
I think it's Simpson, isn't it?
Oh, of course it is, yeah,
the
joined
league.
from Middlesex during the winter.
But
yeah,
he signed, new signing for this season, done very well.
Yeah, of course, yeah, of course.
With the bat in particular, from what I've followed. It's hard
Mm.
because I grew up actually probably following men's cricket more than women's cricket, due to my dad, and I've watched so much men's cricket, whereas now I don't necessarily watch it, but it's just all what you see on scorecards.
Yeah. Barker around the wicket again to Finch. Leaves that one alone. That's the one that just straightens, but a little too wide. Finch watches it go by. End of the over, 174 for 5. Georgia Adams will stay on, and then it will be Matt Cole. Word from you, Georgia.
Another solid over there from Keith Barker, who the most threatening bowler of the day, I'd say. It looks like we're going to see another over from Liam Dawson, who's desperately trying to extract something from this wicket. And Jack Leaning will be on strike. 55 not out currently. Playing a really valuable innings for Kent here. Dawson's in back of a length there, which is punched out to cover by Leaning for no run.
Yeah, returning from injury as well, so it's been a good return for Jack Leaning so far.
Brilliant knock. What we've seen here. It's Dawson in again. Doesn't miss those stumps often, Dawson, and that's punched to cover for no run from Leaning. Dawson in again. A bit fuller this time, but still can't break the defences of Leaning. As finds the inside of the bat to short mid wicket. No run. Fuller kept his hat on. Dawson in again, shorter, and that has been punched straight into Fletcher Middleton at short leg. Bounced off his shin.
Yeah, gets applause from Ben Brown, fulsome applause for getting in the way and actually not falling over, I think.
Yes,
As much as
did
anything
well
else.
to stop that. I'm not sure he knew much about it, but he did stop it. Stop the boundary. And Dawson in again, and that's defended straight to extra cover.
Jack Leaning's last innings before, well actually he was injured in the game against Worcestershire, 179 not out in that draw. Really important innings for Kent at that time too.
Finding some form as Dawson bowls, and that's defended once more. And that is a maiden over from Liam Dawson, who's rattling through his overs pretty quick here. 5 overs from Dawson now.
So trying to keep the over rate up as well. Hampshire. A bit of goal commotion, there we go. There's only 2
They're
of them, they
back.
make enough noise. I know, it's more.
They're back for more.
They're doing a great job. So Barker, as Kevin was saying, has 3 wickets now, and 2 of them caught behind by Ben Brown.
Yeah, he is definitely getting a bit of movement off this
Yeah.
pitch.
Here he is, left arm round the wicket to Harry Finch, wraps him on the pad. Difficult angle coming around the wicket. And the pitch around the wicket run. Let's wrap Harry Finch on the pad. I just wondered there's a bit of an inside edge there as well, because not much of a prolonged appeal, but
Yeah, not too much interest.
yet to score
Particularly
off
from
his
Slip
full.
Corden.
No. 2 slips and a gully more or less now. 2 slips of Vince and Dawson, and then the gully, or maybe 4th or 5th slip you might say, Toby Albert there.
Yeah. The first and second slip coming a lot tighter than what we've seen previously.
So here is Barker, over the wicket to Finch this time. Finch equal to that on off stump. Towards Middleton at point. Barker, left arm seamer, tall and broad. 5 for Leaning, none for Finch so far, and 68 Leaning and Mieye put on, and took time out of this second day as well, but still 12 and a bit overs remaining as Barker bowls to Finch. Sort of loaded edge that, but actually made a much more of a solid contact. It's just deflected that to towards point, and there's no run. It's Middleton Fields. There's one of the Hampshire staff there talking to Mohammed Abbas.
Words of wisdom from Graham Welsh by the looks of it.
Graham Welsh, there we go. A bit of a chat.
Bowling coach here, Hampshire.
This is Barker now bowls to Finch. Again defends that. A little higher this time, rising up towards his midriff. That delivery from the big left arm seamer.
I think
It's around the wicket again.
so effortless that when Keith Barker bowls,
Yeah.
he runs in quite gently, rhythmically.
That certainly balls a quick or a heavy ball. He's been effective so far. 3 for 38 he has. This one's left by Finch. Again, he's coming around the wicket is Barker. Ball to come of this 43rd over. Previous one was a maiden as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think with
Dawson.
him coming around the wicket, it does make him difficult to leave because the angle of his arm, the ball often coming in at the batter, and you know your stumps are vulnerable, but he does get the ball to shape away as well.
Yeah, no run since Tawanda Mieye went actually. This will be a 3rd consecutive maiden over, and it is indeed. As Keith Barker will punch by Harry Finch into the onside, but can't break the field. Picked up by mid-wicket. End of the over, 174 for 5. 12 remaining of the day. Welcome wherever you're listening on BBC Sun and BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app, or around the ground with the earpieces. Of course, on the Hampshire County Cricket stream. Hope the crackling and the buzzing isn't too much. I think we've got our...
Kev, the tech man,
Yeah.
not quite been able to nip that in the bud.
So apologies if you've been having any problems today.
Dawson in, and that is driven out to mid-off for a quick single there. As Leaning gets off strike, which brings Harry Finch on against Dawson. Timed that well. Dawson with a short extra in on the catch there. Been in the game a lot as he bowls at Finch, and that's defended back to extra cover. No run. Ready to go again. In once more, straighter this time, but that's defended back. Dawson not able to get much movement off the pitch so far. See much turn. But he is keeping the stumps in play. As he goes again, and Finch drives. Fortunately for Finch, straight to mid-off, which Mo Abbas picks the ball up. Good contact. So he's looking to get off the mark. North of 13 balls. He'll be desperate to find the gap. Settle the nerves. Dawson in again. Brought his length back slightly there, but Finch forward and defends straight to that fielder. Extra cover. A tidy over here from Dawson. He rattles through quite quickly. Bowls, and as soon as they move, catching mid-wicket on the leg side, Finch knocks it into the leg side for 1 comfortably. Fletcher Middleton moved across there, in front of the batter on the offside, but no can do.
Just need more fielders, that's all. I don't think 9 is quite enough, is it, for a captain? Sure,
No.
you feel that at times, don't you?
I think as well, in the way T20 cricket's going, it's
Yeah.
You need more fielders to be able to field on the boundary, especially in the men's game. I think they put fielders out and they still managed to clear the ropes quite comfortably.
It doesn't matter where you put them if they're
No.
that's for sure. Always going for 6. Barker around the wicket to Finch. A little bit uppish as he pushes that through extra cover. Actually, it's a good contact and wasn't he shout from the fielders. So they're going to come back for 3. And Abbott went down. It's come up a little bit heavily there, I think, the big Hampshire seamer. I'm not sure if he's wringing his hand or whether he's jarred a knee as he's gone down. He just looks a little bit, yeah.
Doesn't look the most comfortable right now, does he?
No, I just wonder if he has just jarred a knee as he's gone down. No, then he's looking at his elbow. Everything hurts. Can't be good.
Life of a seam bowler.
Yeah, that's probably true, isn't it?
Everything hurts, especially at this time of day.
Yeah. Barker to leaning. Takes that step down the pitch again. That characteristic shot of his just trying to lever it through the onside through mid-wicket, but they've got a fielder there for that very purpose. Nick Gubbins stops it at mid-wicket. Yeah, it's hard enough just bowling, isn't it, at that pace without... yeah, he's trying to loosen up the back now, is Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, doing a few stretches on the floor there.
So apart from the back, the knees, the elbow, he's absolutely fine.
Everything AQ. They can't complain too much.
They're in a good position here as well, aren't they? So
Too badly for them.
haven't quite put in the yards that Kent have in this game so far. Barker to leaning, defended off stump. There's no run, but 3 off the over so far. Leaning has 56 or 106, and Harry Finch has 4 from his 16 so far. Mohammed Abbas is going through some stretches, just stretching the lower back again. Maybe he's going to be brought into the attack shortly.
All the seamers currently trying to loosen off.
Yeah.
Keep themselves going.
10 overs to go. Don't mind a 5-over spell here to impress. Barker with a bouncer. Going around the wicket to Jack leaning. Just ducks the head underneath that one. And there's no run.
Bouncer just follows you as a batter. Almost too much.
Yeah.
He's down the leg side, but he's coming, mixing it up, going over and around
Yeah,
here.
coming.
Back over.
Yeah. Barker bowls again to leaning and just trying to nudge that one past the fielder at cover. Tommy Albert stops it and there's no run. You have to admire Barker for that, being able to keep his line, changing alternate balls here, isn't he? Over and around the wicket, or come around the wicket again to Jack leaning. That shows some discipline, doesn't it?
It's quite nice
And
about
accuracy.
doing commentary, because often you follow Hampshire religiously, but always looking at scorecards, not watching what's going on.
Here is Barker now, bowls to leaning, and that one has gone through the offside, and he's guided it forward of square, worked it out, and that'll be 4 runs. And well, the experiment didn't work for Keith Barker there, maybe just going a little bit full, a little bit wide, and 7 off the over. Leaning goes on to 60, Kent on to 183 for 5 here.
Probably the danger of trying to change it up too much is then you lose your rhythm as a seam bowler. Just offered too much width there for that last delivery, but we thought we might see a little bit of Felix Organ, but they're persevering with Dawson, who's bowled very tidily, but can't seem to break the defences of any of the batsmen that have been at the crease. So he runs in to Finch, who defends that back to him. No run. Wonder if Finch is just holding Organ back for a short, sharp spell, maybe at the end of the day. Backing Dawson to get a breakthrough here, who bowls again, and that's defended into the offside by Finch. No run. But a lot of the seamers are going through warm-ups. Bass stretching out his sides. Dawson, Fuller, slower this time and defended to the offside. Finch happy to take a defensive stance against Dawson here. Take any risks. Fletcher Middleton back up, catching in on the leg side. Dawson's in, filling straight. Misses the return bit of fielding, but Mo Abbas sweeps round to clean it up. Dawson again to Finch, who drives with a bit more intent this time, but can't get it past extra cover. Another dot. See what he's got for the last delivery of this over. He bowls to Finch, who happy to block that one back to him. No run. Maiden over for Dawson. Very economical.
Yeah, again, I'll be hoping to see this day out, obviously with no further fall of wickets, and in some ways with a lack of pace in this pitch you can see why Hampshire declared when they did. I think it took us all by surprise, but there seems some sense in it to me as well, in that they've got Kent 5 down here, things are slowing down as well between wickets, aren't they? And 9 to go of the day. But if they can, if Mohamed Abbas comes on and can strike once or twice, they'll feel they've got a really good chance of taking the win against Kent here. Already dominant, but Barker to Leaning. It's a good shot from Jack Leaning. Abbott set off after it. I don't think he's going to catch it. Again, it's deceptive from Jack Leaning. That seems to speed up towards the boundary. And wide-ish off drive. Nice shot from Leaning. 64 from 110. He's timing the ball sweetly at times.
Timed that perfectly.
Yeah.
Lovely shot.
See, minimal backlift. So just timing it through the offside.
It does look from up here. The slope looks quite significant.
It does,
but
doesn't
when
it?
you're down
Yeah.
on the pitch, it never
Yeah, I
feels
think it's
like
you have
there
to-
is much of a slope.
To imagine you're down ground level, I suppose. Yeah. Naturally slopes up with the.
It's quite the angle from
Yeah.
here, but
It's a dot ball as that's again up towards Carl Abbott, but this time it goes straight to the mid-off fielder. Yeah, it's a fine sight, this ground, from a great vantage point, more or less staring down the barrel of the pitch, and I suppose this gallery's so wide as well. You can pretty much get yourself behind any pitch on the square. It's Barker around the wicket too. Leaning once again, plays it off his chest there and down to the ground. It's fielded by Gubbins at cover, and there's no run. So 4 off the over so far, 187 for 5.
it looks
Should
as
we
though
use it?
they're happy to play out the rest of the day here.
Yeah, I think Leaning and Finch will be very happy if they are there with 8.5 overs to go. Barker to Leaning, again goes short. Leaning again trying to work it this time into the onside, but can't beat Albert. No great force in it from Leaning. Doesn't want to risk a big shot and top edging it or looping it up to the deep square leg. So checking the shot, checking the aggression. Floodlights are on, but actually it's quite bright. The ambient light. Barker pounding in from the pavilion end. Full delivery that time. Leaning getting forward to it and actually slightly yorking himself. Part of the bat going into the ball, going straight into the ground up to mid-off.
Looks as though he's just mixing up his length a little
Yeah.
bit here, Barker.
So last over he was trying, mixing up the direction by going over and around the wicket, alternate balls. And now he's, as you say, just trying to unsettle Jack Leaning by mixing up the length. What will the last ball of the over be? It's short again. That's a good short ball as well. That really has climbed towards up to the Jack Leaning's heart, but he's fended it off safely down to the ground. End of the over, 187 for 5.
Looks like it could potentially be Mo Abbas coming into the attack.
And he was, yeah, he's been doing some stretching, hasn't he? He's taken his cap off. He's having a little run. So I think we might see Mohammed Abbas from this end, and George Adams will be replaced by George has done a long spell. I think is that she's taking a breather now for the day. That's Vipers captain Georgia Adams. Great to hear from her today. We'll be back tomorrow morning. I don't think there's any way this game's going to finish today, but we'll be joined by Kevin James very shortly. So here's Mo Abbas coming up from the hotel end. Ooh, and a full shot from Harry Finch there is just a little bit, not saying outside edge, outside part of the bat. It's run down to third, and he'll take 2 from that. Will Finch from the first ball from Mo Abbas.
Wicket's harder to come by now, isn't it? Ball getting older. What, we into the 48th over, and batters a little more confident out there.
Finch on 6 so far. His toes and drives that one into the offside, and there's no run. Saying to Georgia, I think as you were saying, with some of the pace perhaps coming out of the pitch, you can understand why Hampshire have pulled the plug on their innings. Yeah. I mean, they got 505 runs, so they weren't short of runs, but came as a surprise this afternoon when they did halfway through the afternoon session. But it looks like a sensible decision now. Looks like they're going to need time. They may well need time to bowl Kent out twice if that's the way it's going to be. Abbas to Finch. Ooh, that's a good ball. That's close to the off stump. Finch had the bat tucked in very close to the pad, if not behind it, but not far away from the off stump.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if there was any rain forecast. I don't think so, not on my app anyway, so we should go right the way through. But yeah, it's starting to look hard work now. Jack Leaney played absolutely superbly, hasn't he?
He has so far, yeah. I think that's a great thing for Kent about Leaning, is he can play attacking innings if it's needed. He can race through, but also stubborn. This one's defended by Finch. I think that's really impressive about him, is that if it takes it against Worcestershire when he got 179 not out, that was a real attritional knock as well. Needed to bat time as well as runs, and dug in for Kent. Actually, that's towards the end of that innings. I think it was actually only a couple of balls before it. The end of the innings is the one that they hit him on the left hand. It turned out to be the break eventually. Abbas then to Finch. Middles it, but no great attacking intent. Works it to point, Middleton Fields. There is no run.
So Leaning's missed your last 3 games. I make it, and all have resulted in losses.
Yeah.
Which is ironic.
And T20s as well, obviously, which has has hurt Kent. He's a big part of that. Gun fielder. More than useful spin, and batting usually 5 or 6. As Abbas bowls to Finch. He defends that off his off stump, end of the over. 7 more to come on this second day here at the Utilita Bowl. Kent 189 for 5 for reply to Hampshire's 505 for 8 declared. So the deficit 316 now. And Kent will be looking at that follow-on total. It still seems a long, long way away at 189 for 5.
Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised, but surprised that Mo Abbas is on at this end. I just thought with Barker coming over the wicket for a little while, I thought it was setting the scene for a few overs, or a couple of overs at least, of Felix Organ bowling from this hotel end, where you know, there's a bit of rough outside the right-hander's off stump. It could be that Mo Abbas is just going to have a couple of overs, and then Felix Organ might have a couple of overs as well. I don't know, but time is running out to introduce Felix tonight. I'm sure James Vincent knows exactly what he's doing, but I certainly would have given Felix Organ, or will give Felix Organ, a couple of overs. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end, taking over from Barker. And that's pushed out into the covers by Leaning, whose technique looks as tight right now as it did when he first walked out. Yeah. He is a good player.
He's shown absolutely no sign of rustiness, has he?
No, he hasn't. No.
Yes.
No signs of his hand giving him any problems. Yes, he's stood firm. Everything that Hampshire have thrown at him, he's still there. Still with that bat hanging up as he waits for the ball to arrive. In the air slightly, but well to the right of Toby Albert at mid-wicket. And they'll come back for 2. Slightly aerial, but no real danger. He moves on to 66 and it's 191 for 5 now. Kent, we haven't had a wicket since just after 6:15. So 35 minutes or so. 30 minutes certainly since 2 under May AA. Went caught behind off Barker for 21. That was 174 for 5. Here's Abbott. Bowls and Leaning drives. Not really timed. Well fielded at extra cover by Gubbins diving to his right. Nice bit of lush turf to dive into. Be a bit hard, of course, because the square is always a little bit harder than the outfield, but looks well grassy where he's fielded. Looks like 2 or 3 unused wickets around where he is, which I guess is being saved for a couple of the upcoming internationals that are not too far away. Certainly the women's international. It's New Zealand. In fact, I'm sure the lighter strip just in front of Gubbins is where that wicket will be sighted. Just got a leading edge there. Did Leaning, but all along the ground, out on the offside, and has that ball just gone into the stumps a little bit? Yes, it has. Good reaction from Ben Brown. I wondered why he diving, because the throw from James Fuller, he was right behind, but it just clipped the stumps, and Ben Brown had to change course. Did really well. 192 for 5. We're at that stage of the day where little things like that are quite exciting.
Yeah.
Because the batting's pretty rock solid at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen, well, saw a lot of periods of that, didn't we, with Hampshire as well.
Yeah.
His bat dominating ball, particularly with James Vince and Ben Brown when they were together.
It certainly was. I must mention this email actually, as that's turned away on the onside by Harry Finch. Because we usually expect an email from a certain person and it's come late in the day, and I'm talking about Neil Halsworth from Explorer Coffees, and I always say other coffee companies available. solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, evening team and a warm welcome to Georgia. Well, we've just missed Georgia, she's just gone. Been absent all day, says Neil. It appears I've missed a bag full of runs. Dare I ask how many ball changes? Well.
This is the exciting thing.
It's even more exciting than what we saw earlier. As that's turned away on the onside, well fielded by Felix Organ. Because the big news of not just today, but yesterday, is we've had a grand total of 0 ball changes. Which, I never thought I'd say that, actually, at this stage. And Neil says he'll promise he'll be fully tuned in tomorrow. No problem with that. But, yeah, incredible, isn't it? No ball changes in the game. Now, does that say a bit about the surface that the players are playing on? Is it not quite as abrasive as some of the others they've been playing on, not just here, but around the country? I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. Are they suddenly a good batch of balls that are being used today? I have no idea, but the fact that we've not had a ball change at all. And nobody's even asked, I don't think anybody's even asked the umpire about a ball change.
No, I don't. I think you're absolutely right.
So there you go. That's pretty comprehensive.
I think
It's a ringing endorsement to the batch of balls that are being used.
I think there was once when one of the umpires looked at the ball, and that was because it run into the ground staff's dugout, and maybe they were just making sure that it hadn't been destroyed. But no captains asking the question as a bass bowls to Leaning. It flies through to keeper Ben Brown. You come down the pitch a little bit. Just naturally say it's gloomier, but the light just getting a little less good here. But the floodlights are on. I don't think they're taking over from the natural light in any stretch of the imagination. I'm going to see two shadows from Mo Abbas as he runs away from us, and leaning goes for the pull, and that's low and away. And that got very close to him. Perhaps got a little bit big on the Kent batter, but Keith Barker fields and throws in. Goodness me, that was a weary throw from Keith Barker. It looked like the body language, the shoulders dropped. You could see, I don't know if he's playing it for a couple of laughs, but he certainly just looked like had enough, frankly.
Yeah, I should think the exploits of last Wednesday will start to be felt now.
Yeah, and it was this seam attack, wasn't it, as well? So
yes.
Abbas bowls to Finch, leaves that. It leaves him as well, but not dangerously. I could leave that on length. Could Harry Finch through to wicketkeeper Brown, and there's no run.
But terrific figures from Barker once more.
Yeah.
3 for 49 from 15 overs.
He's been the man today, isn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. A couple for Abbas, who we're watching bowl now. No wickets as yet for Abbott, Fuller and Dawson.
There's 38 on his white shirt. Abbas runs away towards Finch. Middle sat decently, and he's not playing it aggressively. Ends with a diving stop from Nick Gubbins, who immediately gets up and shines the ball on his sleeve and shines it even more furiously before tossing it to Felix Organ. And not much chat out there from the Hampshire players. Just hoping for one more breakthrough with 5 and a bit overs to go. Finch on 6 from 32 balls, faces straight back at the ball. Oh, and that's hit Abbas on the ankle, I think, or the instep. I'm not sure he even reacted to put it there. It was just there. It was hit so hard by Finch. A little limp going back, arm round the shoulder from Felix Organ. I'm sure that helps no end. It's been hit really hard at Abbas, who's shining the ball on his whites right now, but hasn't shown any pain. Let's hope he did manage to react and perhaps move the foot out a little bit quicker than it might have been. Bowls again to Harry Finch. Finch defends it into the onside. There's no run. Fuller runs in from mid-wicket. This time manages to keep his sun hat on his head. That's a rarity today. End of the over, just a single from it. Kept 193 for 5. 5 to go. And this would just crown a day, wouldn't it, if Hampshire could get one. Just break this partnership. Get into the Kent tail, perhaps, before the end of play.
Email here from Mike Vokes, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, been at the ground most of the day. What was all the rumpus about with the umpires and James Vince? Impossible to tell from the boundary, or certainly where he was, Mike. Well, if it's the incident I'm thinking of, it was when Abbas was bowling. It was to Kushi, wasn't it? It was wrapped on the pad, start of a new over, leaning, trying to turn that away on the leg side.
Bell Drummond, that was.
Oh, it's Bell Drummond,
yeah.
sorry, Bell Drummond. So the ball was hit back to Mo Abbas, and he picked the ball up and he threw the ball at the stumps, but Bell Drummond was between the stumps and Abbas, so it cannoned into his foot, lower pad. It didn't look great, if I'm honest, but anyway. And the umpires have been tasked this year, haven't they, to look at fielders throwing the ball into stumps unnecessarily, which I suppose you could say that was. Although he may argue differently. That's pushed out into the covers. Anyway, the umpires came together and then called over James Vince. And from a long distance away, one can only assume that the umpires were saying to James Vince, look, we consider this not right, blah, 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 and all that sort of stuff. And obviously informing James Vince that they were going to deduct, or they were going to add 5 runs to the Kent total, which they did. So that's basically what that was. And then I think, obviously, at the end of the over, there's Abbott bowls. That's a length ball, which leaning quite easily pushes up to mid-on. And the umpire's probably just further explaining the whole situation and the reasons behind what they're doing what they did.
I think Georgia was saying they had an incident, I think the Vipers actually had to talk to the umpires. It's a category 2 disciplinary offence, so I think it may. I'm not sure if that directly carries disciplinary points, but certainly they'll have a discussion at the end of the day with James Vince again. I think the umpires, the match referee will do.
Yeah. Now Alex, who's here from the Reporters Network at the time, rapped on the pad. I think that may. I thought that hurt him initially, but I think he's annoyed that he missed out on that little push on the leg side. Alex, who knows a lot about these things, did actually say that category or level 2, wherever they are,
level 2
offences automatically carry points.
Right.
Offence. So I think it's 2 or 3.
As your emailer was saying, there was a to-do about it, and actually James Vince, I think Mo Abbas asked for further clarification with Paul Pollard, and he went into a lengthy explanation. That's why it took such time.
Yeah, so that's what that was all about. Here's Abbott bowls. It's down the leg side and it beats a diving Ben Brown, and that will go for 4 byes. Just heard that smack into the advertising boards just to our left.
I see 2 of them. It was a double report there, wasn't it? But it cannoned off the edge of one, and or maybe just it's slightly at an angle, isn't it? So it bounced off one onto the other.
But it did feel like at the time that, and I was sort of explaining that that basically I think Mo Abbas is just a little frustrated that Kushi was getting stuck into him at the time, and just generally the season he's not quite picked up the wickets by now that he would normally expect to do. That's pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run. 197 for 5. We effectively have 24 balls left in the day. Michael Payne has emailed sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, could the reason be that they're using a Kookaburra ball? That there is no ball changes. I suppose that could be. The Bass will continue. So I'm not sure Felix Organ's going to get a go today.
No, unless it's just. Well, maybe at this point it's looking like maybe just 1 over at the end, but I think they're sticking with the seamers. 197 for 5. I mean, it's a great seam attack, this, and Abbas will bowl to Finch, who's on 6 from 34 balls, leaves it. Again, showing some movement there, Abbas, but too late to movement to worry Harry Finch. Ralph, thank you very much for your email. Informative, and agree with you certainly. Mark's in the ground as well. Has been talking about earlier on. This was a crackle in the earpieces, but not something that James has done his best. I think it's fair to say. Closely off some, no, not too far. Shouldering arms there, but if it persists an issue, I'm sure the club will sort it out for those with the earpieces. So.
Well, I did get a message, which I have actually passed on to the club, because it is nothing to do with us.
Yeah, Mark's email was about 4 o'clock, I think, so yeah. That's been passed on,
that's somebody who was walking round the ground found that at some points of the ground it was fine.
Oh, okay.
And at others it wasn't, so there's
resection
more
from the aerial here or something.
More than meets the eye.
Abbas to Finch for defensive, no run.
So yeah, it's been an on-off issue for 2 days, so apologies for that on behalf of the club.
But be assured it's been passed on. And
yeah, oh yeah. Because to us, it all sounds fine.
Yes, yeah, which it really didn't yesterday, I have to say.
Well, all sounds
clear. I thought first session I was going to go.
Yes,
you're going to have to cart me off, to be honest. It was some strange sort of torture. But Abbas to Finch again. It's a confidently, but it's a no ball as well, so it wouldn't have made any difference even if it had hit the stumps.
Bounced twice through to Ben Brown as well.
Yeah.
He's probably, again, he's emphasising that the pitch is getting a little slower now.
Yeah, it's just, I think, taking a while to put up that no ball. The scorer's making absolutely sure. The communication from the middle. 197 for 5. At least I thought that was the signal. It's not gone up on the scoreboard, but I think that should be the one there in a second. Is Abbas to Finch. Stonewalls behind it. Oh no, maybe not. Beg your pardon. They put on an extra livery there, so I'm assuming that's. I thought it was an indication from Paul Pollard at this end that would have been a no ball, but no, another dot ball. So 3.1 to come. We've just notched over to 7 o'clock. And it's cloudy in the county of Kent. My colleague Ben Watt saying you're doing well to get play on here. Well, it's quite bright. It's a Bass to Finch, and that's guided through third man, and that will be 4 runs for him at the end of the over, and 200 up for Kent as well. 201 for 5 as they try and fight back here in the 52nd over. So these two have been together for 11 overs. Just shows, I suppose. I mean, obviously Kent are doing their very best, but the gaps between overs lengthening, it looks like, at the moment because of the lack of pace, as you were saying, Kevin, in the pitch. And Mo Bass is 2 for 58 from his 14. Just over 4 and over. At 4.5 so far. Well, they won't mind about that. The wickets column for Hampshire here. Leaning 68, Finch 10, Kent 201 for 5 in reply to Hampshire's 505 for a blow on target 356 for Kent.
Yeah, he's on the pad there, Leaning, which has happened about 3 times now in the space of about 4 balls off Abbott. Maybe nipping back a fraction, but ever such a fraction. But I think it's fair to say the ball might be just doing a fraction out there, not a lot. That's why Vince, I think, he's keeping the bowlers. In fact, if I watch the replay on that, that is nipping back on Jack Leaning, which is why the seamers are continuing to bowl. Put in again from that pavilion end and bowls, and Leaning drives up to mid-off. Half stopped by James Fuller. He did do well, actually, diving to his right. He took to the but they'll cut through a single anyway. And Leaning moves on to 69 off 129. 202 for 5. Kent trailed by 303. Leaning's just having a word with Finch, probably just saying that there is still a little bit of movement out there off the pitch for Abbott, so just be careful. Finch is 10 off 40. As Abbott comes in again, bowls, and Finch is one that's for an inside edge into the pad. Abbott's bowled well here. Just really had the breakthrough that probably his bowling warrants. But he's getting a little bit. He's just getting a little bit of out of this surface.
Yeah, it feels just at the end. He's hurrying a little bit as well as a bit off the.
Definitely, that last one just nipped back a bit. We're not quite in line. We're just about 3 pitches to the right, but we can see when the ball moves a little bit more. That's turned away square on the leg side. But obviously the picture feed shows us a bit better. Yeah. It's right in line.
Same with this gallery. I suppose you'd need a moving table, wouldn't you? But the gantry here, you're going to be behind the. Yeah. If you're not on mic, you can be behind this pitch, almost any pitch on the square.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I turned up at 6 o'clock in the morning and I rearranged all the furniture,
you'd be bothered.
Yeah, well, this is, I mean, I just really can't be bothered to turn up at 6 in the morning. To rearrange everything and redo all the wiring. I mean, there's people out there who'll probably say, why not? That's outside the off stump and that's left alone.
Just couldn't be bothered.
Really can't be bothered to get out of bed at home at 5, get here for 6. And
still
move
be here
all the table.
And still be here at 9 o'clock at night.
That's right, yeah.
Well,
no. I'm cheating everybody, I know. I'm sorry.
Hardest working man in show business, Kevin James, I have to say.
Well, that's...
you were here late last night as well.
Well, I mean, we were both here late last night, weren't we? And looks like we'll be here later tonight. But I'm usually here by, I don't know, 9, just after that. That's early enough. Here's Abbott, bowls, and Finch is forward. That's a good over from Kyle Abbott. Just 1 run off it. 202 for 5. 2 overs left in the day's play.
Saying to you yesterday morning that the closer I am to the ground, the later I tend to turn up. So always allowing time for a commute to Canterbury from the west of the county, for instance. I don't want to be leaning into the chance, so quite happy to arrive at 9 o'clock, a couple of hours before play. But here with 2 floors to negotiate, I mean the lifts can be slow, but pretty much I think you can pretty much sure you're going to get here. So
You have no excuse of not being here before 11.
No. No, well,
You can't blame the lift. I mean,
really
the lifts are bad here sometimes, but not that bad.
is Abbas then. Keeper up to the stumps for leaning, because he has been taking steps, doesn't he, down the often to the seamers. Tape by Ben Brown above his right shoulder. Because Abbas is no mean pace to stand up to. Moves the ball as well. So just trying this. Hampshire, let's try and pin Jack down, see what he makes of this. 69 from Kent's 202 for 5. Earlier we had a blistering 53 for those balls from Feroz Kouchi. Boundary after boundary. Abbas to leaning, leaves it outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there's no run. Going to try and track down Feroz tonight to talk to him.
Have to be quick.
Yeah.
Get that feeling that he's not happy just sticking around in one place doing nothing.
No, I see what you mean. No.
He wants to be doing something.
It was 10 fours and 1 6 he hit in his 53. I mean, he didn't have to be quick across the ground, did he? Because the ball was just disappearing. A couple off a thickish edge, but some really fabulous looking shots as well. This is tucked into the onside, and there's a big gap on the onside as leaning pushes that out to wide mid on, and Abbott fields for a single. The 6 he hit, the George Wright just couldn't work out how he'd done it, because it looked like he was glancing it. He was going down the leg side glancing it, and suddenly it disappeared more or less square over the boundary rope. So fantastic and fine shot. Someone's had enough, but I was
going to say that was one of the loudest
yawn.
yawns I've ever heard at a ground.
Only 9 balls to go. Courage, Monbrave. As that turned into the onside by Finch and Fuller Fields. Just deflected that way by Harry Finch, and keeper's back. They're not worried about Finch advancing down the pitch, obviously, as Ben Brown's gone back for him and was up to the stumps for Jack Leaney, who's taken a deliberate stride forward to many of the Hampshire seamers today, and actually early in the piece as well. Abbas to Finch, rats him on the pad, always going down though, perhaps slightly too high as well. Apart from that, worth an appeal. Yeah. 203 for 5.
Abbas is working hard here. He's just finding, like Abbott really, just a
Yeah.
modicum of movement. I mean, there is a bit out there, it's just a little slow, but also, it's leaning especially, is actually making it look as though the ball's not doing too much at all. He's been very good judge of the ball today, and what the ball's doing, and what to leave, what to play at. It's been a very, very good innings.
Sun's out as Abbas bowls to Finch, leaves that rising delivery through to the wicketkeeper Ben Brown, and that is the end of the over. And so 1 remaining, or available I should say, if there's a wicket in this over. They will come off for the end of the day's play, otherwise it'll be 6 deliveries. Kent 203 for 5, still well short of the follow-on total of 356, but this partnership at the moment standing at 29 between these two, and they came together in the 41st over with the departure of Tuanda Mayeye for 21, the 3rd wicket for Keith Barker there, and so they've been together 13 overs so far.
Last over of the day by Abbott. Oh, he's been outside the off stump. Good start to this last over. One of the few recent plays and misses by Jack Leaney. I hope our spectator below us lasted the last 5 balls. It didn't sound like he sounds like he was struggling a little earlier.
I'd be ashamed to miss something exciting right at the end, wouldn't it, having lasted the whole day?
That's right. Having lasted this long, 11 o'clock this morning, we're still playing. So Abbott is into his 13th over here, none for 50. He's bowled better than that. Comes in and bowls to Leaning. Leaning's forward again. That ball's just nipped back a fraction. There's an inside edge as the ball goes out on the leg side. A lot of work for Felix Organ to do, coming in at deep square leg, and they'll come back for a second as the sun is very bright to finish off the day. Very bright, and as it comes out, all of a sudden the temperature jumps by about 3 or 4 degrees. What a difference. As most of the cloud starts to disperse. Could be a nice evening now. Could actually play another round. Yeah. I don't think anybody really wants that, but we could. Here comes Abbott. Bowls and Leaning gets wrapped on the pad again. Wants a quick single, no, says Harry Finch.
Don't give it away now, Jack.
No. Well, as I say, I mean,
Well,
Abbott.
it's easy to say from here, isn't it? But it's some good bowling too.
Abbott in this spell has probably got the ball to nip back, probably as much as he's ever done in this innings. It's just that Leaning's well set and well in. You can just see the ball just hitting the pitch. Watching on the live picture feed, just nipping back on Leaning. But it's not a lot of bounce, that's the thing. Leaning knows as long as he gets forward, he should be all right. 3 balls left in the day, 205 for 5. Abbott steaming in again and bowls. Again, that's just nipped back, but Leaning has it covered as he works it square on the leg side. Yeah, it's just Abbott could just do with that extra bit of bounce just to cause the batters a little bit more of a problem. So, in bright sunshine, absolutely perfect conditions.
Lovely finish to the day,
isn't it just? 2 balls left. 206 for 5. Harry Finch on 10 to face Kyle Abbott. Bowls. Kyle Abbott driven, and Kyle Abbott takes a corner bowled. We have a wicket almost right at the end, and that will be the end of the day's play, being the last over. Harry Finch goes for 10. Caught bowled Abbott. He's got his reward. And Kent will finish day 2 on 206 for 6.
Yeah, what an end to the day for both sides. Joy for Hampshire and Kyle Abbott striving for that wicket, catching on his follow through, and despair for Harry Finch, who goes for 10 in an obdurate stand with Jack Leaning.
So 299 runs then is the difference between these two sides as they make their way off the pitch, and the ground staff come on to do all the remedial work that they need to do before we reconvene here at 11 o'clock tomorrow. 206 for 6 then, a wicket right at the end for the persevering Kyle Abbott, with Jack Leaning left unbeaten on 73. Hope you've enjoyed the day's play. We've enjoyed it. Enjoyed having Georgia Adams around. She's back tomorrow with us. And there's a bit of the analyst, Simon Hughes, is back with us tomorrow, so he'll be joining us. And also Dave Allen will pop in at some point, so there'll be a cast of thousands to keep you entertained throughout day 3. Join us then.